This dark, forgotten alley in Ping'an Town is where our story begins. A place of shadows and secrets, where a tiny, pink-haired girl walks alone, carrying a burden far too heavy for her years. Her name is Gu Chu. To the world, she's just an innocent 5-year-old child. But her soul harbors a dangerous secret. She was once a legendary genius hacker in a past life. A year ago, she transmigrated into this cliché tragic novel world, reborn as the daughter of Gu Manxi, the tragic heroine destined for a brutal, agonizing end. But today, the wheels of fate begin to turn. The exact moment Gu Chu has been waiting for has finally arrived. The wealthy Zhao family is here to reclaim her mother. Inside their cramped home, a tearful woman begs for forgiveness, offering a paternity test to prove she is Gu Manxi's biological mother, claiming she was stolen away at age 5. The woman desperately pleads for a single chance to make amends, her voice trembling with a guilt that seems almost too perfect to be real. She begs Gu Manxi to return to the prestigious Zhao family, promising a life of luxury and love alongside a father, brother, and sister who supposedly yearn for her return. But Gu Manxi's path to this moment was forged in pure agony, forced to enter the ruthless entertainment industry just to pay for her beloved foster mother's failing health. In her hour of desperation, a cold, powerful tycoon stepped out of the shadows, offering a black card and a chilling proposition: become his contractual lover. That tycoon was Song Chen, a man of unimaginable wealth, who only bought her because she bore a striking, haunting resemblance to his first love. But the fairy tale quickly shattered when his first love returned, and Gu Manxi's foster mother died, leaving her with a positive pregnancy test and a broken heart. Devastated, she fled into hiding to raise her unborn child, Gu Cutie, the very child who now knows the dark, twisted future that awaits them both. Shaking off the heavy memories, Gu Chu bursts into the room, masking her adult soul with a childish facade, whining that her tummy is hungry for milk. She points a tiny finger at the weeping stranger, demanding to know who this mysterious old lady is, interrupting their emotionally charged reunion. Gu Manxi gently introduces the child, proud and protective of her 5-year-old daughter, unaware of the lurking danger. The grandmother weeps, caressing Manxi's face, promising that tomorrow a luxury car will take them both away to a life where no one can ever hurt them again. Promising to finalize the arrangements, the older woman tells them to pack their bags tonight, leaving with a sweet, reassuring smile. But the moment she steps inside her luxury car, the mask of warmth instantly slips, replaced by a cold, calculating, and sinister glare. As the engine roars to life and the car speeds away, Gu Chu looks up at her mother, her young voice laced with a sudden, chilling dread. She warns her mother that this grandmother feels incredibly fierce, but the gullible Gu Manxi blindly defends her biological family, hoping for a real home. Pressing further, Gu Chu asks why such a rich, famous family took 5 long years to finally seek them out. Her words cut through the silence like a knife. If they truly cared, they would have found them years ago. Yet her mother remains blissfully blind. Gu Manxi simply smiles, her pure, compassionate heart completely incapable of imagining the sheer malice waiting for her. Gu Chu's heart sinks in despair. Her mother's gentle nature is a fatal flaw, the very weakness that led to her horrific end in the original novel. In the original plot, this grandmother didn't want a family reunion. She was scheming with a slimy, powerful tycoon to exploit her own daughter. Tang Chunshu's true plan was to sell the naive Gu Manxi off, forcing her to marry a repulsive, wealthy old man in his late 40s. Deceived and helpless, Gu Manxi was subjected to unspeakable horrors, tortured and battered until she drew her final, agonizing breath. And her young daughter, Gu Chu, was abandoned to the streets, left to starve in the freezing cold. Reborn with this knowledge, Gu Chu's eyes burn with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. She will never let this horrific tragedy repeat itself. She must rely on her own genius, intellect, and cunning to shield her mother from the monsters disguised as their flesh and blood. The next morning, a battered, unmarked van rattles down the highway, taking them toward their destiny. Sitting in the back seat, Gu Chu immediately starts probing, asking the driver if their grandmother and the family really like them. She innocently points out that if they are so wealthy, they should have sent a private plane instead of this cheap, rattling van. The driver breaks into a nervous sweat, frantically lying that tickets to the capital were sold out, while Gu Manxi eagerly swallows the excuse. Gu Manxi smiles warmly, completely convinced they are just trying to bring them home quietly to avoid public gossip. Gu Chu facepalms mentally in sheer frustration. How can her mother be so incredibly gullible in the face of such obvious lies? Soon, the van pulls up to the massive, imposing gates of the Grand Zhao residence, a fortress of wealth built on dark secrets. A stern maid leads them through the echoing, lavish hallways, directing them toward the master and madam of the house. They step into the grand dining room, where the family waits around a massive table, the atmosphere heavy with cold, suffocating judgment. Gu Chu watches silently, determined to let her mother play the part of the submissive daughter while she scans the room for allies and threats. There sits Zhao Jing, the stern, unyielding patriarch of the family, a man whose cold eyes are designed to intimidate anyone who dares cross him. But next to him sits Zhao Yan, Gu Manxi's brother, the only truly good person in this family, destined to become a powerful billionaire CEO. Sensing her golden opportunity, Gu Chu instantly shifts into character, running forward with open arms and a dazzling, innocent smile. She leaps straight into Zhao Yan's arms, introducing herself as Chu Chu, prompting him to wonder how a toddler knows about first love. Looking up with wide, sparkly blue eyes, she cheekily asks him if he has a secret first love of his own. The future billionaire tycoon merely smiles, keeping his cards close to his chest, playfully telling her to guess. Little does he know, Gu Chu already knows his deepest secret. His first love is the famous game streamer, Kid, a romance his parents are destined to destroy. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoes through the room, signaling the arrival of a spoiled, glamorous young woman. It is Zhao Manxi, the younger sister, who rushes over with a fake theatrical sweetness, marveling at how beautiful Gu Manxi is despite her countryside life. But before the reunion can even begin, Manxi delivers a poisoned question, asking why Gu Manxi's husband didn't come, forcing her to admit he passed away early. The poison is already beginning to drip. Zhao Manxi smiles, her mock sympathy masking a venomous satisfaction as she watches Gu Manxi's fragile world splinter further. But Manxi isn't entirely blind. She can feel an icy wave of hostility radiating from the sister she barely knows, raising immediate red flags. Before Gu Manxi can even process the quiet threat, Manxi shifts the target, bringing up 5-year-old Gu Chu's education in the capital. The grandmother seamlessly swoops in like a vulture, announcing they have already selected a school in the eastern suburbs, the notorious Royal Kindergarten. The grandmother presses harder, wearing a mask of motherly warmth as she insists this school is the absolute best for Chu Chu's future. Gu Manxi tries to speak up, her maternal instincts screaming that something is deeply wrong, but she is quickly silenced by their overwhelming pressure. Manxi and her mother trap Gu Manxi in a suffocating corner, guilt-tripping her about letting her daughter fall behind other elite children. Playing on her exhaustion, the grandmother fake weeps over how thin and broken Manxi looks, ruthlessly chipping away at her defenses. Deep down, Gu Manxi begins to sway, desperately wanting her daughter to socialize instead of hiding away in rooms playing computer games. She looks over at her silent brother, Zhao Yan, completely unaware that she is about to hand her beloved child directly over to the wolves. But little does this toxic family know, the 5-year-old child they think they are manipulating is secretly ecstatic. Gu Chu happily munches on her food, mentally laughing because she knows exactly what they are plotting. The infamous kindergarten trap has finally begun. In the original novel, the Zhao family used this elite kindergarten as a cruel smokescreen to wrench the daughter away from her mother. With the child isolated, the grandmother's true plan was to force the helpless Gu Manxi into the clutches of a repulsive, wealthy old businessman. Royal Kindergarten was never a school. It was a literal torture chamber designed to break the young girl's spirit. Within days of entering those locked gates, the original Gu Chu was starved, neglected, and left pale and shivering in a dark corner. Grandmother used her daughter's suffering as leverage, telling Gu Manxi that the only way to free her starving child was to submit to the businessman's demands. It was a vicious, inescapable cage designed to destroy 2 innocent lives in one fell swoop. Remembering the horrific fate that awaits them, Gu Chu's eyes turned cold with a terrifying adult fury. She refused to let this sickening tragedy repeat itself. She must destroy their trap before it can even spring. Looking around the room for an ally, her eyes lock onto Zhao Yan, her wealthy, future billionaire uncle. If she can secure his protection, she will have a powerful shield against the family's malice. Throwing herself into his arms, Guchu plays the part of the fragile, clingy toddler to perfection, whining that she refuses to go to school because she only wants to play with him. It is a masterful performance designed to melt his stoic heart. She buries her face in his shoulder, letting out a soft, aggrieved whimper that instantly triggers his protective instincts. She knows the elders of this family are corrupt, profit-driven merchants, and she needs this powerful man on her side. Zhao Yan looks at his reunited family, a deep suspicion beginning to root itself in his brilliant mind. His mother had ignored Gu Manxi's existence for 18 long years, yet now she is acting like a doting guardian. There is a dark secret here, and he intends to find it. Seizing the moment to separate the child from her brother, Manxi eagerly volunteers to show Choo-Choo to her new room. She smiles sweetly, eager to get the annoying toddler out of the way so her mother can continue brainwashing Gu Manxi. Stepping into the lavishly decorated suite, Guchu forces her eyes to widen in childish wonder, gasping in fake amazement. She must keep her guard up and play the foolish, easily impressed country child to keep her enemies off balance. She leaps onto the massive bed, squealing about the beautiful dolls, prompting Manxi to smirk in quiet, arrogant disdain. Manxi genuinely believes this poor country girl is easily bribed with cheap toys, completely blind to the genius soul staring back at her. The moment Manxi turns her back, Guchu's cheerful face instantly drops into a look of absolute disgust. She is a legendary adult hacker who dreams of high-spec computers, sports cars, and unlimited black cards, not this childish garbage. But Manxi isn't done digging, leaning in with a predatory smile to ask the crucial question, does Choo-Choo know who her real father is? The snake-like aunt is desperate to find any scandal or leverage they can use to ruin Gu Manxi's reputation. Sensing the trap, Guchu's inner alarm blares, but she instantly shifts into a conspiratorial whisper, promising to share a massive secret. She leans close, preparing to feed her greedy aunt a lie so magnificent it will throw their entire plan into chaos. Cupping her tiny hands, she whispers the secret right into Manxi's ear. Her father is a professional diver. The sheer absurdity of the answer hangs in the air, catching the conniving aunt completely off guard. Manxi's jaw drops as disappointment washes over her, frustrated that the child's father might actually have a legitimate, respectable job. She had hoped for a low-life thug or a lazy bar loafer to drag her sister's name through the mud, but this complicates things. Desperate for more information to exploit, Manxi sits on the bed, plastering on a fake, sweet smile as she coaxes Choo-Choo to tell her where this father currently lives. Every word is a calculated attempt to track down the mystery man. Guchu giggles, spinning a hilarious yarn about how her mother always said her father was the absolute best diver in the world. She claims other divers have to come up for air after just a short swim, but her father is different. With a bright, cheerful grin, Choo-Choo delivers the ultimate punchline. Her father went down, and he simply hasn't come back up yet. She has just described a dead man in the most hilariously innocent way possible. Manxi's face twists in sheer bubbling rage as she realizes she has been completely played. Gu Manxi clearly lied to the kid to bury the father's true identity, leaving Manxi with absolutely zero leverage to use against them. Fuming with irritation, Manxi excuses herself, claiming she has urgent business and leaving Choo-Choo to play alone. The moment the door clicks shut, the childish facade on the pink-haired girl's face vanishes, replaced by a cold, victorious smirk. It is time to strike back. Guchu knows she must expose the horrifying truth about Royal Kindergarten to her mother tonight, and she has the perfect high-tech weapon to do it. She pulls up a devastating undercover report detailing the shocking, dilapidated conditions and abusive, irresponsible teachers at the school. This dark, hidden reality is about to crash down on the Zhao family's perfect lies. Leaping off the bed with practiced agility, she rushes toward her bunny-shaped backpack. The small bag holds her most prized possession, the key to dismantling her family's wicked schemes. Sitting flat on the floor, she flips open her compact laptop, her tiny fingers hovering over the keys with the terrifying speed of a master hacker. The digital battleground is her domain, and she is about to wage war. She quickly logs into an encrypted chat with her subordinate, who is completely baffled to hear that his legendary genius boss is preparing for kindergarten. He laughs it off as a joke, unable to comprehend that an elite hacker is currently trapped in a child's body. Hearing her mother's footsteps approaching, Guchu slams the laptop shut and shifts back into character, loudly babbling about how much fun the computer is. She beams at her mother, hiding her digital crusade behind a mask of pure innocence. Manxi smiles warmly, lifting her daughter into a loving embrace and promising they can play again tomorrow. Her heart melts at her child's happiness, entirely unaware of the storm that is about to unleash. As she is carried away, Chuchu slyly extends her foot, tapping a specific key on the keyboard to trigger a hidden pop-up. Behind them, the computer monitor suddenly glows with a bright, ominous blue light. Manxi gently tucks Chuchu into bed, telling her to close her eyes while she goes to turn off the computer. Chuchu sleepily nods, knowing her trap is officially set and her mother is about to walk right into it. Manxi walks over to the glowing screen, her heart filled with warmth as she thinks about how much fun her little girl had today. But as her eyes drift to the monitor, the warmth in her chest instantly turns to ice. Her breath catches in her throat as she stares at the shocking headlines exposing the horrific abuse and dilapidated conditions of Royal Kindergarten. The grim reality of the school is laid bare right before her eyes. Her mind flashes back to her mother's sugary sweet words, praising the high tuition and elite teaching quality of the school earlier that afternoon. The horrifying mismatch between the grandmother's glowing praise and this dark exposé sends shivers down her spine. Manxi covers her mouth in sheer paralyzing horror as the devastating truth sinks in. Her own mother, the woman who wept and begged for forgiveness, was actively trying to send her innocent granddaughter to a living hell. Right on cue, Chuchu chimes in from the bed, sleepily mentioning that Aunt Manxi was using the computer earlier and asking strange questions about her father. The puzzle pieces suddenly crash together in Manxi's mind. Realizing that her sister was the one searching for this awful school and digging into her past, Manxi's protective maternal instincts flare. She demands to know what else Aunt Manxi said to her, her voice trembling with rising anger. Watching from the dark, Guchu gives a silent, triumphant thumbs up, thrilled that her naive mother has finally regained her senses. The illusion of a loving family is shattered, and the real fight is about to begin. Whining innocently, Chuchu reveals that her aunt called her a little bastard and claimed her very existence would ruin the Zhao family's grand business plans. The words are a direct, agonizing blow to Manxi's fragile heart. Manxi stares at her daughter in absolute shock and fury, her gentle soul finally hardening into something fierce. The family she desperately wanted to trust has betrayed her in the most unforgivable way possible. Behind her mother's back, Guchu lets out a dark, silent laugh, reveling in the chaos she has unleashed. Adding fuel to the fire is her absolute specialty, and she has just lit the match. She turns away with a playful, mischievous wink, knowing that no one would ever suspect a harmless 5-year-old of harboring such brilliant, calculated malice. Her enemies have no idea what is coming. Manxi tightly holds her daughter, her voice trembling with a fierce, unbreakable vow to protect her from anyone who dares to hurt her. The submissive, gullible daughter is gone, replaced by a mother willing to fight. She holds Chuchu close, her heart burning with a new, dangerous resolve, as she prepares to face the monsters pretending to be her flesh and blood. The battle lines have been drawn in the sand. Meanwhile, in another room, the wicked grandmother speaks on the phone with a sinister, triumphant sneer, promising her business partners that they will soon be in-laws. She believes her twisted trap is flawless, completely unaware that her brilliant granddaughter has already set their downfall in motion. The wicked matriarch of the Zhao family wastes no time putting her sister plans into motion. With a cold, scheming smile, she finalizes the arrangement over the phone to sell her own daughter off to a powerful businessman. Sitting across from her mother, Zhao Manxi gleefully celebrates the trap they've set for her sister. To them, Manxi is nothing more than a convenient pawn to be married off to an old lecherous tycoon for the family's financial gain. But the matriarch has grand designs for both of her daughters, turning her attention to Manxi's own future. She casually suggests a highly strategic marriage alliance with the wealthy Cheng family, completely blind to her daughter's own hidden ambitions. Manxi immediately scoffs at the suggestion, her eyes flashing with a greedy, calculating hunger. She has her sights set on a far bigger prize, Song Chen, the legendary entertainment tycoon with billions in assets and unmatched influence. Manxi swoons at the thought of securing the handsome, powerful billionaire for herself, lost in her vain, social climbing fantasies. Seeing an even more lucrative opportunity, the matriarch eagerly promises to arrange an introduction, cementing their web of greed. The next morning, the domestic facade resumes at the breakfast table as the grandmother cheerfully announces her plans to personally take little Choo-Choo to inspect her new school. Underneath the sweet gesture lies the trap designed to lock the child away in a nightmarish institution. When a concerned Manxi asks to accompany her daughter, the matriarch swiftly shuts her down with a chillingly manipulative smile. She urges Manxi to focus on company business instead, dangling a fake promise of family stock to keep her distracted. Just as the trap is about to shut, Zhao Yan suddenly steps into the dining room, his quiet entrance shattering the grandmother's perfect plans. With a calm but unyielding voice, he volunteers to join the trip, immediately putting the elders on edge. Zhao Yan's brilliant, calculating mind has been working overtime since the previous night, his instincts screaming that something is deeply wrong with how his family is treating his reunited sister and niece. He is determined to uncover the truth, no matter what they are hiding. Before the matriarch can formulate a lie to keep him away, a sudden, terrifying crash and a piercing shriek of pain echo through the halls. The fragile morning peace is instantly shattered, sending a jolt of panic through the room. Terror grips Manxi's heart as she recognizes her daughter's voice, leaping up from the table in a desperate panic. She sprints toward the source of the scream, fearing that the family's malice has already struck her innocent child. Bursting into the bedroom, Manxi's worst nightmares are realized as she sees Choo-Choo collapsed on the floor beside shattered porcelain and a pool of dark, fresh blood. Her protective maternal instincts flare into absolute agonizing overdrive. Little Choo-Choo weeps piteously on the ground, clutching her bleeding leg as she cowers amid the sharp glass shards. The physical pain is real, but the brilliant child is already calculating how to turn this horrific accident into a devastating counterstrike. Standing over the bleeding child, Zhao Manxi panics wildly, her face turning pale as she stammers out frantic excuses. She knows the optics of this situation are catastrophic, and that she is about to face the wrath of a protective mother. Manxi throws herself to the floor, wrapping her arms around her weeping daughter to shield her from any further harm. Her gentle nature instantly burns away, replaced by a fierce, protective fury directed at her younger sister. Demanding answers, Zhao Yan steps into the room with a dark, commanding presence that makes Manxi tremble with fear. Trapped under her brother's piercing gaze, the wicked aunt can only clasp her hands and lie through her teeth. Manxi spins a desperate, sweating tale about how Choo-Choo demanded to be carried before her arm suddenly hurt, forcing her to drop the child. She points frantically to the shattered vase, pleading that it was all just a freak accident. Looking up with tear-filled, innocent eyes, Choo-Choo plays her part to perfection, whimpering that her uncle shouldn't blame Aunt Manxi because she was just being careless. It is a brilliant psychological chess move designed to make Manxi look even more guilty. Manxi gently comforts her daughter, her voice trembling as she blames herself for not protecting her child. In the background, Manxi's jaw drops in absolute shock and horror, realizing she has been perfectly outmaneuvered by a toddler. Stepping in to take control, Zhao Yan immediately scoops up the child, warning that dangerous glass shards could still be lodged in her tiny foot. He sweeps past his frozen, suspicious mother to rush them to the nearest hospital. The moment the door closes, the grandmother's sweet facade vanishes, turning on Manxi with a furious, low hiss. She berates her daughter for her reckless stupidity, warning that her petty jealousy is ruining their grand, multi-billion-dollar scheme. Fuming with rage, the matriarch orders Manxi to clean up the room and prepare a humiliating, sincere apology for when Manxi returns. Manxi seethes in silent, explosive fury, utterly humiliated by the little brat who ruined her perfect life. Meanwhile, in the back of the car, Choo-Choo continues her heartbreaking whimpers, clinging to her mother while secretly cheering inside. She invites her uncle to keep questioning her, eager to unleash the next phase of her masterfully calculated performance. Holding her child close, Manxi asks her softly if it truly was an accident, her maternal instincts warning her that there is a darker truth beneath the family's sweet smiles. Choo-Choo knows she must tread carefully to guide her naive mother to the ultimate realization. Choo's eyes turn ice cold as she remembers the original tragedy where her mother was repeatedly framed, exploited, and sold out by this wicked family. She swears a silent vow that she will rewrite their destiny and completely destroy the Zhao family schemes. Shifting back into her fragile act, Choo-Choo bursts into loud, frantic tears, sobbing that she doesn't dare to tell the truth because she's afraid her mother won't love her anymore. The heartbreaking display tears directly at Manxi's soul. Through her tears, Choo-Choo delivers the devastating blow, sobbing that Aunt Manxi called her a little bastard, warned her not to get a new father, and violently threw her onto the hard floor. The horrific truth is finally laid bare in the most painful way possible. Gu Manxi's eyes widen in absolute paralyzing shock as her heart completely shatters. The horrifying reality that her own sister physically abused her sweet, innocent child sends a wave of pure, unadulterated fury rushing through her veins. Watching her mother's face harden, Choo-Choo's inner spirit collapses in sheer exhaustion from crying out a lifetime of tears. She can only hope that this final, painful push is enough to make her naive mother finally open her eyes to the monsters around them. The final pieces of the puzzle lock into place, and Gu Manxi's gentle, submissive nature dies forever. She realizes with terrifying clarity that the Zhao family is just putting on a sick, coordinated show to exploit them for some dark, ulterior motive. Turning her sharp, suspicious gaze toward the driver's seat, Manxi coldly questions her brother's loyalty. She demands to know if Zhao Yan is on the same side as the grandmother and their wicked accomplices. Zhao Yan grips the steering wheel, his expression remaining perfectly calm and unshaken by her accusation. With absolute sincerity, he delivers a quiet, powerful promise that he will never do anything to hurt her or the child. At the hospital, the doctor bandages Choo-Choo's leg and advises them to let the child rest quietly, entirely unaware of the storm brewing within the family. Manxi thanks him softly, her mind already racing with a cold, protective resolve. Sitting by her sleeping daughter's bed, Manxi turns to her brother to test a theory, mentioning how the grandmother's accomplice, Tang Chengxiu, claimed Royal Kindergarten was the absolute best in the capital. Looking down at her sleeping angel, Manxi realizes with a shudder of horror that if Choo-Choo hadn't gotten hurt today, she would have already been sent straight into that abusive, dilapidated living hell. Tears of betrayal well up in her eyes as she looks at Zhao Yan, demanding to know why they even brought her back if they were only going to look down on her and abuse her child. The pain of her family's cruelty is almost too much to bear. Suddenly, her phone begins to buzz, displaying the caller ID of the grandmother's accomplice. Zhao Yan immediately leans in, his voice low and urgent as he warns her not to openly confront his mother yet, urging her to play along until they can escape safely. Answering the call, Manxi is greeted by the grandmother's sickeningly fake, dripping sweet voice. The matriarch puts on a grand show of regret, claiming she has already had the servants clean the room and lay down plush carpets to ensure Choo-Choo never gets hurt again. Keeping her voice tight and controlled, Manxi answers coldly. Unfazed, the grandmother smoothly pivots to her next trap, cheerfully announcing that the extended family has heard of her return and expects to meet them tomorrow. Before the manipulative matriarch can say another word, Manxi abruptly hangs up on her, leaving her grandmother staring at her phone in absolute wide-eyed shock. The submissive pawn has officially begun to bite back. Deciding it is no longer safe to stay in the main family mansion, Zhao Yan takes them to his private estate, guiding them to a secure suite on the second floor. He promises that they can stay under his protection for as long as they want. Stepping into the vibrant, high-tech room, Choo-Choo's eyes light up with genuine excitement. For the first time since entering this luxury prison, she feels a sense of true security away from her grandmother's toxic reach. Clinging tightly to her uncle's arm, Choo-Choo plays up her sweet, childish persona, eagerly asking him if he likes Ultraman and if the room belongs to him. It is a clever attempt to disarm him and gather more information about her powerful protector. Zhao Yan smiles gently, explaining that the room belongs to a close friend who occasionally stays over. Choo-Choo instantly beams, teasing him with a knowing, mischievous grin that the mystery friend must actually be his secret girlfriend. Laughing nervously, Manxi quickly scolds her daughter for saying such embarrassing things, but the lighthearted banter is a welcome relief, temporarily melting the thick ice of betrayal that has gripped their hearts. Saying his goodbyes, Zhao Yan informs them that he must head to his company but reassures them to rest well in his home. His protective presence has given them a crucial, powerful shield against the family's looming malice. Choo-Choo waves goodbye with a bright, angelic smile, waiting patiently for the heavy door to click shut. The moment she is alone with her mother, the childish facade instantly drops, replaced by the calculating focus of a genius hacker. With her uncle gone, Choo-Choo gleefully celebrates her digital victory, while her mother announces she must head out to personally inspect Royal Kindergarten. Manxi is determined to see the horrific reality of the school with her own eyes. Gu Manxi's eyes burn with an icy, unbroken resolve as she prepares to face the cold truth. She must discover once and for all if the dark reports on Choo-Choo's computer are real or if her family is truly trying to destroy her daughter. Stepping out of the estate, Manxi heads toward her car, only to freeze as a familiar, ominous voice calls her name from the shadows. She turns slowly, realizing her sister's conniving web has already tracked her down. Under the glittering lights of the estate, a deadly psychological trap disguised as maternal affection begins to close as Tang Chunxiu invokes a warm, fabricated memory of the past. Clutching Gu Manxi's hands with desperate strength, the elder woman begs her to join a sudden family reunion, weaving a web of guilt that leaves her daughter trembling with a sudden heavy sense of dread. Sensing the subtle trap, Gu Manxi desperately tries to decline, pleading that she must tend to her daughter's injury, but her mother instantly unleashes a flood of fake tears to break her resolve. Torn between filial guilt and her protective maternal instincts, Gu Manxi hesitates, completely unaware that a single moment of doubt will plunge her back into the jaws of her worst nightmare. Seizing her momentary weakness, the ruthless matriarch forcefully steers her toward a waiting black vehicle, ensuring her prey has absolutely no chance to escape. As the last rays of the setting sun cast long, bloody shadows across a secluded mansion in the city suburbs, the countdown to a horrific conspiracy officially begins. Meanwhile, inside the silent room, Choo-Choo checks the ticking clock, a sudden spike of adrenaline hitting her as she realizes her mother should have returned hours ago. With a racing heart, she frantically dials her mother's number, only to freeze in sheer horror as the automated operator delivers a cold, dead signal. Panic grips the young reincarnator's soul as she realizes the tragic original timeline is violently reasserting itself. Her mother has been delivered straight to a disgusting predator. Knowing she is powerless alone, she immediately dials her uncle, unleashing a torrent of calculated, heartbroken tears to force him into immediate action. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yan's face instantly morphs into a mask of pure protective rage as his niece's desperate, weeping voice fills his ears. Reassuring the little girl, the uncle vows to rush to her side, while Choo-Choo internally curses her fragile 5-year-old body, fuming at her inability to strike down her enemies directly. She knows the conspirators are planning to catch her mother in a staged, highly public scandal to ruin her life, leaving her with no choice but to marry a monster. Speeding through the city streets, Zhao Yan's vehicle screeches to a violent halt outside the Grand Hotel as his assistant delivers the critical coordinates of their targets. His eyes burn with a cold, lethal fire as he prepares to storm the building, entirely focused on saving the woman he loves before it is too late. Told to remain safely locked inside the car, Choo-Choo immediately slips out of the door, refusing to sit idle while her mother's entire future hangs by a single fraying thread. Dodging the hotel security, the tiny genius races toward the elevators, knowing the conspirators are already ascending to unleash their devastating trap. But as she stands inside the elevator, a sudden, frustrating obstacle stops her cold. She is far too short to reach the button for the 30th floor. Just as panic threatens to ruin her plans, the elevator doors chime open, and the imposing presence of an unexpected giant steps into the enclosed space. Her breath catches in her throat as her eyes lock onto the cold profile of Song Chen, her biological father, and the deeply flawed blind male lead of this tragic world. As his confused assistant bends down to question the lone child, Choo-Choo's tactical mind immediately pivots, ready to exploit this powerful billionaire for her own desperate rescue. Steeling her resolve, she prepares to execute a brilliant act of childish desperation, determined to force this arrogant man to unknowingly assist her. Unleashing a masterful flood of sweet, pleading tears, she whimpers about her missing mother, instantly softening the hearts of the men standing above her. Ignoring the frantic warnings that the president is a ruthless germaphobe, Choo-Choo boldly grabs his pristine jacket, shocking the billionaire into absolute silence. With the correct button finally pressed, she flashes a bright, innocent smile, hiding her brilliant, calculating mind behind a mask of pure adoration. Staring at the silent man beside her, she recalls the tragic irony of his fate, how he was rescued from drowning as a boy, yet spent his life serving a deceitful villainess. He had spent years doting on a monster, completely blind to the fact that his real savior, the true love of his life, was none other than Gu Manxi. She marvels at his profound ignorance, silently mocking the powerful tyrant who is completely clueless that his biological daughter is standing right beside him. Oblivious to the child's internal mockery, the cold billionaire simply orders his assistant to secure a replacement suit to erase any trace of her touch. Fuming at his snobbish arrogance, Choo-Choo vows to deal with him later, her focus instantly returning to the crisis as the elevator finally reaches the 30th floor. Slipping past them in a flash, she sprints down the lavish corridors, her mind racing with dread as she searches for the exact room of the impending tragedy. Suddenly, she collides with a solid chest, looking up with a desperate hope that her uncle has finally arrived to save the day. But as she looks up, her eyes widen in absolute shock as she realizes she has run straight into yet another dangerous, unpredictable wildcard. It is the lethal gold-haired heir Chang-Chi looking down at her with an icy, calculating gaze that threatens to pierce through her innocent disguise. Forcing herself to sob, Choo-Choo unleashes a barrage of cute, helpless whines, desperately trying to manipulate the dangerous heir to help her find her mother. Seeing the child's pure terror, a dark realization strikes the young master's mind as his instincts scream that a horrific crime is unfolding nearby. When his assistant rushes up with urgent news confirming that the target has booked room 3019, Choo-Choo is stunned to realize this dangerous heir is already hunting the same prey. She recognizes him as the ruthless, legitimate heir of the powerful Chang family, a dangerous variable who was never supposed to interfere in this timeline. Her mind spins as she realizes the original plot has completely shattered, leaving her to navigate a hidden, highly dangerous conspiracy. Furious at the sheer stupidity of the woman who walked into such a blatant trap, Chang-Chi strides forward and violently swipes his master keycard to breach the locked room. The heavy doors fly open with a thunderous crash to reveal a scene of absolute horror, a greasy, laughing predator pinning Manxi onto the bed. The vile attacker sneers with arrogant triumph, completely ignoring her weak, tearful pleas as he prepares to commit an unspeakable act of violence. Manxi weeps in hopeless despair, her strength entirely drained by a powerful sedative as she prepares for her life to be destroyed forever. But before the monster can touch her, a wave of pure, murderous fury erupts into the room as Chang-Chi unleashes a devastating, bone-shattering kick. The massive force of the strike sends the obese predator flying backward through the air, his screams of pain echoing down the corridor. Moving with fierce gentleness, Chang-Chi immediately wraps a blanket around the shivering woman, his eyes turning back to the groveling beast with absolute lethal intent. As the panicked attacker tries to stammer a pathetic excuse about a fiancé, Choo-Choo bursts into the room, crying out for her mother with a flood of emotional tears. Manxi gasps her daughter's name in sheer shock, clutching her child tightly as Chang-Chi stands over them like a silent, terrifying guardian. Holding her sobbing mother, Choo-Choo's sharp eyes scan her clothes, letting out a silent, massive sigh of relief upon realizing their timely interventions successfully kept her safe. Safe in her daughter's embrace, Manxi weeps over her family's monstrous betrayal, while Choo-Choo comfortingly wipes her tears, her cute face hardening into a promise of absolute ruin for those who hurt them. Safe in her mother's arms, Choo-Choo feels a deep warmth she never knew in her past life, but this brief moment of maternal bliss is about to be brutally interrupted. The repulsive Mr. Lai recoils in sudden, furious shock, realizing he was lied to about her purity. He demands answers, completely blind to the trap closing in on him. Before the beast can strike, a powerful, chilling voice cuts through the air, forcing the brute to freeze in pure terror. Clutching her child, Manxi offers her deepest gratitude to their enigmatic savior, promising to repay the debt. But his reaction is not what she expects. His piercing gaze locks onto hers, filled with a sudden, painful realization that she has absolutely no idea who he is. The heavy doors fly open as the venomous grandmother charges in, loudly painting Manxi as a greedy seductress to turn the family against her. The matriarch's triumphant facade instantly shatters into a mask of pure horror as her eyes land on the young master of the powerful Chang family. Zhao Yan rushes to his sister's side, his heart aching with relief, while little Choo-Choo proudly chirps that she was the one who rescued her mother. Zhao Yan gently chides the clever little girl for her reckless bravery, entirely unaware that her actions were calculated down to the last second. The young master's voice rings out like a death knell, coldly ordering his manager to summon the authorities to arrest the attempted rapist. Panic strikes the bloated monster as he desperately points the finger at the grandmother, screaming that he was promised a bride. Seizing the spotlight, Choo-Choo tilts her head with wide, innocent eyes, loudly wondering if her beautiful mother could ever be engaged to such a hideous creature. With savage, childish brutality, the brilliant toddler compares the vile man to a glob of greasy pork fat, instantly demolishing his fragile ego. Infuriated beyond reason, the brute roars in a violent fit of rage, ready to strike down the little brat who dared to humiliate him. Manxi fiercely shields her daughter, promising she will never force a father upon her, before begging her brother to take Choo-Choo away from this filthy scene. Sensing the shifting tides, the duplicitous grandmother plasters on a sickening fake smile, trying to sweep the entire disaster under the rug and escape. But their path is instantly blocked by the young master of the Chang family, who demands they face justice for daring to defile his hotel. With cold, calculated authority, he lays out the facts, revealing how he personally heard the desperate cries for help and uncovered their disgusting crime. He corners the trembling beast, warning him that the only place he will be explaining his actions is behind a set of iron bars. Turning his focus to Manxi, he urges her to get a blood test immediately, suspecting she was heavily drugged by her own bloodline. The desperate matriarch grabs Manxi, frantically pleading to cover it up, but Manxi finally snaps, demanding to know if the water her mother gave her was poisoned. The painful memories of betrayal boil over as Manxi unleashes a devastating, resounding slap across her mother's face, severing their familial bonds forever. Terrified of the unfolding chaos, the sweating brute pleads that he too was a victim, lured into the room under false pretenses. A senior elder of the Zhao family steps forward, begging for leniency to protect their reputation, only for Manxi to icily suggest he marry his own granddaughter to the monster instead. The elder recoils in horror, silently deeming his precious granddaughter too valuable for such a fate, while viewing the ruined Manxi as nothing but disposable garbage. Watching her fierce defense, the young master of the Cheng family wonders if this submissive facade was merely a brilliant act, or if he has targeted the wrong woman. Back at his headquarters, the young master receives word that Manxi has fled to the hospital, his mind instantly racing to uncover her true motives. Though the traced IP address leads directly to Manxi's house, he struggles to believe that such a fragile, battered woman could possess the mind of a legendary hacker. Stealing her resolve, Manxi firmly demands that the young master call the police, refusing to let her abusers escape retribution. The grandmother shrieks in absolute desperation, demanding loyalty to the family bloodline. But her words fall on entirely deaf ears. With a heart turned to stone, Manxi coldly declares that such a monster does not deserve to be called a mother, as the young master officially summons the authorities. Under the cover of darkness at Zhao Yan's secure apartment, the harsh truth is revealed. The vile attacker will face a mere month of jail time, forcing Manxi to make a desperate decision to flee. Her world shatters once more as her brother reveals a horrifying truth. The greedy Zhao family has already sold her own house out from under her. Confused and terrified, Manxi asks her brother why he stands so fiercely against his own flesh and blood, sensing a deeper, darker conflict. With eyes full of cold disgust, Zhao Yan declares the family legacy to be a pit of absolute filth, vowing to watch them burn. Feigning sleep in her mother's arms, little Choo-Choo's eyes fly open, her brilliant mind already orchestrating a devastating, permanent counterattack against her family's tormentors. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Zhao mansion, a furious storm erupts as the parents violently turn on each other, blaming one another for their failed trap. Needing a new pawn, the manipulative matriarch immediately pivots to a wealthier target, plotting to sell her younger daughter to the immensely powerful president of the Song family. But their wicked plotting is instantly shattered as a panicked servant bursts through the door, bearing catastrophic news that will destroy their entire alliance. The master and mistress of the house freeze in paralyzing shock, their blood running cold as the true scale of the disaster begins to dawn on them. The servant gasps out the horrifying reality. The entire Li group has been utterly decimated overnight by a sudden barrage of exposed corruption, bribery, and heinous crimes. Seething with pure terror, the matriarch demands to know who possessed the godlike power to obliterate a multi-billion-dollar empire in a single instant. Desperate to save their own skin, the father screams commands to cut all ties with the ruined Lai family before the infection spreads to their own company. In the quiet horror of the room, the grandmother realizes with a shuddering gasp that this catastrophic ruin occurred the very moment they crossed Gumanji. Far away, in the quiet, imposing shadows of the Cheng family manor, the true mastermind of this digital execution sits in absolute silence. Staring at the glowing screen, the young master watches as the mysterious hacker's signal blips once more, locking onto the very district where Manxi is currently hiding. He traces the digital footprints back to the small country town where Manxi once lived, convinced that the fragile mother is hiding a genius, deadly alter ego. He recalls the fateful night that changed his life forever. The night he discovered his elusive male rival was actually a brilliant cross-dressing woman. Interrupted by his loyal assistant, the young master is warned of a rival's upcoming move, coldly ordering a ruthless physical beatdown to put his enemy in the intensive care unit. The loyal servant trembles in awe of his master's brutal efficiency, knowing that anyone who dares to cross the young master will face absolute, unstoppable ruin. Exhausted but triumphant, Choo-Choo finally pulls her fingers away from the keyboard, marveling at the surprisingly formidable digital defense that almost traced her location. But with the corrupt Lie Empire completely demolished, she can finally let her guard down and breathe a sigh of relief. A smug, self-satisfied smile spreads across her face as she celebrates her absolute digital dominance, fully aware that her sheer genius has kept her mother safe from their family's immediate reach. But her momentary peace is instantly shattered by a sudden, jarring realization that drags her back to a horrifying reality. A bright, overly enthusiastic teacher beams from the front of a classroom, demanding a simple math answer from the newest and most reluctant addition to his class. Having temporarily relocated to the capital under Zhao Yan's fierce protection, Gu Manqi has taken an entry-level job while sending her brilliant daughter to a local kindergarten, completely unaware of the mind-numbing torture it would inflict on a genius child. The teacher waves a bright red paper flower, offering it as a grand prize to whichever toddler can solve a laughably simple addition problem. Choo-Choo's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated dread as she realizes the agonizing, repetitive reality of her new preschool life. The utter boredom of being trapped in a room of children boils over, but the teacher eagerly calls on her, completely oblivious to the legendary hacker's internal screaming. Her well-meaning desk partner, Yi Si Cheng, enthusiastically cheers her on, totally convinced that she is just another nervous kid needing a boost of confidence. Suppressing her groans, Choo-Choo delivers the painfully simple answer, earning a rapturous round of applause and a paper flower she couldn't care less about. She closes her eyes in silent, dramatic torment, desperately counting down the years until she can finally grow up and escape this daily facade. Staring up at the grand, imposing kindergarten building, Choo-Choo vows to find a way to liberate herself from this childish prison as soon as humanly possible. The sweet relief of the weekend arrives, but a sudden, violent vibration shakes her from her deep slumber, shattering her peaceful morning. Rubbing her eyes in deep irritation, Choo-Choo groggily sits up, annoyed by the loud, persistent chatter echoing from somewhere down the hall. She clutches a handwritten note left by her mother, explaining that she had to rush out for an emergency meeting, leaving Choo-Choo alone to face the noisy, mysterious guest in their apartment. Stepping quietly down the polished hallway, the tiny genius follows the strange, energetic voice straight toward an unfamiliar room, her curiosity officially piqued. Slowly pushing the heavy door open, her sharp eyes lock onto a fascinating new target, her inner hacker immediately analyzing the situation. Inside, a young man sits deeply engrossed in a glowing computer screen, his back turned to the door as he mutters enthusiastically to his online stream. The handsome blonde youth slurps instant noodles, completely lost in his virtual world and entirely unaware that a legendary hacker is observing him from the shadows. Whirling around, his eyes light up with instant adoration as he drops to his knees, declaring the little girl to be the most adorable thing he has ever laid eyes on. Before Choo-Choo can react, the eccentric stranger happily pinches her cheeks, lamenting that he didn't skip his celebrity streaming event to meet her sooner. Squeezing her face with childish glee, he introduces himself as Lin Xiaozhao, a popular 18-year-old game streamer known to the internet as Kid. Squeezing her eyes shut, Choo-Choo seethes in silent frustration, instantly labeling this hyperactive boy as the loudest and most annoying creature on the planet. Hoping to shut him up, Choo-Choo innocently requests breakfast, prompting Xiaozhou to eagerly offer her bread while clarifying that he is actually her uncle's best friend, not an auntie. Munching on the bread, Choo-Choo casually asks if he likes her uncle, catching him completely off guard as he lies back on the couch. With a straight face, Choo-Choo suggests they should get married since they like each other, causing the streamer to violently spit out his drink in pure, chaotic shock. Flustered and blushing, Xiaozhou frantically explains the concept of platonic friendship, desperately begging her never to repeat those wild theories to her uncle. Choo-Choo's playful gaze suddenly turns incredibly solemn as she recalls the original novel's dark plot, where her uncle's silent, unexpressed feelings for Xiaozhou ended in nothing but tragedy. Sudden warmth wraps around her waist as she is lifted into the air, interrupting her dark premonitions. Xiaozhou playfully hoists her onto his shoulders, eagerly offering to teach her how to play his favorite online game. Sitting side by side at the desk, Xiaozhou boots up League of Glory, a massively popular global game created by none other than the powerful Qin Group. Suddenly, the door flies open as Zhao Yan stands frozen in the doorway, his piercing gaze locking on to the cozy scene. Panicking, Xiaozhou quickly changes the subject to an upcoming streaming convention, inviting both of them, though Choo-Choo internally rolls her eyes, refusing to play the third wheel. Zhao Yan gently pats Choo-Choo's head, softly instructing her to stay safe at home with the nanny while they are away. Waving goodbye from the high balcony, Choo-Choo watches the two young men walk out into the bright morning, completely unaware of the lurking danger. A sudden, blinding flash catches Choo-Choo's attention, her sharp eyes instantly narrowing as she spots a sinister reflection in the distance. Hidden deep within the shadowy bushes, a high-powered camera lens clicks repeatedly, capturing every single move the two men make. Choo-Choo realizes with cold dread that the old-fashioned, ruthless Zhao family is already plotting to destroy Xiaozhou to preserve their family line, using forged chat logs and vile rumors to ruin his public image. In her mind, the horrifying memories of the original timeline flash before her eyes, angry mobs screaming in the streets, demanding the young streamer be exiled from the industry over false scandals. Terrified and alone, the young streamer is hounded by a ruthless press, with nowhere left to run. The original tragedy continues to play out in her mind, showing how his agency abruptly terminated his contracts, leaving him penniless and utterly abandoned. The final, devastating blow came when a deranged fan, fueled by the toxic rumors, cornered Xiaozhou and violently broke his arm, ending his gaming career forever. Cruelly sent abroad on a forced business trip by his family, Zhao Yan was unable to save him, leaving Xiaozhou to end his life in absolute, heartbreaking despair. Staring out the window, Choo-Choo's eyes flash with a cold, protective fire. She refuses to let this gentle soul suffer such a horrific fate in this life. Meanwhile, inside the cold Zhao mansion, the furious parents slam the secret photos onto the desk, their faces contorted with rage as they discover their son's secret connection. The father seethes with pure disgust, vowing that the family legacy will never be ruined by this young gamer. A week later, the bustling airport terminal looms, setting the stage for a critical turning point. Preparing to depart for her high-stakes business trip, Gumanqi warmly bids farewell to her daughter, instructing her to stay safe under Xiaozhou's care. With her mother thriving in her new career and shedding her tragic past, Choo-Choo promises to be good, knowing she must now fight to protect their new allies. Zhao Yan sternly warns Xiaozhou to contact his assistant at any sign of trouble, entirely unaware that the storm of their family's wrath is already closing in on them. With a sweet, reassuring smile, Choo-Choo promises her uncle that she will keep a close eye on his dear friend, masking her true, desperate mission to alter a tragic future. Entrusting the fragile young streamer to the tiny girl's care, the adults share a warm laugh, entirely oblivious to the lethal storm brewing right over their heads. As her mother and uncle wave their final goodbyes and walk out of sight, Choo-Choo feels the sudden, heavy weight of responsibility settle onto her small shoulders. Staring after them, her adorable gaze hardens into one of absolute, unwavering resolve as she silently vows to rewrite the dark fate awaiting her unsuspecting friends. The final pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, and Choo-Choo knows she must act swiftly before the cruel machinery of the original timeline crushes them all. Hand in hand, she walks alongside the energetic streamer, eagerly accepting his invitation to the massive annual convention, knowing this glittering event is where the trap will be sprung. A sweet, innocent grin spreads across her face, hiding the brilliant, tactical mind of a digital assassin ready to unleash a chaotic masterclass of her own. The dazzling lights of the streamer's grand annual conference pierce the night sky, surrounded by roaring crowds of fanatical supporters completely unaware of the poison lurking in the shadows. Watching the adoring fans scream his name, Choo-Choo feels a cold shiver run down her spine as she realizes how easily public adoration can curdle into deadly hatred. She knows all too well that once a fabricated, career-ending scandal is unleashed, these very same worshippers will become the ruthless monsters who tear him apart. Inside the opulent golden banquet hall, the stage is perfectly set for a glamorous celebration and a calculated public execution. Xiaozhou gently urges Choo-Choo to stay safe and behave while he steps away for his interview, completely blind to the waiting wolves. A glamorous, blue-haired woman glides toward them with a sugary sweet greeting, but Choo-Choo's internal alarms instantly blare at maximum volume. Her sharp eyes lock onto her target, Bai Yi, the deceitful streamer who, in the original timeline, ruined Xiaozhou with a monstrous false accusation to catapult her own career. As Bai Yi tries to play the role of a doting, friendly sister, Choo-Choo prepares to execute her first brilliant strike under the guise of childish innocence. Flashing a bright, weaponized smile, the tiny genius prepares to deliver a verbal strike so sharp it will shatter her opponent's flawless mask. With a devastatingly polite question about her education, Choo-Choo completely blindsides the elegant woman, sending her glass crashing to the floor in sheer humiliation. Xiaozhou chuckles warmly, dismissing it as harmless child's play, completely missing the pure, venomous rage boiling behind the ruined woman's eyes. The sudden arrival of Xiaozhou's personal assistant interrupts the tension, ushering the star streamer toward his high-stakes meeting with the capital's elite. When the nervous assistant smoothly asks to hold on to Xiaozhou's phone for safekeeping, Choo-Choo's dangerous instincts flare into absolute overdrive. Swooping in with a burst of adorable, pleading whines, Choo-Choo begs to keep the device to play a game, instantly hijacking the conspirators' dark plot. Xiaozhou readily hands over the phone with an easy smile, leaving his sweating, panicked assistant frozen in absolute desperation. Urging Choo-Choo to wait patiently, the young man walks away, leaving the silent, hostile conspirators to exchange frantic, desperate glances behind his back. Left alone with the child, the venomous duo realizes their carefully constructed trap is slipping right through their fingers. Staring at them, Choo-Choo's mind pieces together the ugly truth. This traitorous assistant was bribed by the Zhao family to steal the phone and frame Xiaozhou with horrific, forged messages. A sinister, knowing smile creeps onto her face. She will let them have the phone eventually, but only after she turns their own trap into a digital graveyard. As Bai Yi greedily reaches out to snatch the device, Choo-Choo spots a massive, powerful figure entering the hall and instantly shifts her target. Recognizing her imposing, cold-hearted biological father, the little girl realizes she has just found the perfect, chaotic shield to disrupt the enemy's plans. Sidestepping the reaching woman in a flash, Choo-Choo sprints across the floor and forcefully throws her arms around the towering, stunned billionaire. Clinging to his leg, she loudly chirps about his past heroic deeds, instantly drawing the entire room's attention and leaving the cold tyrant completely mortified. A panicked Bai Yi rushes over to apologize to the powerful President Song, entirely unaware that she has just walked straight into a psychological trap. Swept up in pure irritation, the cold billionaire storms off with his staff, leaving a tense, highly public wake behind him. Seething with quiet, venomous rage, Bai Yi realizes she must get that phone back from the unpredictable brat at all costs. Playing her cards beautifully, Choo-Choo innocently hands over the phone to the ecstatic woman before skipping off toward the restrooms, leaving her prey to believe they've won. But Choo-Choo's mind is already racing ahead to the next phase of the crisis, knowing that the unsuspecting Xiaozhou is about to face a critical medical emergency. In the original timeline, a sudden, debilitating illness would leave him unconscious in the lounge all night, helpless as a toxic scandal exploded across the internet. Sprinting down the empty corridors, the tiny genius vows to find a powerful ally to save her friend before the clock runs out. Her eyes burn with a fierce, protective fire. She will tear down anyone who tries to destroy the innocent soul who welcomed her with open arms. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded corridor, a violent, bloody confrontation has just reached its brutal, silent conclusion. Standing over his bleeding attacker, the ruthless, golden-haired young master of the Cheng family coldly orders his bodyguards to clean up the mess without a shred of mercy. Suddenly, desperate, frantic pounding echoes against the heavy door as a little child's tearful voice begs for a doctor to save her dying brother. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, the dangerous young master snaps a cold command to hide the evidence and clean the fresh bloodstains from the floor. Swinging the door open, the lethal heir stares down at the weeping child, his icy defense ready to crush any potential witness. Grabbing his arm, Choo-Choo desperately begs for his help, her sharp nose instantly detecting the thick metallic scent of fresh blood leaking from the room behind him. Captivated by her raw desperation, the ruthless young master's icy gaze softens slightly as he promises to summon his family's private ambulance to handle the emergency. Watching her unconscious friend get carried away, Choo-Choo feels a momentary wave of relief wash over her, but she knows the real battle has only just begun. Screaming through the silent night, the private ambulance speeds away from the opulent venue, carrying the fragile streamer to safety under the shadow of the powerful Chang family. Inside the sterile hospital ward, a sympathetic nurse delivers the grim diagnosis of a severe ulcer, warning that the young man won't open his eyes until tomorrow. Seizing the moment of privacy, Choo-Choo cautiously confirms that all surveillance cameras have been disabled, ensuring her next brilliant digital counterattack will remain entirely untraceable. Turning back to the mysterious, deadly young master Chang-Chi, her eyes tear up in a masterful display of gratitude, knowing she has successfully forged a powerful, dangerous alliance that will tear her enemies to pieces. Clinging to her play of innocent gratitude, Choo-Choo beams at Chang-Chi, thanking him with all the childish warmth she can muster. Chang-Chi merely scoffs, demanding that they get moving before their window of opportunity shuts. Internally, the tiny genius celebrates a massive victory, knowing she easily bypassed his defenses. Even if he had refused to assist her, she was fully prepared to hack into the local networks herself to secure the vital alibi. Chang-Chi watches her closely, his sharp instincts warning him that this 5-year-old child is far from ordinary. A chilling suspicion crosses his mind. Could this tiny girl be the elusive, legendary digital phantom he has been searching for? Meanwhile, back at the glamorous venue, the conspirators celebrate their apparent victory, with the deceitful assistant confirming that the forged, career-destroying messages have been successfully sent from Xiao Zhao's stolen phone. The assistant sneers, confident that their target is too naive to ever notice the missing device until it is far too late, urging Bai Yi to put on the performance of her life when the morning news breaks. A cruel, ambitious smile spreads across Bai Yi's face as she anticipates the incoming digital storm, entirely unbothered by the innocent lives she is destroying to secure her own rise to fame and wealth. Next morning, the storm officially makes landfall as toxic headlines explode across the internet, branding the beloved streamer a monster while public outrage reaches a deafening, terrifying pitch. Safe inside the hospital room, Choo-Choo calmly monitors the online chaos while snacking on a drumstick, unfazed by the growing digital wildfire as she waits for her trap to spring. Suddenly, the door flies open as Chang-Chi strides in, catching the little girl completely off guard and sending her snack crashing to the floor in a moment of pure panic. Instantly, Choo-Choo shifts gears, curling into a ball on the sofa and trembling with tears to maintain her perfect cover of a terrified, helpless child. Sobbing loudly, she begs Chang-Chi for comfort, crying that her mother and uncle are out of reach abroad and leaving her completely alone in a terrifying crisis. Chang-Chi stares down at her, deeply impressed by the utter perfection of her act, realizing that with acting skills this flawless, she can manipulate absolutely anyone. Gently patting her head to soothe her fears, Chang-Chi casually changes the subject, asking what kind of food her mother prefers, catching Choo-Choo completely off guard. Seeing him blush and stumble over his words, Choo-Choo's sharp mind starts piecing together a hilarious, unexpected truth behind his sudden awkwardness. In a flash of sheer shock, she realizes that this dangerous 15-year-old heir is actually harboring a massive secret crush on her beautiful mother. The realization leaves her highly suspicious, wondering how on earth this lethal young master could have crossed paths with her mother so quickly. Eager to escape her intense scrutiny, Chang-Chi quickly redirects the conversation to Xiao Zhao's missing phone, noting that they need the actual device to prove the chat logs are complete fabrications. Playing along, Choo-Choo puts on an innocent face, admitting that she handed the phone over to Bai Yi for safekeeping right before the streamer collapsed. When Ching-Chi laments that the venue had no cameras to prove the theft, Choo-Choo silently wills him to use his brilliant mind and locate the hidden cameras outside. Suddenly, a spark of pure realization flashes in Ching-Chi's eyes as he gasps, finally catching on to the subtle hint she dropped. Quickly masking her brilliant guidance, Choo-Choo retreats into her adorable child persona, pleadingly asking what they should do next. Ching-Chi has to stifle his laughter, thoroughly amused by the hilarious contrast of a fierce digital assassin having to reduce herself to cute, childish whines. Gently patting her head once more, he confidently assures her that he already has a master plan in motion to clear her friend's name once and for all. Hoping to keep the hyperactive kid entertained while he works, Ching-Chi offers to have a high-end laptop brought in for her to play with, sending Choo-Choo into a state of pure, ecstatic joy. Clutching the sleek device, Choo-Choo grins with absolute mischief, happily deciding that she would gladly accept this brilliant young man as her new stepfather over her terrible biological father. Opening her secure chat network, Choo-Choo wastes no time, immediately ordering her elite contact to infiltrate Orange Live's servers and secure their financial records. Just as she begins, her contact drops a massive bombshell about an upcoming global hacker championship in the United States, boasting a $3 million grand prize. Her eyes burn with absolute greed. $3 million is the perfect ticket to buying her complete financial freedom from her toxic family, and she is absolutely going to win it. Suddenly, a weak groan from the hospital bed interrupts her thoughts as Xiao Zhao finally opens his eyes, disoriented and confused about where he is. With a heavy heart, Choo-Choo gently breaks the devastating news, showing him the vicious online comments framing him as a disgusting criminal. Horrified and trembling, Xiao Zhao immediately calls his agency manager to plead his innocence, only to be met with a wall of pure screaming fury. The ruthless manager rages about plummeting stock prices and massive financial losses, completely deaf to Xiao Zhao's desperate pleas that his phone was stolen. Boldly cutting him off, the manager delivers a final, devastating blow, declaring that the platform will sue him for breach of contract and entirely destroy his career. Hearing the line go dead, a hollow, heartbreaking despair washes over Xiao Zhao as he realizes all his hard work and sacrifice have ended in total ruin. Believing his life is over, the broken streamer weakly tells Choo-Choo he must leave the hospital immediately to face the consequences, but the little girl desperately tries to stop him. Suddenly, Ching-Chi steps into the room, his commanding voice cutting through the panic as he warns the stubborn young man that his severe stomach hemorrhage makes discharge impossible. With a confident smirk, the powerful heir offers Xiao Zhao a miraculous lifeline, the chance to sign with Hongtao Live, the most elite platform in the country. Though Xiao Zhou is too demoralized to believe his name can ever be cleared, Ching-Chi's calm assurance and Choo-Choo's joyful cheers give him a faint, desperate glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, inside the corrupt Orange Live building, the smug executive instructs Bai Yi to record a highly sensationalized video to manipulate public outrage and seal Xiao Zhao's fate. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the office in a state of absolute panic, screaming that rival giant Hongtao Live has just officially signed Zhao Zhou and agreed to pay all his penalties. Bai Yi's jaw drops in pure, venomous shock. She cannot comprehend why the prestigious Cheng family would risk their reputation to sign a disgraced, ruined streamer. The panic intensifies as the assistant reveals that Hongtao has also published undeniable hospital surveillance, proving Zhao Zhao was unconscious in an ambulance when the fake messages were sent. Bai Yi's face pales as sheer, icy terror grips her heart, realizing her carefully constructed web of lies is rapidly collapsing around her. Far away in the United States, an exhausted Zhao Yan finally steps out of a grueling, hours-long business meeting, completely drained and frustrated by the forced trip. Suddenly, Gu Manxi runs toward him with a pale face, frantically showing him the shocking domestic news about the vicious cyberbullying campaign targeting Xiao Zhou. Staring at the headlines, Zhao Yan's blood runs cold as the terrifying realization of his family's cruel plot finally sets in. He realizes with sickening clarity that the forced business trip was a calculated trap by his own parents to isolate him while they ruthlessly crushed his dearest friend. Overcome with protective fury, Zhao Yan immediately commands Gu Manxi to pack their things, vowing to return home instantly to wage war against his own family. Rushing back across the ocean, the worried protectors finally burst into the hospital ward, letting out a massive sigh of relief as they find a recovering Xiaozhou smiling warmly. With the immediate crisis averted, Manxi gently prepares to take her tired daughter home, entirely unaware of the massive secret moves the little girl made to save them all.
Just when Choo-Choo thinks she can enjoy her hard-earned victory, her mother drops a sudden, horrifying bombshell. She has skipped too much school and must return to kindergarten tomorrow.
Meanwhile, inside the quiet hospital, Xiaozhou is slowly recovering, groaning that staying cooped up in the sterile ward all day is driving him absolutely crazy. Stepping outside for some fresh air, Zhao Yan reassures him that the company is already pursuing full legal actions against the villainous Bai Yi, promising a swift end to the nightmare. But lurking in the dark shadows of the courtyard, a crazed, knife-wielding stalker named Wang Qiang watches them, fueled by a toxic obsession to avenge his beloved goddess Bai Yi. With a feral shriek of rage, the lunatic lunges forward from the dark, wielding the deadly blade straight toward Zhao Zhou's neck. Without a single second of hesitation, Zhao Yan throws his own body in front of the blade, taking a brutal, bloody slash to the arm as Xiaozhou screams out in terror. Outraged by the vicious attack on his savior, Xiaozhou's survival instincts kick in as he grabs a nearby heavy wooden broom and swings it with absolute frantic fury. Unleashing his inner pro-gamer rage, the furious streamer relentlessly beats the howling attacker into the pavement, showing no mercy for the coward who dared to harm his friend. Sobbing and utterly defeated, the pathetic stalker wails that Bai Yi claimed she was framed, but Zhao Zhou snaps back with pure venom, disgusted by the girl's complete lack of shame. Standing strong over the whimpering culprit, Zhao Yan and Xiao Zhou coldly order him to stay on his knees as they wait for the police to arrive and lock him away. Within days, the massive backlash destroys their enemies, as breaking news broadcasts announce the sudden bankruptcy of Orange Live and the impending criminal charges against a disgraced Bai Yi. Watching the news from the safety of their home, the family celebrates the satisfying downfall, relieved that Zhao Yan's arm injury was minor and is already healing nicely. Eager to cheer everyone up, Xiaozhou happily suggests taking Choo-Choo along to the filming set of his new game commercial for Hongtao Live, offering the perfect excuse to escape her classes. The tiny genius explodes into pure, ecstatic joy at the prospect of dodging her dreaded kindergarten, while her mother agrees to tag along to keep a close eye on her. Soon, they arrive at the sprawling, majestic, ancient-style film studio under a steady, mystical downpour, with Choo-Choo happily splashing around in her adorable green raincoat. Splashing through the puddles, Choo-Choo excitedly urges her mother to hurry up, completely mesmerized by the sheer scale of the massive movie set. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she spots a familiar, striking figure standing beneath a black umbrella in the distance, the formidable young master, Cheng-Chi. A cold sweat breaks out on her face as she starts to panic, desperately wondering if this dangerous, brilliant teenager has actually come all this way just to see her beautiful mother. Under the pouring rain, Cheng-Chi steps forward to greet Manxi, who warmly thanks him again for his critical assistance during their previous hotel crisis. Seeing the normally cold air smile so gently, Choo-Choo smirks to herself, amused that this rich brat is so obviously infatuated with her mother, though she notes he'll have to wait in a very long line. When Cheng-Chi sweet-talks her with a box of fresh cream puffs, Choo-Choo puts on her most innocent child act to accept them, while internally scoffing that a master hacker's loyalty cannot be bought so easily. Walking into the bustling dressing rooms, they overhear the staff gushing over how incredible the lead actor looks in his traditional flowing garments. The staff laments that the legendary genius director, Liu Shanhei, who swept major international awards in his 20s, was unfortunately too busy to direct this simple commercial. Hearing that famous name, Choo-Choo's mind starts racing as she realizes that Liu Shanhei is none other than the tragic, devoted second male lead from the original novel's plot. Her thoughts drift back to the original storyline, recalling how her mother had entered the harsh entertainment industry under the elegant stage name of Gu Ruoxi. She remembers how Manxi's ethereal beauty immediately captured Liu Shanhei's artistic heart, inspiring him to create his masterpiece film, Falling Blossoms. But just as Manxi was poised to become the ultimate film queen, her destiny was forever derailed when she crossed paths with the powerful and toxic main lead, Song Chen. Suddenly, a frantic staff member bursts into the dressing room, shouting the disastrous news that the arrogant lead actress has abruptly bailed on the production. The director rages that the actress only signed on because of Lu Shanhei, and now that a lesser director is in charge, she has completely ditched them with zero regard for the consequences. Desperate to save the shoot, the director's eyes suddenly land on Gu Manxi, and he immediately begs the breathtakingly graceful woman to step in and play the female lead. Horrified by the sudden request, Gu Manxi quickly declines, knowing that stepping back into the public spotlight will inevitably draw the terrifying attention of her toxic ex, Song Chen. But the staff and Xiao Zhou beg her to reconsider, while Chu Chu playfully pipes up, loudly reminding everyone of how incredibly beautiful her mother used to look in traditional dresses. Internally, the mischievous little girl is plotting a massive scheme. She actually wants the useless, neglectful biological father to find them, eager to see him suffer for failing to find his family sooner. Sensing her hesitation, the clever director offers a brilliant compromise, promising to only film her from behind so her face remains completely hidden from the cameras. Relieved by the clever loophole, Gu Manxi finally agrees to do the shoot for free, provided they sign a strict, legally binding agreement that her face will never be shown. Half an hour later, the curtain parts to reveal Gu Manxi dressed in a stunning flowing ancient gown, looking like a literal goddess descended from the heavens. The entire room stands completely frozen in awe, utterly spellbound by the sheer elegance and classical beauty radiating from the reluctant star. Smiling softly at her daughter, Gu Manxi gently asks Chu Chu if she likes the dress, entirely unaware of the massive waves her return to the screen is about to make. As the cameras roll, the director watches the footage in absolute ecstasy, crying tears of joy before immediately deciding to send this masterpiece to his esteemed master, Lu Shanhei. Deep in the scorching, barren desert, a rugged jeep kicks up dust as the assistant's frantic email notification reaches Lu Shanhei's remote base camp. The message rings out, urging the genius director to open the attached files and witness the performance of a once-in-a-generation, natural-born acting talent. With a sigh of mild curiosity, the director taps his screen only for the video of the mysterious, faceless female lead to begin playing. The instant he sees her familiar silhouette, the director's breath hitches and his eyes widen in pure shock, recognizing with absolute certainty who this woman is. Shaking with intense emotion, Lu Shanha stands up in disbelief, whispering that after 5 long, agonizing years, his ultimate muse has finally returned to his world. At the exact same moment, in a high-rise office, the powerful and cold President Song Chen stares intensely at the giant projection screen, instantly recognizing that unforgettable, delicate silhouette. His heart thumping wildly against his ribs, the powerful president slams his desk and roars at his terrified assistant to track down the mystery female lead of the promotional video at all costs. Staring out over the sprawling city skyline, Song Chen's eyes burn with a dangerous, possessive intensity as he vows to find the woman who has been hiding right under his nose this entire time. Within hours, his elite network delivers results, confirming that the mysterious actress is indeed a woman with the surname Gu, who was accompanied by a small child on set. Sitting in the back of his sleek luxury car, the assistant nervously hands over the tablet, revealing the exact residential address where she is currently living. Adjusting his hair in the rearview mirror with a smug, confident smirk, the arrogant billionaire prepares himself for the ultimate confrontation, entirely convinced that his perfect charm will win her back instantly. Waiting outside in his car, Song Chen spots Gu Manxi walking out of her apartment complex and instantly calls out to her, his heart skipping a beat. Completely unaware of his identity behind the tinted glass, she responds with a polite but distant confirmation that she is indeed heading out. Seeing her beautiful face up close, Song Chen's breath hitches as 5 long years of desperate, painful searching finally culminate in this sudden, heart-stopping moment. Refusing to let his elusive muse slip through his fingers once again, he commands his driver to tail her, vowing never to lose her to the shadows of the city. At the kindergarten gate, little Chu Chu comes running out, ecstatically throwing herself into her mother's warm embrace after a long, exhausting day of classes. As her mother asks about her day, Chu Chu dramatically complains about the absolute torture of simple counting lessons, internally begging to escape this miserable childhood. Zhao Yan chuckles warmly at the little girl's dramatic despair, playful and protective as he offers to treat her to a delicious meal to ease her kindergarten suffering.
Watching this incredibly tender family dynamic unfold from his parked car, Song Chen feels his heart shatter into a million pieces, assuming Zhao Yan is the father of her child.
A bitter wave of jealousy and betrayal washes over him as he realizes she has built a perfect, loving life with another powerful man while he was left behind. Blinded by heartbreak and pride, Song Chen bitterly orders his driver to pull away, deciding it is better to retreat than to interfere in her happy new family. Several days later, Choo-Choo stands outside her school, deeply annoyed that her useless biological father has still failed to track them down, despite the massive advertisement campaign.
She ponders if she must artificially leak a photograph to jumpstart the slow novel plot, entirely unprepared for the dangerous real-world trap closing in on her.
Suddenly, a suspicious, burly stranger approaches her from behind, catching her off guard with an eerie greeting that immediately raises her internal alarms. Before she can react, the brute violently clamps a gloved hand over her mouth, dragging her screaming form into a waiting green getaway van.
The vehicle screeches away into the dense forest, leaving only her dropped hat behind on the asphalt as the kidnappers boast about their easy target.
Inside the dark, speeding van, the thugs congratulate themselves, revealing that their shadow boss has explicitly ordered for this worthless child to be permanently silenced.
Beneath the heavy black hood covering her face, Choo-Choo doesn't panic. Instead, a cold, calculating grin spreads across her face as she prepares to play this dangerous game.
Arriving at a dilapidated hideout, a mysterious blue-haired woman rages at the thugs, questioning why they brought a child instead of targeting their original mark. The lead thug explains that the little girl is their golden ticket, knowing her mother is deeply tied to the immensely wealthy and influential Zhao family.
Playing the part of a helpless, terrified victim, Choo-Choo squeezes out fake tears and begs her captors to spare her innocent life.
The cold-hearted woman sneers, whispering that because Choo-Choo saw her face, she is a stain that must be permanently erased from this world.
Choo-Choo nods submissively, promising absolute obedience while her brilliant, mature mind secretly plots a ruthless retaliation against them all.
Meanwhile, at the sleek Chenxi corporate headquarters, a beautifully styled Manxi prepares for a high-stakes, career-defining business meeting. The heavy doors slide open, and the formidable, cold-eyed President Song Chen strides into the room with an intimidating aura of absolute authority. As the formal introductions are made, Manxi's world suddenly grinds to a halt as she stares directly into the eyes of her toxic, unforgettable ex-lover. Trembling, she forces herself to maintain a calm, professional facade, desperately praying he never discovers the existence of their daughter.
She politely shakes his hand before quickly excusing herself to take an incoming call, while Song Chen watches her exit, sensing a strange, lingering familiarity.
Stepping into the quiet hallway, Manxi answers her phone, only for a distorted, malicious voice to deliver a chilling ransom demand of $10 million. Overcome with maternal terror, she screams into the receiver, demanding to know who has dared to take her precious baby girl. Her hysterical cries echo through the lobby, instantly drawing the attention of Song Chen and her shocked colleagues. The sheer panic causes her knees to buckle, and she begins to collapse, but Song Chen's powerful arms instantly catch her before she hits the cold floor. Sobbing hysterically in his embrace, she desperately cries out that Choo-Choo has been taken, sending a shockwave of realization straight through Song Chen's chest. Trying to remain rational, Song Chen urges her to immediately contact the child's father, still believing Zhao Yan lives her husband. Distraught, Manxi violently pushes him away, shouting that she must call her brother right away to save her daughter. Dialing Zhao Yan's number with trembling hands, she wails into the phone, begging him to help find the $10 million needed to free Choo-Choo.
She frantically suspects the ruthless Tang Chun-Shu and the malicious Zhao family are behind this heinous act to destroy her life.
Sensing her instability, Song Chen aggressively snatches the phone from her hand, taking control of the call to assess the crisis himself. As the assistant comforts the weeping mother, Song Chen demands the full details from the man on the other end of the line. On the other side, a frantic Zhao Yan commands Song Chen to take his sister home immediately, promising to meet them there with reinforcements. Before hanging up, a stunned Song Chen demands to know if he is truly Manxi's biological brother, receiving a firm confirmation that shatters his previous assumptions. Hanging up the phone, a furious Zhao Yan alerts his friends that Choo-Choo has been kidnapped, instantly mobilizing their entire protective network. A collective wave of protective fury erupts as they vow to hunt down whoever dared to lay a single hand on their beloved little girl. Dropping their books and schedules, they sprint out of the building, racing against the ticking clock to launch a desperate rescue mission. Soon, the worried protectors gather in the living room, trying to keep a devastated Gu Manxi calm as they wait for the kidnapper's next move. To trace the signal, they introduce Changmeng Liu, a quirky but exceptionally brilliant hacker capable of tracking any digital footprint.
The eccentric teenager hilariously defends his honor, insisting he isn't just a freeloader and actually contributes to the household chores. He proudly boasts about feeding the chickens, briefly cutting through the tense atmosphere with his ridiculous, lighthearted antics.
Suddenly, the silent phone on the table begins to ring, instantly plunging the room back into a suffocating, terrifying silence. Pressing the speaker button, they listen as the cold kidnapper demands a noon drop-off at the eastern port, while Gu Manxi begs to hear her daughter's voice. But the line abruptly goes dead, leaving Gu Manxi screaming into the empty silence, completely unaware of the terrifying danger closing in on her little girl. Inside the tense room, Zhao Yan gently holds his sobbing sister, desperate to offer comfort, while Song Chen stands nearby, his heart heavy with guilt. Watching their painful sibling bond, Song Chen is consumed by a sudden, biting regret, wishing he had been the one there to protect Gu Manxi and her daughter all these years. Shaking with absolute fury, Song Chen clenches his fist, making a silent, dangerous vow that whoever orchestrated this nightmare will pay with their life. Suddenly, the young hacker breaks the silence, announcing he has successfully pinpointed the kidnapper's location in a dense forest near the eastern suburbs. With the target acquired, both Song Chen and the others immediately pull out their phones, frantically mobilizing every resource at their disposal to launch a rescue. Amidst the high-stakes mobilization, Zhao Yan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that despite his fierce love for his family, he is completely outmatched by the sheer wealth and power of the men around him. Deep in the shadowy forest, an innocent-looking Choo-Choo clasps her hands together, whining to her guard about the brutal mosquitoes biting her sensitive skin. Unmoved by her complaints, the burly kidnapper harshly points back toward the cabin, ordering the little girl to get inside and stay out of his sight. Instead of retreating, Choo-Choo sighs deeply, spinning a sob story about her poor childhood, where her mother fanned away bugs all night, catching the thug off guard. With tears glimmering in her eyes, she spins a tragic tale of how her biological father abandoned them, forcing her mother to raise her alone in absolute poverty. Hearing her heartbreaking past, a wave of profound sympathy washes over the thug, reminding him of his own tragic slide into a life of crime. Seizing the moment, Choo-Choo looks up with a trembling gaze, softly asking if he is truly going to end her life right here. Squeezing out fake tears, she whispers that if her death helps his mother buy new clothes, she is willing to sacrifice herself, completely breaking his resolve. Overwhelmed by her pure selflessness, the big thug breaks down into dramatic tears, caught in an agonizing conflict between his greed and his conscience. Wiping his tears, the softened criminal gently urges her to step inside the cabin so the harsh forest insects won't hurt her anymore. Smiling like a sweet angel, Choo-Choo bids her captor a polite goodnight, leaving him crying tears of pure, protective adoration. The moment she turns away, her innocent smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating smirk as she realizes his protective instincts are his ultimate weakness. Creeping through the dark cabin to escape, Choo-Choo is suddenly caught by the second, far more ruthless kidnapper, who demands to know where she thinks she is going. Rough and heartless, the brute aggressively shoves her onto a pile of straw, only for Choo-Choo to quickly claim she saw a blood-covered ghost calling her name outside. The terrifying claim strikes a sudden chord of panic in the cruel thug, his face twisting in horror as he demands she stop talking. Playing the part perfectly, Choo-Choo insists a pretty schoolgirl with pigtails was standing in the shadows, begging to go home. A dark, buried memory flashes in the thug's mind, recalling a terrible crime he committed a year ago in a remote town. The horrific screams of the innocent schoolgirl he once dragged into the bushes echo in his mind, fueling an intense paranoid dread. Leaning in with an eerie, knowing grin, Choo-Choo whispers that the blood-covered girl swore she would never let him go. The air grows freezing cold as the paranoid thug spins around, completely convinced a dark, vengeful spirit is watching from the shadows.
Paralyzed by absolute terror, the brutal kidnapper lets out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing unconscious onto the floor. Looking down at his collapsed body, Choo-Choo scoffs in pure amusement, entirely unimpressed by how easily her psychological trap worked. Hearing the commotion, the first thug rushes inside the room, completely shocked to find his partner passed out on the ground. Seizing the chance to sow discord, Choo-Choo points fearfully toward the door, subtly planting suspicion about their mysterious female boss. She innocently mentions that the woman had given his partner a bottle of water just moments before, leaving the thug to draw his own dark conclusions. Just then, the blue-haired woman steps into the room, complaining about the noise, completely unaware of the deadly suspicion brewing against her. In his mind, the thug visualizes her handing over the poisoned water bottle, convinced she is trying to eliminate them to take the entire ransom. Blinded by rage, the thug hurls the heavy water bottle directly at her face, screaming that he won't let her poison them for the money. Outside, the elite rescue team watches the chaotic infighting unfold, realizing the kidnappers are tearing themselves apart from within. Sitting quietly, Choo-Choo smiles to herself, knowing she has successfully dismantled her captors with a few simple lies. Suddenly, a tactical officer slips through the shadows, gently placing a hand on Choo-Choo's shoulder to initiate the rescue. Armed forces crash through the barricaded doors, catching the bickering criminals completely off guard in a flash of light. Holding them at gunpoint, the tactical team swiftly subdues the panicking kidnappers, securing the perimeter in seconds. Outside the forest, Song Chen arrives in a flurry of police cars, desperately searching the flashing lights for his daughter. Spotting her wrapped in a blanket, Song Chen rushes over, frantically asking the officer if Choo-Choo is unharmed. Choo-Choo looks up and smiles, politely thanking Uncle Song for coming to her rescue, while secretly laughing at his panicked state. The word uncle pierces Song Chen's heart like a dagger, devastating him to realize his own flesh and blood doesn't recognize him as her father. Trying to compose himself, Song Chen kneels down, gently asking Choo-Choo if she wants to know who her real father is. Looking up with a bright, innocent grin, Choo-Choo replies that she already knows exactly where her father is. Song Chen holds his breath, his heart racing with anticipation, hoping she is about to point directly to him. But before he can speak, Choo-Choo drops a devastating truth bomb, completely shattering his expectations. She cheerfully explains that her mother told her that her father was a diver who tragically drowned 5 years ago. Behind her sweet smile, Choo-Choo silently gloats, determined to punish her dog dad for abandoning them before she ever lets him win her over. Suddenly, Manxi runs into the clearing, sobbing hysterically as she pulls her precious daughter into a tight, tearful embrace. Stepping forward to play the protective hero, Song Chen suggests taking the hungry little girl to get some food, as Choo-Choo happily accepts his offer with a secret, devious plan of her own. Seeing Song Chen getting comfortable around Manxi, Zhao Yan's blood boils with pure suspicion, instantly labeling him a calculating predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Across the room, as Manxi and Song Chen happily spoil Choo-Choo with a celebration cake, Cheng Manglu answers his ringing phone, eager to get an update on the captured criminals. On the other end, the field agent reveals a shocking twist. The kidnappers are tearing each other apart over the ransom money, making the entire arrest ridiculously easy. Smiling with deep admiration, the hacker realizes that the chaos was entirely sparked by Choo-Choo's brilliant psychological manipulation, proving she truly is a genius. Oblivious to the praise, Choo-Choo joyfully stuffs her face with strawberry cake, her adorable appearance completely masking her terrifyingly sharp intellect. But her sweet face hardens with annoyance as she spots her uncle recording her mama, instantly planning her next calculated strike of sisterly and motherly protection. Watching her uncle secretly take photos of her mother right in front of her biological father, Choo-Choo can't help but find the chaotic romantic tension hilarious. As the evening winds down, Manxi gently suggests getting Choo-Choo ready for bed, but Song Chen eagerly chimes in, volunteering to spend the entire next day with them. Manxi's heart skips a beat as a wave of panic hits her, terrified that Song Chen's sudden, overwhelming affection means he has finally uncovered Choo-Choo's true identity. Sensing her mother's distress, Choo-Choo swiftly clings to her, loudly rejecting Uncle Song by bringing up his infamous germophobia as the perfect excuse. Seeing Song Chen freeze in absolute despair, Choo-Choo silently gloats, determined to make her dog dad pay every single debt for abandoning her mother for 5 long years. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yan aggressively steps between them, coldly demanding that the CEO leave their house immediately. Defeated and deeply hurt, Song Chen reluctantly agrees to leave, while a polite Gu Manxi offers to walk him out to the dark courtyard. Alone in the quiet night, Gu Manxi directly confronts him, her voice trembling as she demands to know if he plans on tearing Cutie away from her. Caught completely off guard, Song Chen softly reassures her that he would never dream of taking her precious daughter away. To his absolute horror, his reassurance completely backfires as Gu Manxi bursts into dramatic tears, convinced he actually dislikes their little girl. Frantically trying to fix his mistake, Song Chen is left completely baffled by the impossible puzzle of her emotions, realizing he is trapped in a no-win situation. With tears streaming down her face, Gu Manxi fiercely declares that no matter what he thinks, she will protect Cutie with her very life. Staring at her raw vulnerability, a sudden, powerful wave of determination washes over Song Chen, his gaze softening with absolute resolve. Breaking his own rigid boundaries, he reaches out and desperately grabs her hands, refusing to let her pull away from him ever again. Pouring his heart out, Song Chen pleads with her, declaring that Cutie is his flesh and blood too, and that he has spent 5 painful years searching for her. But Gu Manxi coldly shuts him down, bitterly reminding him that his real wife is Cheng Qingyun, refusing to ever be a mere substitute again. Just as Song Chen desperately tries to explain his true feelings, a terrifyingly dark aura fills the air as Zhao Yan appears, menacingly holding a massive meat knife. Driven away by her protective brother, Song Chen is left standing alone in the dark, consumed by bitter regret for the foolish mistakes of his past. Meanwhile, watching from the window with binoculars, Cutie smirks at the tragic romance unfolding, fully aware that she is the only one who can rewrite their miserable destiny. Later that night, Zhao Yan and Gu Manxi review the police report, uncovering a mysterious, highly funded second group of kidnappers originating from the United States. The revelation leaves Gu Manxi completely baffled, struggling to understand how a simple mother and daughter could have been targeted by an international force. But suddenly, a terrifying memory flashes in her mind, raising a chilling suspicion about a ruthless woman from her past. Inside her room, Cutie munches on a snack, instantly deducing that 2 entirely different powerful factions are actively hunting her. Her eyes narrow in anger as she realizes the mastermind behind the American attack is likely her father's toxic ex, Cheng Qingyun. Remembering the details of the original novel, Cutie recalls how the manipulative villainess once ruthlessly drove a pregnant Gu Manxi into exile. She burns with fury, recalling the horrific climax of the original plot, where the cruel woman even had one of Gu Manxi's kidneys forcefully removed. Determined to rewrite history, Cutie furiously slams her hands onto her keyboard, tracking the kidnapper's communication line straight to a mysterious American estate. Suddenly, her screen flashes with a direct, chilling message from the estate's owner, Mariah, inviting her to a showdown at the World Hacking Championship. Choo-Choo's jaw drops in absolute shock as she realizes someone in this world has actually managed to trace and counter her god-level hacking skills. A terrifying theory crosses her mind, wondering if the relentless elite agent who chased her across her past life has somehow reincarnated into this novel as well. Panicking, Choo-Choo types frantically, outraged that her legendary past life rival is now targeting her, even though she is currently just an innocent 5-year-old child. Refusing to back down, Choo-Choo's cute face twists into a terrifying expression of pure rage as she executes a command to completely disable his entire electrical grid. With a cold, dangerous glint in her eyes, she vows to crush the arrogant bastard before he can ever get close to her family. Leaning back, Choo-Choo prepares herself for the inevitable, high-stakes confrontation awaiting her across the ocean. Halfway across the world, the massive Mori Manor is instantly plunged into total darkness, sending his security team into a state of absolute panic. Standing by the window under the moonlight, the elegant, long-haired Mariah smirks at his playing card, instantly recognizing the brilliant, chaotic signature of his favorite rival. The next morning, a bright and cheerful Choo-Choo eats her breakfast happily, completely unaffected by the chaotic cyber warfare she waged the night before. Watching her eat, a gentle Gu Manxi softly asks her daughter if she is finally ready to meet her real father. Choo-Choo hesitates, knowing her mother deserves nothing but absolute happiness after everything she has suffered in the original timeline. Looking up with a sweet grin, Choo-Choo sweetly tells her mother that she is willing to accept her dad, promising to protect her alongside him. Overwhelmed by her daughter's pure love and maturity, Gu Manxi's eyes well up with heavy emotional tears. Pulling her daughter into a tight, emotional embrace, Gu Manxi finally feels a deep sense of peace washing over her fractured life. Outside, a hopeful Song Chen steps out of his car, nervously holding a beautifully wrapped Barbie doll, confident he has found the perfect gift to win over his daughter. He happily smiles to himself, foolishly imagining Choo-Choo screaming with joy and calling him daddy, completely unaware of the brutal psychological games his brilliant daughter has prepared for him. Clutching his carefully wrapped gift, Song Chen is suddenly stopped dead in his tracks by a familiar young voice calling out his name. It is Changqi, who politely questions why the powerful CEO is lingering outside Gu Manxi's residence when he has important matters of his own to attend to. Under the bright sun, jealousy flares in Song Chen's chest as he demands to know why a mere boy is trying to get close to his woman, completely blind to Changqi's true target. Before the tense confrontation can escalate further, the housekeeper warmly welcomes the young master inside, leaving the cold CEO standing helplessly in the courtyard. Left completely ignored, Song Chen can only sheepishly gesture to himself, desperately wondering why he is the only one barred from entering. Suddenly, a mocking voice breaks his self-pity as a motorcycle roars to a halt, and Song Chen looks up to see his bitter rival staring down at him. Standing eye to eye in a suffocating clash of egos, the two men exchange venomous glares, both refusing to yield an inch of ground. The red-haired newcomer's mind flashes back to the past, remembering the very moment he first met the mesmerizing actress who would capture his artistic soul. He had envisioned her rising to the absolute peak of the entertainment industry, her undeniable talent destined to conquer the silver screen under his direction. But before his dream could be realized, Song Chen ruthlessly swept in and dragged her away, forcing her to abandon her shining career and fade into obscurity. He coldly reminds the guilt-ridden CEO of this betrayal, demanding to know how he has the audacity to pursue her again after ruining her life. Inside the warmth of the apartment, the tension of the outside world melts away as Changqi sits with Choo-Choo, happily watching her enjoy a sweet treat. Though she acts sweet, Choo-Choo's sharp mind is actively plotting, wishing the young man had brought her favorite spicy delicacies instead of these boring, sugary snacks. Interrupting her thoughts, the maid enters to announce that a distinguished gentleman has arrived at the door to see Gu Manxi. Hearing the name, Gu Manxi's eyes light up with pure joy as she rushes forward, throwing herself into a warm, desperate embrace with her long-lost mentor. Tears prick her eyes as he holds her close, both of them overwhelmed by the staggering weight of 5 long years of separation. Just outside the doorway, Song Chen freezes in absolute horror, his heart shattering into a million pieces as he witnesses his beloved in another man's arms. Tears stream down the powerful CEO's face as he desperately clutches his rejected gift, reduced to a weeping child begging for a single chance to be let inside. Meanwhile, Changqi tries to win over the little girl by offering his laptop, suggesting she play simple dress-up games to pass the time. But his eyes widen in quiet surprise as the pint-sized genius demands a highly complex, difficult puzzle game instead. As she plays, Choo-Choo recalls the tragic fate that befell Changqi in the original novel, his life cut brutally short by dark, unseen forces. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of protective affection, Choo-Choo vows to use her god-level skills to shield this kind brother from his destined demise. Gu Manxi happily escorts her mentor into the living room, completely oblivious to the dramatic storm brewing outside her front door. She explains that they are temporarily staying at her brother's apartment, entirely unaware that Song Chen is still weeping miserably near the entrance. With a bright smile, she calls Choo-Choo over, eager to introduce her precious daughter to the legendary director. Instantly recognizing him as Liu Shanhei, the incredibly popular second male lead from the original novel, Choo-Choo is stunned by his handsome appearance. But as Liu Shanhei looks down at the young girl, a chilling suspicion takes root in his mind, instantly recognizing her striking resemblance to his bitter rival. Watching Gu Manxi gently wipe her daughter's messy face, his heart aches with profound sorrow, realizing the immense hardships she must have faced raising this child alone. Fury burns hot in his chest as he glares out the window, silently cursing the irresponsible billionaire who abandoned them to struggle in the shadows. Kneeling down, Lu Shanhei promises to bring Choo-Choo whatever her heart desires, only to be caught off guard when she demands advanced gaming figurines instead of normal toys. She casually drops a devastating truth bomb, declaring she has absolutely no interest in cheap Barbie dolls, completely shattering the eavesdropping CEO's spirit. Driven to madness by her brutal rejection, a sobbing Song Chen hurls the expensive doll into the bushes, violently denying he ever bought it in the first place. As night falls, Lu Shanhei prepares to leave, standing by his car as he earnestly begs Gu Manxi to consider his life-changing proposal. He urges her to finally focus on her own dreams and step back into the spotlight, a plea that leaves her deeply conflicted. But before she can process her thoughts, Song Chen emerges from the shadows, desperately pleading with her to believe that she was never a mere substitute to him. Gu Manxi coldly cuts him off with a sharp scream, refusing to listen to his hollow excuses and desperate pleas. Her voice trembles with rage as she reveals a terrifying truth. There are dangerous forces targeting their daughter, and one of them is intimately connected to his inner circle. She bitterly reminds him of the ruthless torment she suffered at the hands of his obsessed admirer, warning him that his presence only invites deadly peril. With a final, devastating warning to stay away forever, she slams the door shut, leaving the clueless CEO standing alone in the dark, desperately wondering who this mysterious admirer could be. Half a month later, Choo-Choo giggles from the upstairs window, watching her surprisingly persistent father spend hours playing with the yard dog just to catch a glimpse of their home. Peering over her script, a cool and composed Gu Manxi instructs her daughter to simply ignore the pathetic billionaire, confident he will eventually tire and leave. Choo-Choo happily gives a thumbs up, thrilled to see her mother transformed into a strong, brilliant woman who is no longer easily manipulated. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and a cheerful Choo-Choo sprints to answer it, expecting her protective uncle to have finally returned. But as the door swings open, her jaw drops in absolute shock to see a haughty, uninvited guest standing on the threshold. It is Zhao Manxi, who immediately pinches Choo-Choo's nose with a fake, cloying sweetness that is completely ruined by her suffocatingly cheap perfume. Striding past the annoyed child, she demands to know if her brother is home, while a wary Gu Manxi eyes her with deep suspicion. Zhao Manxi sneers openly at the cozy apartment, mockingly wondering why her wealthy brother would choose to live in such a rundown place. Her eyes light up with greedy ambition as she spots the movie script on the table, instantly realizing that the famous director Lu Shanhei is within her reach. A devious plan forms in her mind, plotting to use her brother's connections to secure a starring role in the director's next massive blockbuster. She ecstatically imagines her value skyrocketing to the heavens, placing her right beside her beloved Song Chen in a glorious, unstoppable rise to power. Drunk on her own delusion, Zhao Manxi loses herself in a dazzling fantasy of becoming a sensational movie star, capturing the heart of the powerful Song Chen and slipping a giant diamond ring onto her finger. She can already see herself sitting atop a mountain of endless wealth, crowned as the undisputed lady boss of the mighty Song Group. But her glorious daydream is instantly shattered when the sharp-tongued Choo-Choo cold-bloodedly calls her non-recyclable trash, triggering an immediate explosion of silent rage. Trembling with fury, Manxi frantically forces her rage down, desperately reminding herself to protect her perfect makeup and not let a mere child break her composure. Spying the movie script on the table, a venomous smirk returns to her face as she mockingly accuses Gu Manxi of using family connections to beg for a cheap cameo. She sneers openly at her sister, declaring with utmost confidence that a disgraced outcast like her has absolutely no future in acting. Puffing up her chest, Manxi boasts about her own superior charms, bragging that the famous director Lu himself was so captivated by her that he personally begged for her business card. She continues her relentless verbal assault, cruelly reminding Manxi that she is nothing but an uneducated mother whose prime years were wasted raising a child. Suddenly, a sharp snap cuts her off as Gu Manxi slams her script shut, while Choo-Choo delivers a biting, icy command for her annoying aunt to finally shut her mouth. While a joyful Choo-Choo bounds toward the door, Manxi stands frozen in absolute disbelief, silently cursing the unbearable arrogance of the mother-daughter duo.
The front door swings open to reveal the legendary, fiery director Lu Shan-hei, immediately asking how the script reading is progressing. The tense room is instantly filled with warmth as Manxi and Choo eagerly welcome the great director into their home. Manxi's jaw drops in horror as she watches the notoriously unapproachable director warmly present Choo with an expensive, highly sought-after gaming figurine. Panic grips Manxi's heart as she realizes the terrifying reality. The cold, elite director is incredibly, inexplicably close to the very family she just insulted.
Desperate to salvage the situation, Manxi slaps on her most seductive smile, eagerly introducing herself as the younger sister of the wealthy Zhao Yan.
But her desperate charm offensive is brutally crushed when director Lu barely spares her a passing glance, completely icing her out of the conversation.
Turning his back to the humiliated girl, Lu Shan-hei eagerly focuses all his attention on Manxi, desperately wanting to hear her profound insights on his script. Behind them, Manxi's face contorts with dark, malicious glee, convinced that the uneducated outcast is about to dig her own grave by attempting to criticize a master's work. Seizing her chance to strike, Manxi mockingly interjects, fake apologizing to the director for her sister's lack of education and inevitable mistakes. She shamelessly attempts to steal the spotlight, boasting about her own refined tastes and offering to rewrite the complex scenes herself. But her grand scheme backfires spectacularly when Lu Shan-hei announces with absolute delight that he will proudly incorporate all of Manxi's brilliant suggestions. Completely blind to the rising danger, a desperate Manxi tries to force herself into the project, pleading to serve as Manxi's personal revision assistant. The director's face turns deathly cold, sending a sudden jolt of sheer terror straight down Manxi's spine as she desperately backtracks. Unable to endure her grating presence for another second, Lu Shan-hei erupts into a terrifying roar, ordering her to shut her mouth. He fiercely snaps that her annoying, high-pitched chatter has given him a massive headache, reducing the arrogant socialite to a trembling, tearful mess. With a curt nod to Manxi, the director marches off to review the brilliant revisions, leaving a thoroughly defeated Manxi standing in his wake. Seething with a toxic, venomous rage, Manxi storms out, unable to comprehend why the untouchable director treats a disgraced mother with such gentle respect. Her twisted mind immediately jumps to the dirtiest conclusion, bitterly convinced that Manxi must be using disgusting, seductive tricks in bed to keep the director satisfied. Sensing the toxic thoughts radiating from her guest, Manxi turns around, her emerald green eyes flashing with a dangerous, warning glare. Stepping closer, Manxi sneers with utter malice, whispering a disgusting, vile accusation about Manxi selling her body to the director. The final line has been crossed. A furious Manxi instantly commands her to get out, but the smug socialite only laughs at her anger. Before another insult can escape Manxi's lips, a tiny shadow lunges forward, and Choo sinks her sharp teeth deep into her hand with feral fury. Nursing her hand, Manxi shrieks in agony as the tiny genius mockingly warns her that next time she will unleash the ferocious yard dog to tear her apart. Sobbing and screaming in pain, Manxi runs for her life, vowing that her powerful brother will ruthlessly destroy them both. As the front door slams shut, Manxi gently places a hand on her daughter's shoulder, her voice filled with deep maternal concern. She softly chides her daughter, desperately wishing to shield her precious child from the ugly, venomous realities of the adult world. But looking at her daughter's fiercely protective face, a powerful realization washes over Manxi. She can no longer afford to remain a passive victim. With her brilliant eyes blazing with an unbreakable resolve, she vows to reclaim her career and silence every single detractor with undeniable talent. Watching her mother's powerful awakening, Choo's heart swells with joy, knowing that a strong, self-reliant mother is the ultimate weapon against manipulative men. A few days later, a smug Song Chen drives down the road, gleefully planning to use his daughter to provoke his bitter artistic rival. From her car seat, the brilliantly perceptive Choo sees right through his pathetic scheme, silently mocking his desperate attempt to show off. Eager to validate his status, Song Chen nervously glances back and demands to know who she loves more, her rich dad or Uncle Lu. Choo merely giggles at his childish insecurity, effortlessly dodging the trap by declaring she loves both of them equally. The childish answer strikes a devastating blow to the powerful CEO's massive ego, reducing him to silent, tearful misery. As he weeps in the driver's seat, Song Shen bitterly realizes that winning his daughter's true affection is going to be a long, brutal battle. Meanwhile, inside the tense audition studio, a script is violently hurled onto a desk, shattering the silence like a gunshot. Director Liu Shan-he stands in a towering rage, ruthlessly throwing out a pathetic actor and demanding they bring him real talent. Though his exhausted assistant desperately begs him to take a lunch break, the relentless perfectionist refuses to stop until he finds the perfect cast. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the cue, and the fierce, terrifying director is instantly frozen in absolute shock. In a split second, his murderous glare completely melts into a bright, overjoyed smile as he catches sight of his favorite little genius. Meeting his favorite little genius, director Liu Shan-he drops his fierce demeanor, doting on Choo-Choo with a warm, genuine smile that no one on his set has ever seen before. The director's exhausted assistant lets out a sigh of relief, jokingly pointing out that Choo-Choo must have known her favorite uncle hadn't eaten lunch yet and came to rescue him. Choo-Choo beams with absolute joy, proudly confirming she is indeed starving and ready to enjoy a delicious meal with him. Seizing the moment, a doting Liu Shan-he immediately calls for a studio-wide lunch break, ordering a lavish deluxe feast with a special kids' meal to be delivered without delay. But the warm atmosphere instantly freezes as Liu Shan-he's sharp gaze locks onto a shadow lingering in the background, his expression hardening with cold suspicion. Before another word can be spoken, a pair of strong arms suddenly scoop Choo-Choo up from behind, snatching her away in a swift, protective motion. It is Song Chen, holding his daughter with a smug, victorious grin, proudly announcing he merely brought her out for a weekend stroll after she finished her homework. Seeking to completely dismantle his artistic rival's ego, the arrogant CEO boastfully asks if the director is jealous of their rapidly growing father-daughter bond. The tense standoff is temporarily interrupted as a magnificent spread of gourmet food and fine wine is laid out before them, filling the room with mouth-watering aromas. The assistant playfully encourages Choo-Choo to make sure her Uncle Lou eats his fill, prompting the witty child to jokingly label him her favorite chubby uncle. Lovingly placing a piece of meat into Liu Shan-he's bowl, Choo-Choo sweet talks the director about taking care of his health, driving a stake of pure jealousy straight through Song Chen's heart. Desperate for a shred of her affection, Song Chen pathetic pities himself by claiming he has a weak stomach, ecstatic when Choo-Choo finally feeds him a bite of his own. Choo-Choo can only sweat drop in utter disbelief, quietly judging her incredibly powerful yet hilariously childish father for being so easily manipulated by a single piece of meat. The brief moment of domestic peace is broken when Song Chen's phone rings, forcing the busy CEO to step away to handle an urgent business call. Simultaneously, a crew member approaches Liu Shan-he with a pressing script question, drawing the director away and leaving Choo-Choo entirely unattended at the table. Finding herself suddenly alone, Choo-Choo's throat feels dry, and she decides to find a refreshing drink to wash down her heavy lunch. Her eyes lock on to the sleek refrigerator standing in the corner of the studio, completely unaware of the lethal danger lurking around it. Reaching out with her tiny hand, she firmly grips the cold metal handle and pulls the heavy door open. A sharp, mechanical click echoes through the quiet space, an ominous spring-loaded trigger that instantly sets a terrifying trap into motion. Instantly, she looks up with wide, terrified eyes, realizing something massive is plunging down from the ceiling. A heavy, metallic studio spotlight breaks from its mount, hurtling straight down toward the helpless child with lethal force. Across the room, Liu Shan-he and his crew turn around just in time to witness the impending disaster, their hearts stopping in pure horror. Without a single thought for his own safety, a brave staff member named Zhang lunges forward, desperately throwing his own body over Choo-Choo to shield her. A deafening crash echoes through the studio as the heavy light shatters over them, sending wooden planks and metal fragments flying everywhere. As the dust settles, a battered and bleeding Zhang-Chi cradles the shaken little girl, frantically asking if she is hurt anywhere. Pure chaos erupts as a horrified Song Chen and Liu Shan-he rush over to the wreckage, screaming for an ambulance to be called immediately. Minutes later, they arrive at the towering city hospital, the air thick with suffocating tension as they await the doctor's diagnosis. The doctor finally emerges, delivering the immense relief that Choo-Choo has escaped with only minor scrapes and bruises, much to her father's profound gratitude. Clutching his dazed daughter tightly, a deeply shaken Song-Chen vows to keep her safe under his strict personal observation. But the doctor's solemn expression quickly returns, warning them that Zhang-Chi's condition is far more critical and requires immediate surgery to remove glass shards. Gritting his teeth in fury, Song-Chen turns on Lu Shanhei, coldly pointing out that his massive financial investment last year should have guaranteed top-tier safe equipment. Offended by the accusation, Lu Shanhei fiercely defends his studio, ordering his trembling assistant to explain their rigorous 3-day safety inspection routine. Song-Chen refuses to buy it, erupting in a towering rage as he rejects the pathetic excuse that this life-threatening event was a mere accident. Seeing the adults on the verge of a fistfight, Choo-Choo chimes in with a sweet, innocent smile, pointing out that Uncle Lu was incredibly lucky today. The room falls dead silent as the tiny genius drops a bombshell, revealing she clearly heard a suspicious spring-loaded click just before the fridge door opened. A cold shiver runs down Song-Chen's spine as he turns to Lu, asking if the director was the one who was originally supposed to open that specific refrigerator. Lu Shanhei's face turns pale as the terrifying truth sinks in. That private fridge is used exclusively by him, meaning he was the actual target of an assassination attempt. Trembling with rage, Lu Shanhei barks orders at his assistant to call the police, lock down the crime scene, and seize all surveillance footage immediately. But Song-Chen snaps at him to shut his mouth, furiously shielding Choo-Choo's ears and berating the director for discussing murder plots in front of a child. Dragging Lu Shanhei aside, Song-Chen drops his voice to an icy whisper, demanding they protect the innocent child from the dark details of this conspiracy. The two powerful men begin a grim discussion of who could have possessed the sheer malice to target the famous director. Lu Shanhei bitterly admits he has accumulated countless enemies over his long career, making it impossible to narrow down the suspects. Watching them boast childishly about who has more enemies, Choo-Choo can only roll her eyes, secretly mocking them as amateurs compared to her legendary past life as a lethal assassin. Suddenly, the hospital door bursts open, and a pale, frantic Gu Manxi rushes into the room with terror written all over her face. Kneeling down, the panicked mother desperately checks her daughter for injuries, while Choo-Choo quickly tries to soothe her by praising the brave uncle who saved her. Behind them, Song-Chen and Lu Shanhei exchange a tense, silent glance, instantly agreeing that they must keep the murder plot a secret to protect Manxi from danger. Slapping on his best fake smile, Song-Chen reassures Manxi that it was merely a freak technical malfunction due to negligence on the studio's part. But his soft excuses only fuel Gu Manxi's rage as she fiercely confronts the billionaire, reminding him of his repeated promises to take absolute care of their daughter. The high and mighty CEO stands completely frozen, his massive pride melting away as he quietly bows his head and softly utters a shocking apology. Gu Manxi's jaw drops in utter disbelief as she stares at the legendary, untouchable tycoon, unable to comprehend how the arrogant Song-Chen could ever humble himself so completely. Softening his tone in a desperate bid to show his gentle, domestic side, Song-Chen brightly offers to peel a fresh apple for Choo-Choo and Gu Manxi while they wait for proper food to arrive. With painstaking, laser-focused precision, his steady hands slide the blade beneath the red skin, slowly carving a flawless, unbroken ribbon of peel away from the fruit. Staring in quiet disbelief, Gu Manxi softly notes that the powerful billionaire never used to know how to peel apples, prompting Song-Chen to proudly declare he learned it specifically for this. Internally basking in his own perceived brilliance, the CEO smugly imagines his late-night practice sessions finally paying off, certain that this touching display will melt Manxi's cold heart. With a triumphant flourish, he presents a perfectly clean, pristine apple, expecting immediate adoration and praise for his masterclass in domestic service. But instead of being touched, Gu Manxi remains utterly silent, staring at the peeled fruit as she bitterly recalls that this obsessive, clean freak workaholic used to refuse to even touch unpeeled fruit. Her expression instantly sours as she delivers a devastating blow, dryly assuming he must have mastered the skill years ago to take care of his sick, beloved childhood sweetheart, Miss Cheng. Song-Chen's smug demeanor completely shatters into frantic panic as he wildly denies the accusation, desperately babbling that he only started practicing 2 weeks ago and that it has absolutely nothing to do with Cheng Cheng-yoon.
Watching her supposedly cold, calculated father turn into a sweating, goofy husky of a man, Choo-Choo can only sweat drop in sheer exasperation at his pathetic attempt to show off. Realizing that her father's legendary, untouchable aura has been completely reduced to a comedic farce, Choo-Choo squeezes her teddy bear, plotting how to navigate this increasingly bizarre family dynamic. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, the attending physician delivers the reassuring news that Zhang-Chi's wounds are superficial and that the brave man will make a full recovery in just a week or two. The tense atmosphere instantly brightens as Manxi and Choo-Choo burst into the ward, the grateful child eagerly running toward her savior with wide, shining eyes. Offering a vibrant bouquet of flowers, Manxi warmly thanks him for his heroism, leaving a heavily bandaged Zhang-Chi completely starstruck and stuttering in absolute shock. Staring at her face in pure disbelief, the dazed man suddenly gasps, asking if she is none other than Guru Oxy, the legendary rising star who mysteriously vanished from the entertainment industry 5 years ago. Taken aback by the sudden recognition, Manxi lets out a gentle, soft laugh, genuinely touched that someone still remembers her former stage name. Nodding softly, she confirms her past identity, admitting that while she once went by Gu Ruoxi in showbiz, her true and permanent name is Gu Manxi. Zhang-Chi practically explodes with ecstatic joy, wildly declaring that he has been a devoted, passionate fan of hers ever since her brilliant, unforgettable performance in The Blossoms of Youth. Observing his fanatical excitement, Choo-Choo's sharp mind immediately starts scanning her memories of the original tragic novel, recalling that this seemingly minor actor was barely a footnote in the script. She bitterly remembers his tragic fate, how he briefly shot to fame under Liu Shanhei, only to be ruined by a fabricated cheating scandal that left him divorced, broke, and ultimately dying from extreme overwork. Narrowing her eyes in deep suspicion, Choo-Choo begins to wonder if his ultimate downfall was actually a cruel, coordinated frame-up orchestrated by a hidden enemy. Deeply grateful to the man who took a literal metal spotlight for her, Choo-Choo silently vows to uncover the truth of his background and protect him when the time is right. Seizing the momentum, Liu Shanhei patronizingly tells Zhang-Chi to focus on resting, dropping a massive bombshell that Gu Manxi is the official female lead of his upcoming blockbuster. Hearing this, Choo-Choo looks up at her mother with wide, curious eyes, innocently asking if she used to be a real actress back in the day. Beaming with pride, the sweet little girl proudly declares that her beautiful mother is destined to be a massive superstar, before asking why she ever stopped acting. The innocent question drives a stake of pure dread straight through Gu Manxi's heart, leaving her sweating nervously and completely unable to find the right words. Breaking the heavy silence, Liu Shanhei bitterly steps in, bluntly explaining to Choo-Choo that her mother was a phenomenal actress whose brilliant career was tragically ruined by a total jerk. The director's face twists into a terrifying, murderous scowl as he fiercely demands to know why Manxi didn't just ask him for financial help back then, instead of throwing her life away for the cold-blooded bastard Song Chen. Sensing the conversation is turning dangerously personal and inappropriate for a child, a flustered Gu Manxi quickly bids the director farewell, dragging a protesting Choo-Choo out under the guise of kindergarten homework. But as they step into the hospital corridor, they run directly into a stylish, blonde-haired young man who smoothly calls out to them in mock surprise. Demanding to know why they are roaming around his family's private hospital, young Master Cheng is quickly requested by Liu Shanhei to ensure that Zhang-Chi receives the absolute best medical care. The handsome youth remains completely stoic, his cold, violet eyes slowly drifting down to lock onto the bandaged arm of the silent little girl. Internally, a wave of profound relief washes over him as he notes that her injuries are mercifully minor, though his face remains an unreadable mask of absolute indifference. Offering a curt, distant nod, the young master abruptly excuses himself to attend to urgent business, turning on his heel and walking away without another word. Choo-Choo stares after his departing figure in utter bewilderment, highly suspicious of why this boy, who is supposed to be desperately pursuing her mother, didn't even look at Manxi today. Her sharp, analytical mind spins with doubt as she notes that he completely ignored a perfect golden opportunity to play the hero and impress her mother after an accident. Meanwhile, out of Choo-Choo's earshot, the young master's assistant catches up to him, quietly reporting that the surveillance footage from the hospital room proves the studio incident was a deliberate attack.
The assistant adds that the lethal trap was almost certainly intended to assassinate Director Liu, meaning the innocent Gu Chu was merely a victim of terrible collateral damage. A dark, protective scowl crosses the boy's face as he bitterly realizes that despite her secret, legendary past life as a lethal assassin, this version of Gu Chu is still just a vulnerable 5-year-old child. His eyes flash with dangerous intensity as he realizes this tragic novel is filled with too many chaotic, unpredictable variables, forcing him to find a way to take control of the situation immediately. Sometime later, the heavy tension shifts to a beautiful, sunlit residential building as a bright, cheerful voice rings out from the entrance. It is Song Chen, practically glowing with domestic pride as he marches into the house, proudly presenting bags of fresh seafood and vegetables to nurse Choo Choo back to health. While the starstruck housekeeper praises the billionaire's shocking humility, a sharp, repetitive buzzing from his phone abruptly shatters the warm, peaceful atmosphere. On the other end of the line, a grim Liu Shanhei reveals he has personally tracked down the culprit who sabotaged his private refrigerator, a bitter, washed-up actor named Zhang Rui. Liu Shanhei's voice drops to an icy purr as he explains he has already lured the unsuspecting target back to the studio under the pretense of a fake audition, inviting Song Chen to join the hunt. Song Chen's eyes instantly narrow with lethal, terrifying rage as he turns to Gu Manxi, smoothly inventing a sudden business emergency that requires his immediate attention. Masking his deadly intentions with a bright, charming smile, the scheming CEO promises to return shortly to cook her a delicious homemade dinner before heading out the door. Watching him leave, the sweet housekeeper Aunt Zhao can't help but gush to Manxi about how the cold, untouchable tycoon is completely transforming, even going so far as to secretly ask her for cooking recipes. She continues to beam, entirely convinced that Song Chen's persistent, devoted efforts are a heartwarming sign that he is truly desperate to win back her heart. Trying to ignore the complicated swarm of emotions rising within her, Gu Manxi quietly requests Aunt Zhao to prepare the vegetables while she slips away to check on Choo Choo's homework. Stepping into the quiet hallway, Gu Manxi softly calls out her daughter's name as she approaches the closed door, completely unaware of the dangerous web of conspiracies unfolding around them. Inside the quiet house, Gu Manxi pushes open Choo Choo's bedroom door, her eyes scanning the empty space in mounting concern as she realizes her notoriously mischievous daughter is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, miles away from the peaceful home, sleek cars speed down the highway, racing toward the studio where a dangerous confrontation is about to unfold. Hidden away in the pitch-black darkness of a car truck, Choo Choo's eyes gleam with excitement as she realizes her overprotective father is heading straight for the culprit who sabotaged the studio. Curled up comfortably in the tight space, the brilliant child lets out a mischievous smirk, eager to witness the total destruction of whichever fool dared to threaten her family's safety. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic tapping sound echoes from the back of the sedan, instantly catching Song Chen's attention and causing the sharp tycoon to frown in deep suspicion. Pulling over in a hurry, Song Chen flings open the trunk, his heart stopping in sheer shock as he is greeted by his daughter's cheerful, beaming face. Stunned into temporary silence, the powerful CEO can only blink in disbelief, desperately demanding to know why on earth his precious daughter was hiding in his trunk. Gently lifting her out, Song Chen's stern parental instincts clash with his overwhelming worry as he fiercely lectures her on how incredibly dangerous her little stunt was. But Choo Choo merely wraps her arms around him, flashing her most dazzling, innocent smile as she sweet-talks her way out of trouble, claiming she only wanted to be near her beloved father. The adorable display hits Song Chen like a physical blow, completely shattering his cold, imposing facade and instantly melting his heart into mush. Overwhelmed by absolute adoration, the doting father cradles Choo Choo close like an absolute angel, internally weeping over how precious she is while desperately pleading with her never to scare him like that again. Arriving at the target location, Song Chen marches into the room holding his daughter, earning a highly skeptical look from director Liu Shanhei, who demands to know why a child was brought to a crime scene. Sensing the impending adult confrontation, the clever director quickly shifts his tone, smoothly offering Choo Choo a high-tech laptop and inviting her to play in a nearby quiet room. Assured that she is safe and occupied, the two men watch as a staff member leads Choo Choo away, unaware that the brilliant girl is already planning to monitor their every move.
Once the door closes, Liu Shanhei's face hardens as he reveals he easily lured the culprit, Zhang Rui, back to the studio with a fake audition before showing him the damning security footage. Song Chen's eyes narrow as he sits down, pointing out that a washed-up, bitter actor would never have the resources or nerve to pull off such a lethal sabotage entirely on his own. Liu Shanhei grimly agrees, noting that in their highly competitive industry, Song Chen's empire controls nearly the entire market, leaving only one ruthless competitor desperate enough to strike, Wang Entertainment. A dark, calculative silence fills the room as Song Chen crosses his legs, his voice dropping to a low, icy whisper as he vows to personally look into the matter. If Wang Entertainment really is behind this cowardly attack, they have crossed a line from which there is absolutely no return. Resting his hand against his forehead, the powerful tycoon allows his mask of civility to slip, unleashing a suffocating wave of pure, unadulterated malice. His eyes flash with a dangerous, lethal intensity, cementing a silent promise that whoever targeted his family will pay with their complete and utter ruin. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Choo-Choo sits with heavy-duty headphones clamped over her ears, sipping her juice while casually listening to the audio feed and admiring her father's terrifying, badass aura. Back in the main room, a bruised and terrified Zhang Rui is brought to his knees in heavy handcuffs, surrounded by muscular guards as the director's team prepares to hand him over to the authorities. Thrashed and desperate, the captured saboteur wildly screams at Liu Shanhei, bitterly demanding to know why the director picked Zhang Qi over him when they were supposed to be equals. Liu Shanhei scoffs in disgust, dryly listing Zhang Rui's pathetic work ethic, heavy partying, and lack of dedication, compared to Zhang Qi's relentless training and flawless discipline. Losing his temper completely, the fierce director grabs Zhang Rui by his collar, dragging him upward as he fiercely roars at the worthless actor's sheer incompetence. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Liu Shanhei promises the trembling culprit that his acting career is officially over and that he can spend his remaining days rotting inside a cold prison cell. Stepping into the light, Song Chen looms over the cowering man like a grim reaper, coldly warning him that if he is playing the lapdog for the Wang family, his punishment will transcend the legal system. Zhang Rui's face pales to a ghostly white as he frantically denies the accusation, completely suffocated by the CEO's overwhelming murderous aura. Leaning in close, Song Chen delivers a chilling, low-voiced ultimatum, making it clear that since Zhang Rui dared to endanger his beloved daughter, his life is effectively forfeit. As the guards drag the screaming, begging saboteur away, Choo-Choo watches the live feed from her laptop, dryly noting that the fool is headed for a long, miserable life behind bars. But her brilliant, analytical mind doesn't stop there. She realizes that a low-level actor like Zhang Rui is merely a disposable pawn, meaning she must dig deeper to find the real mastermind. Cracking her knuckles, her tiny fingers fly across the keyboard, hacking into the dark web to uncover a highly suspicious transfer of $1 million directly into Zhang Rui's secret bank account. Letting out a tired yawn, the little girl marvels at the sheer audacity of Wang Entertainment, wondering if they are truly foolish enough to believe they can escape her father's wrath. Her bright eyes turn incredibly serious as she realizes that since Liu Shanhei escaped unharmed, the enemy will almost certainly strike again, potentially putting her mother in direct danger. A brilliant plan begins to form in her head. She decides to discreetly leak the incriminating evidence to her father and the powerful families, letting them do the bloody work of crushing the Wangs for her. Grinning mischievously at the thought of acting as the silent puppet master, she looks up as the door suddenly clicks open, expecting Director Liu to walk in. But her victorious smile instantly freezes as she turns around, her breath catching in her throat at the sight of an unexpected guest. Standing in the doorway is a staggeringly handsome young man with striking silver blue hair, his piercing gaze locking onto the child with cool, unreadable intensity. Choo-Choo's jaw drops in utter shock as her encyclopedic knowledge of the original tragic novel instantly triggers, identifying the newcomer as none other than Zhang Cheng, the legendary best actor who secretly harbors a deep love for Gu Manxi. The top moneymaker of Wang Entertainment stares down at the small girl, his cold expression completely blank as he quietly wonders who this little kid is. Feeling a sudden, chilling hostility radiating from the handsome actor, Choo-Choo sweats nervously, highly confused as to why a grown man would hold an apparent grudge against a 5-year-old child. An excruciating, dead silence stretches across the room as the two sit on opposite ends of the couch, the suffocatingly awkward tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Desperate to break the ice and protect her identity, Choo-Choo puts on her most innocent, adorable voice, politely introducing herself as a harmless 5-year-old named Gu-Chu. Jung Chang remains completely stoic, offering a curt, distant nod before coolly asking her if she knows where Director Liu is hiding. Right on cue, the door swings open as Lu Shanhei and Song Chen march back into the room, surprised to find their top star waiting for them without any prior warning. Flashing a rare, polite smile, Jang Chang hands over a premium gift bag, smoothly explaining that a high-end brand sent him imported, high-grade honey that he wanted to share with them.
Turning his sharp gaze back to Choo-Choo, Lu Shanhei kindly tells the little girl to take one of the precious jars home for her mother, noting how incredibly hard Gu Manxi has been working lately. He warmly adds that drinking warm honey water daily is perfect for rejuvenating her skin, completely oblivious to Song Chen standing in the background, his face twisting into a furious, jealous scowl at this sudden domestic gesture. Keeping her adorable act flawlessly intact, Choo-Choo beams with a sweet, innocent smile as she loudly thanks the director, while her mind frantically calculates how this new, dangerously handsome rival will disrupt her family's fragile dynamic. Sitting in the heavy silence, Choo-Choo's sharp mind immediately starts dissecting the atmosphere, her eyes shifting toward Jang Chang as she senses a deeply hidden current beneath his cool facade. With her brilliant analytical senses fully activated, the clever child realizes that this top-tier actor is showing a level of concern for Director Liu that goes far beyond a simple professional relationship. Before she can dig any deeper, the heavy atmosphere is shattered as Song Chen steps forward with icy authority, coldly rejecting Jang Chang's high-grade gift and declaring that Gu Manxi needs absolutely nothing from him. The rejection instantly sparks a fierce clash of egos, with the stubborn director loudly defending his right to support the hardworking mother, completely ignoring the billionaire's territorial rage as the room descends into a chaotic shouting match. Suddenly, the shrill chime of a video call rings out, instantly cutting through the noise and causing Song Chen to freeze in sheer panic as he sees Gu Manxi's name flashing on a screen. Swiping the screen with trembling fingers, Song Chen is greeted by a frantic, breathless Gu Manxi, who desperately demands to know if their mischievous daughter is anywhere near him. Sensing her cue, Choo-Choo pops into the frame with a brilliantly innocent smile, cheerfully admitting that she snuck into her father's trunk just to go on a little adventure. The words hit Song Chen like a burst of pure euphoria, his heart swelling to its absolute limits at the realization that his precious baby girl actually wanted to spend time with him. Completely lost in a doting daze, the powerful tycoon silently celebrates, convinced that their precious father-daughter bond has just reached an ultimate unbreakable level. But his joy is instantly crushed as Gu Manxi's stern voice roars through the speaker, commanding him to send their daughter home immediately and leaving the terrifying CEO utterly powerless as he desperately tries to soothe her anger. Watching the chaotic domestic display from the sidelines, Lu Shanhei's expression darkens, a wave of profound unease washing over him at the sight of the powerful couple acting so close. His worry deepens as he recalls a dangerous variable in the shadow of their reunion, Cheng Qing-yun, Song Chen's ruthless and calculated fiancé, who will certainly not let this intrusion go unpunished. Meanwhile, Jung Cheng's razor-sharp eyes narrow in deep suspicion, his brilliant mind racing as he quietly questions the true identity of Guchu's mother and why the director is so fiercely protective of her. Attempting to steer the conversation back to business, Lu Shanhei casually mentions Choo-Choo's undeniable star power, hinting that he wants to cast her in a crucial, highly sought-after role in his upcoming film. A knowing smirk plays on the director's lips as he leans back, playfully teasing Jang Chang that while he has met Choo-Choo's mother before, her true identity must remain a closely guarded secret. The word secret instantly triggers a spark of intense intrigue in the silver-haired actor, his curiosity piqued by the director's unusual secrecy. Observing Lu Shanhei's genuine, relaxed laughter, Jang Chang realizes with sudden shock that the bitter director hasn't smiled like this since the legendary actress Gu Ruoxi vanished from the industry years ago. A subtle, burning wave of jealousy flares within the handsome star, realizing that this mysterious mother has the unique power to lower the director's impenetrable defenses. Meanwhile, miles away at the towering, gleaming headquarters of Song Group Entertainment Media, a storm of high society tension is silently brewing.
Inside a luxurious, sunlit VIP lounge, two elegant women sit across from one another, the delicate clinking of teacups masking a heavy, unspoken anxiety.
Setting down her cup, the stylish manager Yetji breaches the awkward silence, curious as to why Song Chen did not accompany his gorgeous fiancée on her visit today. Cheng Qingyuan's perfect composure cracks slightly as she stirs her tea, dryly dismissing the question while hiding her deep frustration over being shut out of her fiancé's daily business.
Masking her insecurity with a sharp, dazzling smile, the elite heiress claims she merely wanted to check in on her friend's progress, but her tense posture betrays her inner turmoil. Behind her cold, violet eyes, a dark panic festers. Ever since that woman vanished 5 years ago, Song Chen has become entirely unpredictable, making her grasp on the title of fiancé feel incredibly fragile.
Yueshi quickly attempts to soothe her, offering lavish praise about the director's upcoming masterpiece and promising that Cheng Qingyun's career is about to soar to unprecedented heights.
But as Yuizi's smile turns calculating, she begins to prod about the production's casting, her eyes flashing with a mix of professional curiosity and hidden ambition. She bluntly questions why a star of Cheng Qingyun's caliber settled for the second lead, demanding to know the identity of the mysterious actress who managed to steal the main role from right under their noses. Right on cue, the lounge door swings open as an assistant rushes in, breathless and trembling as she announces that director Liu has just released the official promotional poster for the female lead. Snatching the digital tablet, Yuji's eyes scan the screen, noting with mounting dread that the chosen actress is an absolute newcomer named Manxi. But as the official poster loads, revealing a breathtakingly gorgeous woman holding a delicate fan, the image radiates a familiar, suffocating elegance that commands the entire room. The tablet slips from Yuji's grasp as her face pales to a ghostly white, her eyes widening in absolute horror as a ghost from her past stares back at her. Sensing her friend's sudden, extreme terror, Cheng Qingyun frowns in deep confusion, demanding to know what could possibly cause such a violent reaction. Grabbing the screen, the elite fiancé looks down, her breath instantly catching in her throat as her heart stops in sheer, unadulterated shock. A suffocating wave of rage and panic floods her mind as she stares at the face of the woman she spent years destroying and exiling from the high-stakes entertainment world.
The beautiful image of Gu Manxi becomes a mocking reminder of her greatest threat, forcing Cheng Qingyun to confront the terrifying reality that her carefully constructed empire is on the verge of collapse. Yueji erupts in a frantic, screaming panic, bitterly recalling the absolute fortune they spent years ago to completely erase every single trace and photograph of Gu Rioxi from the face of the internet.
Pacing the room in a frenzy, the manager rants that this sudden, unwelcome return is a direct threat designed to steal the spotlight and snatch back everything they fought so hard to steal.
Gritting her teeth with lethal, cold determination, Cheng Qingyun's eyes flash with murderous intent as she vows that if she successfully crushed Gu Roshi once, she will gladly do it again. Back in the safety of their peaceful home, the oblivious Gu Manxi prepares to head to the studio, offering her daughter a warm, reassuring smile. Waving goodbye as she steps toward Liu Shanhei's waiting car, the doting mother playfully warns Choo-Choo to stay put and diligently complete her arts and crafts homework before she returns. As the car speeds away, Choo-Choo is left standing in the quiet living room, her bright, mischievous face instantly dropping into a look of absolute soul-crushing dread. Collapsing onto the table, the brilliant dark web hacking child internally weeps in utter misery, questioning why a ruthless villainess of her caliber is being forced to cut out adorable paper ducks. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps catches her attention, and she looks up to see a handsome young boy entering the room like an absolute savior sent from above. Her eyes sparkling with hope, Choo-Choo instantly activates her most adorable, helpless voice, pleading with her dear brother Cheng-Chi to rescue her from the clutches of her crafting nightmare. The sudden, overwhelming attack of pure cuteness hits the young Cheng-Chi like a physical blow, his cheeks flushing bright red as he helplessly agrees to her request. Taking the scissors with practiced, calm grace, the handsome young boy begins to meticulously cut the colored paper, his sharp focus entirely devoted to making Choo-Choo happy. Watching him work, Choo-Choo's analytical mind can't help but admire his striking looks, musing that if this loyal protector were just a few years older, her doting dog dad would face some seriously lethal competition. As they work side by side, Choo-Choo casually mentions that her mother is having dinner with director Liu and won't be back until very late tonight. In her mind, a mischievous, highly calculative smirk forms as she realizes Chang-Chi's true motive for visiting is her beautiful mother, though she pities him since both her overprotective father and Uncle Lu stand firmly in his way. But her smug victory is instantly shattered as Chang-Chi turns to her with a gentle, incredibly loaded smile, casually asking if there is a special boy in her class that she has a crush on, leaving the brilliant girl completely frozen in utter, speechless panic. Stunned by the unexpected question, Choo-Choo can only blink in absolute shock as her brilliant mind scrambles to find a proper response to his sudden curiosity. As she hesitates, the mysterious young boy's mind drifts back to the notorious Red Ace case, a dangerous game of cat and mouse that changed his life forever. He vividly remembers the legendary thief, a brilliant 18-year-old girl wrapped in a red dress who completely turned his world upside down with her elegance and sheer audacity. Snapping back to the present, Chang-Chi gently leans in, his soft voice pressing the little girl for an answer about her ideal boy. Choo-Choo's cheeks flush with color as she clutches her glue stick, desperately trying to analyze what kind of boy actually deserves her attention. The image of a handsome, dark uniformed fighter who cooks, races cars, and flies planes flashes through her mind, leaving her in absolute panic as she realizes she is describing the formidable Shen Si. Observing her hilarious inner crisis, Chang-Chi offers a warm, knowing smile, playfully praising her exceptionally high standards. In his mind, the description sounds identical to the chaotic, brilliant thief he has spent years chasing, proving that the legendary Red Ace is still very much alive in his memory. Seizing the chance to turn the tables, Choo-Choo slyly asks what kind of girl he likes, instantly triggering a vivid flashback of the wild, masked thief who stole his heart. He fondly recalls her untamed, shameless nature, a wicked beauty who fed stray kittens in secret, yet completely vanished into the night after a single breathless encounter. His blood still boils at the memory of her slipping away right under his nose, leaving him utterly furious and desperate to hunt her down. He absolutely hates her constant escapes, yet he is hopelessly in love with the thrilling challenge of a woman who refuses to be caught. Holding up a perfectly cut paper letter A, Chang-Chi's eyes narrow with an intense, quiet passion that sends a shiver through the room. Watching his doting, distant expression, Choo-Choo's analytical mind instantly pieces the truth together, realizing with horror that this boy is secretly fantasizing about her mother. Soon after, she waves a cheerful goodbye to her handsome savior, sending him off into the quiet, starry night with a bright smile. Stepping into his sleek sedan, the young master's warm expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculative authority. Leaning forward, he coldly instructs his driver to contact the kindergarten's art teacher, demanding they assign the little girl the most difficult craft homework possible. Despite his driver's sheer confusion, a soft smile plays on Chang-Chi's lips as he admits his genuine fondness for the tedious work, secretly plotting his next excuse to visit her. Meanwhile, at a towering luxury villa, the stage is set as a major introduction is about to shake up the entire entertainment industry. With a sweeping gesture, the director introduces the legendary Guru Oxy to the young male lead, sending a shockwave of recognition through the room. Zhang Cheng's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he realizes the director's massive, closely guarded secret is none other than the fallen superstar herself. His brilliant mind races with 1,000 questions, struggling to comprehend how this legendary icon is also the mother of the mischievous little girl. Stepping forward with unmatched elegance, Gu Manxi offers a serene, beautiful smile, breaking the heavy silence with a gentle greeting. She extends her delicate hand, a simple gesture carrying the immense weight of her long-awaited return to the spotlight. Gripping her hand, the young actor welcomes her back to the industry, the fierce spark of ambition igniting between the two leads. Stepping in to maintain momentum, the director urges them to immediately begin rehearsals, knowing they only have a month before cameras start rolling. Leading the way upstairs, Gu Manxi graciously invites Zhang Cheng to the study, eager to prove that her acting skills haven't dulled over the years. In the living room below, Choo-Choo remains completely absorbed in a high-stakes mobile game, her sharp focus catching the director's eye. Leaning close, Lu Shanhei praises her brilliant tactics, completely charmed by the little girl's incredible intelligence. Suddenly, the front door swings open as Song Chen steps in, his towering figure radiating an overwhelming, smug aura of absolute dominance.
Puffing out his chest, the arrogant CEO silently gloats that his daughter's genius genes are a direct reflection of his own superior bloodline. But his pride is shortcut as the fiery director turns on him, furiously demanding to know why the billionaire keeps intruding on their space. Song Chen's cool facade cracks, his eyes flashing with lethal intent at the director's stubborn, defensive attitude. Shouting in rage, the stubborn director grabs the powerful tycoon by his shirt, dragging him toward the door while telling Choo-Choo to ignore the noise. Left behind in the chaos, Choo-Choo sighs in pure exasperation, completely baffled by the dramatic, childish antics of the grown men. Dragging him out into the courtyard, Liu Shanhei confronts the CEO, accusing him of being completely blind to the brewing storm. Shoving his phone forward, the director warns that while they waste time arguing, a brutal online hate campaign is actively destroying Gu Manxi's reputation. The screen flashes with vicious, hateful comments, with thousands of trolls demanding she be replaced by their beloved elite star. Looking at the digital slaughter, Song Chen remains incredibly calm, smoothly declaring that the entire situation is already being handled. A smug, unstoppable smirk forms on the billionaire's face as he delivers his ultimate golden solution. He has infinite wealth. The simplistic answer leaves the fiery director utterly speechless, his face twisting in deep annoyance at the tycoon's overwhelming privilege. Right on cue, a massive breaking news headline shatters the internet, announcing the sudden, highly anticipated unbanning of a legendary masterpiece. Instantly, the hateful comments vanish, replaced by a massive wave of public awe and nostalgia for Guru Oxy's peerless talent. Song Chen smiles triumphantly, knowing that once the public witnesses her legendary acting, every single hater will be forced to shut their mouths. Leaning back, the powerful CEO arrogantly asks if his unparalleled capability has finally been proven to the stubborn director. The next morning, a brand new chapter begins at the towering, pristine headquarters of the elite Song Entertainment Media Group. Whispers of absolute shock ripple through the lobby as the powerful president strides in, dotingly carrying a mysterious little girl in his arms. Completely ignoring the gossip, Song Chen happily introduces Choo-Choo to a fleet of advanced service robots, eager to show off his high-tech toys. The little girl squeals in pure delight, her bright, innocent laughter echoing through the corporate halls and melting her father's cold heart. Watching her joy, the doting tycoon proudly realizes he has finally unlocked the secret to her heart, swearing that whatever his precious daughter wants, she will always receive. Just as the tension in the mansion reaches a boiling point, the heavy study door suddenly clicks open, introducing an uninvited guest whose sweet, honeyed voice cuts through the room like a gilded blade. Stepping into the room with calculated elegance, a beautiful woman holding a warm food container offers a dazzling smile, presenting her freshly made chicken soup as a token of her deep devotion. But her warm gesture is met with an icy, unforgiving wall of absolute rejection, as Song Chen coldly refuses, holding his daughter tightly and refusing to let this woman step any closer into his personal space. Crushed by his freezing dismissal, the woman's eyes well up with crocodile tears as she desperately pleads her innocence, claiming she only wants to take care of him. Clinging to her father, Choo-Choo's sharp, brilliant mind instantly identifies the manipulative threat before her, recognizing this woman as the ultimate, dangerously cunning rival from the original novel. As the heavy silence settles over the study, the uninvited guest quietly sets the food down, unaware that the genius child in Song Chen's arms is already plotting a counterattack. Breaking the tension with a sudden, pure squeal of delight, Choo-Choo loudly praises the delicious aroma of the soup, instantly catching both adults completely off guard. With wide, sparkling eyes of perfect innocence, Choo-Choo turns her bright face up to ask who this mysterious soup-bearing lady is, setting a brilliant trap with a single question. She tilts her head with a look of pure, angelic curiosity, projecting an aura of complete harmlessness that hides her deadly, calculative genius. Before anyone can stop her, Choo-Choo cheerfully deduces that since this auntie is so incredibly talented at making soup, she must be the household's new helper. The crushing blow lands with absolute precision as the glamorous woman freezes in pure, unadulterated horror, her pride utterly shattered by being mistaken for a common kitchen chef. Seizing her absolute victory, Choo-Choo begs her father for a taste of the chef auntie's delicious soup, and the doting tycoon immediately agrees, eager to please his beloved princess. As Choo-Choo happily gulps down the warm broth with loud, messy satisfaction, the humiliated woman is forced to stand by and watch her hard work being devoured by a mere child. Wiping her mouth with a bright, victorious smile, Choo-Choo loudly thanks the chef auntie for the meal, completely emptying the container to leave the woman absolutely nothing.
Behind her fake, twitching smile, the woman's mind burns with a raging, toxic fury, realizing this little brat has completely ruined her carefully planned romantic gesture. Forcing her composure back, she slyly shifts her target, asking Song Chen whose child this is, determined to find out where this little obstacle came from. The question hangs heavily in the air as Song Chen hesitates, his protective instincts instantly flaring as he prepares his response. In his mind, dangerous memories of international syndicates and the hostile Zhao family flash, warning him that exposing Choo-Choo's true identity right now would put her in mortal danger.
With a calm, unbothered expression, the powerful tycoon smoothly lies, introducing Choo-Choo as merely the daughter of a prominent business partner.
He gently pats the little girl's head to maintain the lie, keeping his true connection to his daughter a closely guarded, high-stakes secret. But the woman's calculating eyes narrow, instantly seeing through his cold facade and realizing that Song Chen would never dote on a random child unless she was incredibly important to him. Reaching out with a sweet, venomous smile, she introduces herself as Cheng Qingyun, calling herself Sister Cheng as she attempts to worm her way into the child's good graces. Choo-Choo merely blinks, repeating the word fiancé with a look of mock confusion that instantly puts the woman on the defensive. Smiling with smug, quiet triumph, Cheng Qingyun proudly explains that a fiancé is the special woman who is destined to marry the head of the house. Boldly leaning her body against Song Chen with an affectionate smile, she proudly declares that she is the one destined to marry her dear Uncle Song. But her desperate grab for status is violently shattered as Song Chen instantly recoils in disgust, shouting with lethal intensity that she is joking and he would never marry her. Watching the spectacular, utterly humiliating defeat unfold, Choo-Choo's inner hacker self practically howls with ruthless, mocking laughter at the woman's absolute failure. Cheng Qingyun stands completely frozen in utter shock, her mind screaming in agony as she realizes that for the first time in 5 years, her public claim on him has been ruthlessly denied. Coldly capitalizing on her embarrassment, Song Chen dismisses her on the spot, ordering his driver to escort her back home under the guise of protecting her fragile health. She tries to linger, offering a weak, trembling warning about his own health, but the powerful billionaire doesn't even look back as he walks away. Left with no other options, the woman's eyes flash with a dark, desperate madness, realizing she must play her ultimate card before she is thrown out. Suddenly, she lets out a sharp, dramatic cry of pain, collapsing onto the sofa and clutching her chest in a desperate bid to force Song Chen to stay. From her spot on the couch, Choo-Choo watches the pathetic display with complete disdain, immediately recognizing the laughably fake acting for what it is. Seeing her target hesitate, Cheng Qingyun's face shifts into a subtle, smug look of triumph, confident that her terminal illness act will once again win his sympathy. Knowing her father is far too soft-hearted to ignore a medical emergency, Choo-Choo realizes she has to escalate the situation immediately to crush the woman's scheme. Instantly, Choo-Choo lets out a piercing, tragic wail, clutching her stomach and writhing on the sofa to completely steal the spotlight from the faking villainess. Crying out in agonizing, dramatic despair, the little girl screams that her tummy hurts so much she might die, instantly triggering Song Chen's ultimate panic mode. Terrified for his daughter's life, the powerful CEO completely forgets about his guest, rushing to Choo-Choo's side with a look of pure, unadulterated dread. Scooping her up in his arms, he runs out of the room like a man possessed, roaring into his phone to have every single corporate doctor on standby within 3 minutes. His mind races with horrifying medical scenarios, frantically muttering about appendicitis or lethal food poisoning as he holds Choo-Choo close. He bluntly gasps that it might even be a severe, explosive case of diarrhea, completely ruining any remaining sense of dignity in the room. As they sprint toward the exit, a confused assistant quickly asks what they should do with the abandoned Miss Cheng left behind in the lobby. Standing alone in the empty, silent room, Cheng Qingyun stares blankly at the door, her entire body shaking with absolute mind-numbing rage at how a mere child completely stole their spotlight. Her eyes widen in pure venomous hatred, realizing that in Song Chen's eyes, this nameless little brat is infinitely more important than her own life-threatening illness. Meanwhile, safely snuggled against her father's shoulder, Choo-Choo continues to let out heartbreaking, pathetic whimpers of pain for his benefit. But the moment her face is hidden from her father, she opens one eye and flashes a wicked, triumphant wink, thoroughly enjoying her absolute victory. Catching the subtle movement, Chang Qingyun's blood runs cold as she realizes with absolute certainty that the little monster was completely faking the entire crisis. Her fist clenches so tightly her nails dig into her skin, swearing a dark, unforgiving oath that she will uncover this child's true identity and destroy her once and for all. Glaring after the departing tycoon, she vows to make Choo-Choo pay, entirely unaware that the brilliant child is already steps ahead, mocking her pathetic tactics. As the getaway vehicle speeds away, Choo-Choo smiles victoriously into her father's neck, knowing that if this fake auntie wants to play the game of feigning illness, she has just met her match. Just as Song Chen prepares to demand a full medical intervention, his assistant bursts into the room with urgent news that the medical department has finally arrived on the scene. Stricken with panic, the powerful CEO spins around and orders his team to bring the medical staff to Choo-Choo's side without a single second of delay. Wrapped in a cozy blanket on the sofa, the little girl lets out another exaggerated, pitiful whimper, playing her role of a suffering patient to absolute perfection. But as Song Chen locks eyes with his daughter, a sudden flash of sharp intuition hits him, making him question if this entire agonizing crisis is nothing but a brilliant act. Massaging his temples in sheer disbelief, the exasperated tycoon dismisses the doctors on the spot, realizing he has been completely played by a toddler. Deep in thought, he mentally flips through every parenting guide in existence, desperately trying to figure out how a proper father is supposed to discipline a little liar. Reaching out with a sigh, the tycoon gently places his hand on his daughter, preparing to confront the little mastermind before she can spin any more wild tales. Leaning in close, Song Chen directly confronts Choo-Choo, asking her point-blank if she has been faking this entire dramatic illness all along. In her brilliant mind, Choo-Choo smugly celebrates, knowing that the ultimate peak of acting is letting the audience believe they have successfully caught you in the act. Crouching down to her level, Song Chen gently admonishes her, explaining that faking illnesses only inflicts useless worry on the parents who adore her. Instantly shifting her strategy, Choo-Choo looks up with wide, trembling eyes, whimpering that the terrifying lady's glare was scarier than any fairy tale stepmother. Song Chen's brow furrows in deep skepticism as he defends Chang Qingyun's gentle reputation, pointing out that she has absolutely no reason to target a child. Pouting with fierce determination, Choo-Choo insists that the woman's sudden illness was a total sham, revealing how she glared venomously the moment his back was turned. The accusation leaves the billionaire frozen in deep conflict, torn between his long-held trust in Chang Qingyun and the undeniable conviction in his daughter's words. Placing a comforting hand on her head, Song Chen promises to launch a full investigation, while strictly warning Choo-Choo to never pull such a dangerous stunt again. Seizing her chance to strike the ultimate blow, Choo-Choo beams with pure innocence, chirping that she wants her beloved mommy to be his real fiancé instead. The shocking words hit Song Chen like a bolt of lightning, his face lighting up with explosive, ecstatic joy at the thought of his daughter choosing her mother for him. He eagerly leans closer to confirm, and Choo-Choo happily nods, cementing her support for the union and sending his heart soaring into the clouds. Tears of pure, dramatic triumph stream down the tycoon's face as he realizes his months of devoted pampering have finally paid off in the most spectacular way. Gathering her into a tight, emotional embrace, he fiercely vows to protect both Choo-Choo and her mother forever, only for Choo-Choo to drop a sudden, unexpected name. The billionaire's warm smile instantly morphs into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror as the name of his chief rival echoes in his ears. Demanding to know what Lu Shanhei has to do with any of this, he is met with Choo-Choo's cheerful suggestion that her mother should simply marry both of them. Counting on her tiny fingers with terrifying precision, the little girl maps out a multi-dad household, casually listing her preferred order of father figures. With a trembling finger raised in absolute desperation, Song Chen frantically declares that her mother can only have one husband, and it must be him. His mind completely fractures as he imagines his rivals lining up to steal his spot, leaving him screaming in silent agony at the sheer nightmare of her proposal. Hidden beneath her sweet demeanor, Choo-Choo's inner hacker self smirks ruthlessly, knowing her foolish father has a long, painful road ahead before he is ever forgiven. Her brilliant blue eyes gleam with a calculated chill, determined to make him pay his emotional debts in full until he finally sees the truth about the viper in their midst. Softening her voice to a fragile whisper, she begins to weave a heartbreaking tale of their past struggles, detailing how hard her mother worked just to keep them afloat. She paints a travel picture of her mother carrying her through a raging storm with bleeding feet, refusing to seek medical help just to save every penny for her child. Real, bitter tears slip down Choo-Choo's cheeks as she laments her own helplessness, crying that she only wants her hard-working mother to have a true protector. Deeply shaken by the tragic revelation, a wave of profound guilt washes over Song Chen as he gently strokes her hair, swearing to silently prove his worth to Gu Manxi. Meanwhile, at a towering, pristine hospital, a dark conspiracy unfolds as Cheng Qing-yoon orders a doctor to secretly unearth Choo-Choo's guarded medical files. Dr. Lai delivers his initial findings, insisting that the mysterious girl appears to be nothing more than an ordinary child from a simple background. But Cheng Qing-yoon's eyes narrow in dangerous suspicion, her manicured hand clenching into a tight fist as she refuses to believe Song Chen would ever dote on a random child. Memories of her own brutal childhood flood her mind, recalling the filthy, squalid slums she was forced to endure before her fortunes dramatically changed. She remembers the day she was rescued and brought into the prestigious Chang family, believing she was finally destined for a life of ultimate luxury and power. But the dream quickly shattered as she realized she was merely one of many illegitimate children, all vying ruthlessly for a piece of the family's vast empire. And none of them could stand against the terrifying, bloody genius of the young, legitimate master, Cheng Qi, who seized complete control of the family at just 15. Staring out at the city lights, her heart burns with desperate ambition, refusing to ever slide back into the agonizing poverty of her past. Knowing she can never defeat her ruthless half-brother, she realizes her only path to absolute survival and status is to successfully marry into the elite Song family. Days later, a brand new opportunity arises for Choo-Choo as a staff member informs her that director Liu wants her to audition for a role in his upcoming film. Sharing a snack on the sofa, her handler warns her that 3 other highly competitive young child actors are also vying for the exact same coveted role. Choo-Choo accepts the challenge with a bright smile, though her mind instantly sharpens as she realizes she must use this chance to protect her mother from a hidden villain on set. Meanwhile, a luxury car speeds down the road, carrying 2 scheming women who are eagerly discussing Gu Manxi's sudden, meteoric rise to stardom. The elder matriarch sneers in deep disdain, advising her daughter to ignore Gu Manxi's temporary success and instead focus entirely on capturing the attention of Song Chen. Applying her makeup with a cruel, smug grin, the younger sister eagerly agrees, vowing to thoroughly humiliate Gu Manxi the moment they cross paths on set. The towering, historical gates of the bustling film studio loom ahead, setting the stage for a dramatic clash of hidden agendas and high-stakes ambition. Striding onto the busy set, the arrogant sister demands to know where Gu Manxi's filming area is located, completely ignoring the chaotic hustle around her. Suddenly, a frantic warning cry echoes through the air as a heavy, unmanned wooden rickshaw breaks loose and barrels down the slope directly toward her. Spinning around in absolute, paralyzing terror, her screams are cut short as the shadow of impending disaster looms directly over her. As the runaway rickshaw threatens to crush her, a dashing young man in a vest swoops in at the absolute last second, pulling Zhao Manxi out of harm's way as her heart does a wild, chaotic flip-flop. Captivated by his striking green eyes, she is completely paralyzed by his gaze, entirely oblivious to the sharp, sudden pain radiating from her sprained ankle. Recognizing her injury, her handsome savior immediately calls over a nearby crew member, demanding that she be given an ice pack without a single moment of delay. As the assistant gently guides her away, Manxi cannot help but look back over her shoulder, completely consumed by the desperate desire to learn her mysterious hero's name. Flooding the assistant with rapid-fire questions about his identity, she is thrilled to discover that the mysterious gentleman is a highly valued actor on director Liu's elite crew. Swooning in pure delight, she completely forgets about her grand mission with Song Chen, her mind entirely occupied by sweet, sparkling fantasies of this new movie star boyfriend. Meanwhile, the elegant savior quietly slips back into the privacy of the dressing room, greeted by an impatient director who has been anxiously awaiting their return. Tearing off the handsome male wig, the savior reveals none other than the gorgeous pink locks of Gu Manxi, who is urged to quickly change back into her female costume for the next high-stakes scene. Watching her slip behind the changing curtains, the crew members marvel in absolute awe at how a single woman can play a handsome gentleman with such breathtaking, effortless charm. Unaware of the massive trap she is walking into, a limping Zhao Manchi is escorted directly onto the busy set to meet with director Liu under the pretense of visiting her sister. Plastering on her sweetest, most charming smile, Manchi tries to cozy up to the famous director, only to be met with an incredibly icy reception as he flatly informs her that Manxi is busy dressing. Leaning in close, Director Liu lays down a brutal, chilling ultimatum, giving her a mere 5 minutes to state her business before she is kicked off his professional set forever. Swallowing her pride, Manchi eagerly describes the dashing actor who just saved her life, begging the director to reveal the identity of this handsome, slim gentleman. Deep inside her scheming mind, a grand plan begins to take shape, determined to uncover his name and unearth his entire background to make him her ultimate prize. Losing herself in a dramatic, rose-tinted daydream, she vividly imagines him sweeping her off her feet, absolutely convinced that no man can ever resist her flawless charm. But the beautiful illusion instantly shatters as the crew member suddenly realizes the truth, brightly pointing out that the handsome man she fell for is actually her own sister, Gu Manxi. Cornered in the dressing room, Manchi's face contorts in absolute horrified disbelief as she points a trembling finger at the beautifully transformed Gu Manxi, accusing her of deliberate and humiliating deception. Screaming in pure, unadulterated embarrassment, she spins on her heels and flees the room in a blind panic, swearing a bitter oath that she never wants to lay eyes on her sister again. Left behind in the sudden silence, the bewildered director and a completely baffled Gu Manxi can only stare at each other, utterly clueless as to what triggered this sudden madness. Storming through the studio gardens, Manchi's high heels click furiously against the pavement as she seethes with explosive rage, cursing the cruel twist of fate that made her savior her sister. Tears of bitter frustration streamed down her face as she wailed against the sky, utterly devastated that her first true love was actually her sister dressed up as a devastatingly handsome man. The agonizing embarrassment deepens as she imagines a smug, mocking vision of Gu Manxi teasing her for harboring a ridiculous crush on her own flesh and blood. Flailing wildly on the grass, she throws a massive, desperate tantrum, screaming that she would rather die than face the ultimate social ruin if this secret ever leaks out. Curling into a miserable, pathetic ball, she buries her face in her knees, completely swallowed by the sheer, overwhelming weight of her own self-inflicted humiliation. But as the initial panic begins to clear, a quiet, profound realization hits her, forcing her to question why she harbored such intense, venomous hatred toward her sister in the first place. Staring up at the drifting clouds, the uncomfortable truth finally dawns on her. She was never truly angry at Gu Manxi, but rather deeply and painfully jealous of her perfect light. Suddenly, her thoughts are violently interrupted by the venomous whispers of 2 nearby extras, who are bitterly mocking Gu Manxi's casting and accusing her of seducing the director for the lead role. Hearing the filthy slander, a protective fire instantly ignites within Manchi's chest, her eyes narrowing in pure fury at these nobodies daring to drag her sister's reputation through the mud. Striding forward with absolute authority, she confronts the 2 gossips, demanding to know if their heads are completely hollow for spreading such pathetic, baseless lies. Towering over them in her striking red dress, she fiercely defends Gu Manxi's brilliant acting talent, declaring that her sister is a true star who deserves every bit of her hard-earned success. The stunned extras quickly try to talk back, mockingly questioning what business it is of hers and accusing Manxi of dressing flamboyantly to seduce the director herself. Flipping her hair with ultimate arrogance, Manxi smugly retorts that she dresses flamboyantly because she is naturally gorgeous, proudly revealing that she isn't even an actress. Taking a threatening step closer, she drops a terrifying bombshell, revealing that the powerful studio owner is her personal friend and that she has already captured photographic evidence of their faces.
With a cold, merciless glare, she delivers a brutal warning, promising to immediately send the photos and destroy their careers forever if they do not shut their mouths this instant. Watching the terrified extras scatter like frightened mice, Manxi spits in deep disdain, thoroughly satisfied at having completely crushed the spineless trash who only dare to gossip behind backs. Turning her attention back to the bustling set, Manxi watches silently from the sidelines as the crew bursts into ecstatic applause over Gu Manxi's incredibly powerful acting performance. Staring in absolute awe, Manxi's eyes widen as she witnesses her sister's brilliant, undeniable star power completely commanding the entire set. Looking breathtakingly elegant in a gorgeous gown with a delicate fan, Gu Manxi humbly thanks the cheering crew, shining with a pure, radiant light that captivates everyone around her. Deeply moved by her sister's dazzling grace, Manxi's remaining prejudice melts away, finally realizing that her mother's cruel words about Gu Manxi were nothing but bitter lies. Meanwhile, a sleek blue sports car speeds down the winding road, carrying the brilliant young Choo-Choo as she cheerfully thanks her companion for arranging this sudden visit to her mother. Sitting beside her, the handsome blonde teenager, Chang-Chi, reassures her with a gentle smile, confirming that he has already dispatched an elite doctor to handle her friend's stomach crisis. Looking at him, Choo-Choo secretly marvels at his incredible decisiveness, knowing how ruthlessly he must fight to manage his vast empire and survive the deadly schemes of his illegitimate siblings. Filled with sudden concern, the little girl looks up and earnestly warns Chen-Chi to be extremely careful, fiercely declaring that she is strong enough to protect him from any danger. Touched by her fierce loyalty, the powerful young master gently pats her head, softly telling her not to worry and to save her incredible skills to protect herself instead. Beaming with pure, radiant joy, Choo-Choo raises her tiny fist and enthusiastically declares that they will defeat every single villain together as a team. Smiling warmly, Chang-Chi readily agrees to the pact, silently thanking his brilliant Ace of Hearts for trying so desperately to alter his dark fate. Looking out the window, his eyes grow cold and determined, vowing that with her by his side, he will never allow their story to end in the tragic way it was written. Arriving at the bustling film studio, Choo-Choo quietly sneaks up behind her busy mother, playfully covering her eyes with her tiny hands and whispering a sweet, giggling riddle. Surprised by the sudden touch, a delighted Gu Manxi plays along, while director Liu and Chang-Chi look on with warm, indulgent smiles at the heartwarming reunion. Pulling her hands away, Gu Manxi wraps her beloved daughter in a tight, ecstatic embrace, her heart overflowing with pure happiness as Choo-Choo's sweet laughter echoes across the entire set. Basked in her mother's warm affection, Choo-Choo's heart swells with a quiet, overwhelming gratitude. Having lived a previous life completely devoid of parental warmth, this second chance at receiving unconditional maternal love feels like an absolute dream come true. But the sweet moment is quickly interrupted by director Liu, who eagerly approaches her with news of the upcoming audition. He reveals that she will have to face 3 other talented little girls her age to win the coveted role. Squatting down, director Liu looks Choo-Choo in the eye with a serious but encouraging gaze, making it clear that despite his personal fondness for her, there will be no favoritism in this professional audition. She must earn it with her own skills. Choo-Choo confidently boasts that her acting is unparalleled, prompting a lighthearted laugh from the director, while her mother, Gu Manxi, gently cautions her not to get too carried away by her own pride. Beneath her cute, childish exterior, however, Choo-Choo's brilliant mind is already calculating. She is determined to win this audition, not for the fame, but to stay close enough to investigate the mysterious background of the powerful actress Cao Ye-ji and her niece. From the shadows, the handsome Chang-Chi watches her with intense, knowing eyes, his silent trust in her incredible abilities unwavering as he remains her most steadfast protector. Meanwhile, outside the studio, the scheming Cao Yueji is intensely briefing her own niece, Meng, warning her that she cannot afford to lose the role to Gu Manxi's daughter. Caressing her niece's face with a deceptive sweetness, Yueji pressures the little girl to perform perfectly, molding her into a tool to secure her own. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. As she turns away, a shadow of pure, bitter jealousy darkens her face, harboring deep resentment over how Gu Manxi has stolen the director's favor and the entire spotlight from her. Inside the bustling studio, the head assistant calls the room to order, officially announcing the immediate start of the highly anticipated auditions.
He explains the tragic scenario, an improvised scene set on a battlefield where a helpless young girl must discover her deceased parents amidst the ruins and move the judges to tears.
Sitting side by side, the esteemed judges, Director Liu, Jiang Chang, and Cao Yueji, prepare to evaluate the children, promising to deliver a completely fair and unbiased verdict. When the assistant asks who wants to take the stage first, the eager young contestants immediately burst into a chaotic frenzy of screams, desperately competing to be the first to show off. The deafening noise instantly triggers a wave of anxiety in Choo-Choo, her face tightening as the chaotic environment painfully reminds her of the overwhelming stress of her previous kindergarten.
Just as the tension threatens to overwhelm her, a soothing glass of cold water is gently extended toward her, offering a much-needed moment of calm. Looking up, she finds Cheng Chi standing over her, his warm, understanding smile instantly melting her anxiety away. As Choo-Choo eagerly gulps down the refreshing water, the sharp-eyed Cao Yeji watches from the judges' table, her mind racing with dark suspicion at why the powerful young master is so close to Gumatsi's daughter. The first audition begins as a little girl takes the center stage, wailing dramatically and pleading for her mother not to leave her in a highly theatrical display. While Director Liu rubs his forehead in absolute painful exhaustion at the mediocre acting, Cao Yuezi wears a smug, self-satisfied smirk, confident her niece will easily crush the competition. The first act's falling flat, the assistant finally calls out Choo-Choo's name, summoning her to the stage for the final decisive performance of the day. Stepping forward with quiet grace, Choo-Choo politely greets the esteemed panel of judges, introducing herself with a calm confidence that belies her tender age. As the signal to begin is given, Choo-Choo instantly sheds her childish demeanor, her eyes glistening as a single devastating tear begins to roll down her pale cheek. In a trembling, whisper-thin voice that pierces the quiet room, she cries out for her mother, instantly capturing the hearts of everyone in the audience. The heavy, tragic atmosphere on the stage deepens as Choo-Choo masterfully channels the sheer terror of a lost child wandering aimlessly through a chaotic, burning battlefield. Stumbling through the imaginary ruins, she suddenly stops, her gaze locking onto a bloody, lifeless hand reaching out from beneath the heavy debris. Trembling with raw, unadulterated grief, she clasps the blood-soaked hand, her desperate, heartbreaking pleas to be taken home echoing through the silent room and chilling the judges to their very core. Collapsing into a miserable, weeping heap, Choo-Choo's harrowing performance leaves the judges completely paralyzed in shock, utterly unable to comprehend how a 5-year-old child could possess such devastating emotional depth. Sweat pours down Cao Yu's pale face as a wave of cold terror washes over her, finally realizing that Choo-Choo's terrifying talent is far beyond anything a normal child could ever achieve. Behind the scenes, the other young contestants burst into uncontrollable sympathetic tears, completely captivated by the tragic beauty of her acting and wishing they could give her all their snacks. Silence hangs thick in the air until Director Lust's hands tremble over his papers, the sheer brilliance of what he just witnessed leaving him completely breathless. Slamming his hands on the table, Director Liu declares Choo-Choo the undisputed winner, a sentiment instantly met with unanimous, enthusiastic agreement from the entire room. As the crowd is dismissed, the emotional assistant is still sobbing uncontrollably, his heart completely shattered by the little girl's performance. Sniffling heavily, the assistant praises Choo-Choo as a once-in-a-generation genius, unable to understand how Director Liu can remain so incredibly calm and unaffected. But the illusion of calmness instantly shatters as Director Liu's eyes widen in delayed, explosive shock, violently spitting out his water in a chaotic burst of pure excitement. Spatula flat, he sprints out of the audition hall like a wild animal, slamming the heavy doors behind him as he runs to find the girl's mother. Bursting into the private dressing room, he startles the elegant Gu Manxi, frantically screaming that their daughter is an absolute, unparalleled acting prodigy. With his eyes practically sparkling, the ecstatic director begs Manxi to let Choo-Choo become a professional actress, raving that he has never seen anyone with such raw talent in his entire life. Taking a seat to calm his erratic breathing, the director is handed a glass of water by the calm Jiang Cheng, who explains that Choo-Choo didn't just act, she perfectly captured the profound tragedy of a war-torn era. Listening to their high praise, Gu Manxi's heart swells with immense pride, a beautiful, radiant smile gracing her lips as she wonders if her precious daughter is indeed naturally gifted. However, keeping her professional focus, Manxi gracefully rises from the couch, politely excusing herself to get back to her own demanding filming schedule. Sprinting past her, Director Liu eagerly rushes out to prepare the set, frantically shouting that Choo Choo's scenes will begin filming tomorrow, and leaving his companions amused by his sheer, impetuous passion.
Watching him go, Jang Chang sighs with a warm, respectful smile, noting that Director Liu's absolute dedication to his craft proves he was truly born for the world of cinema.
Outside the studio, Choo Choo happily sips her sweet juice, proudly boasting to Cheng Chi that she is indeed a born actress who can handle any challenge.
Looking at her, Cheng Chi's gaze softens as he remembers his previous life, recalling how he was once completely fooled by her acting before a tragic exploding stone transported him into this novel's world. Their quiet moment is interrupted as a beaming Gu Manxi rushes over, lifting Choo Choo into a warm embrace and excitedly promising to take her on a fun walk around the neighborhood tonight. Turning to Chung-Chi, Manxi expresses her deepest gratitude for his help today, while the mature teenager politely bids them farewell, offering his assistance whenever they might need it. As Chang-Chi walks away, Manxi softly remarks on what a kind and warm-hearted person he is, completely unaware of the knowing, highly suspicious look Choo Choo is giving her. Leaning in close, Choo Choo playfully warns her mother that the handsome teenager is clearly trying to win her heart, completely oblivious to the fact that a shocked Cao Yazi is spying on them from the shadows, hearing Choo Choo call her mama. Putting the pieces together, a look of pure, malicious realization washes over Yuez's face, finally understanding why Gu Manxi abruptly retired years ago, to hide her secret pregnancy. With a wicked, triumphant smirk, she quickly lifts her phone and snaps a secret photo of them, determined to use this scandalous ammunition to utterly destroy Gu Manxi's career once and for all. A shocking update flashes across her screen, revealing that the little girl is indeed Gu Chu, the daughter of her despised rival. The realization hits like a physical blow. This child is the offspring of the woman she hates most. Horror freezes her blood as a sickening realization dawns upon her. If Song Chen was doting on that girl, then this child must be his flesh and blood. Denying the horrific truth, she screams in agony, remembering the poison she forced down her rival's throat years ago to ensure no child would ever survive. Desperation drives her to action as she furiously types out a command to her accomplice, Cao Yizi, demanding a DNA sample to confirm the child's identity at all costs. Slamming her phone down, her eyes burn with ruthless determination. She will stop at nothing to eliminate this threat and claim her rightful place as the sole mistress of the wealthy Song family. Back on set, Choo Choo's transformation is complete, her adorable suit-stained disguise instantly captivating the entire styling team. A flurry of camera flashes erupts as the staff dotes on her like a stray kitten, but no fan is more devoted than her own mother, who captures every precious moment with a beaming smile. Swept up in motherly pride, Manxi eagerly shares the photos with her family before hesitating, then impulsively sending the picture straight to the child's father, Song Chen. Across the city, Song Chen's phone chimes with a sudden notification, a warm smile instantly lighting up his face as he sees who the message is from. Opening the message, he is greeted by the heart-melting image of his little girl posing playfully in her tattered costume. He completely loses his composure, blushing deeply as he dotes over his daughter's adorable, suit-marked cheeks. But the spell is broken as his executives clear their throats, forcing the highly distracted president to snap back to the high-stakes boardroom meeting and order them to start over. Meanwhile, Manxi receives a sweet reply praising Choo Choo's likeness to her, along with a thoughtful reminder to watch her diet, sending a warm wave of emotion through her heart. Choo Choo's sharp eyes immediately spot her mother's flushed cheeks, prompting a frantic and flustered excuse from Manxi. As they walk toward the set, Choo Choo silently celebrates her parents' growing connection, though she knows she must first dismantle the threat surrounding them before any family reunion can happen. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, interrupting her calculating thoughts. It is the fully recovered action star, Zhang Qi, who warmly thanks Choo Choo for her constant support during his painful hospital stay. But the heartwarming reunion is instantly spoiled as the shadow of Cao Yuezi looms in the background, igniting Choo Choo's deepest suspicions.
Cloaking her malicious intent with a sweet facade, Cao Yuizi steps forward and reaches directly for the young girl's head. Sensing danger, Choo-Choo swiftly dodges the grasping hand, warning her that messing up her hair will anger the director, while secretly wondering what the woman is truly after. A flash of panic hits Choo-Choo as she realizes Yueji is trying to steal her hair for a DNA test, desperately wondering which father she is trying to link her to. Relief arrives just in time as Director Lu's booming voice calls Choo-Choo to the stage, leaving Yueji empty-handed and frustrated. With a cheerful wave, Choo-Choo dashes away, leaving her thwarted enemy standing in silent, boiling rage. Glaring after her, Yuezi curses her missed opportunity, but vows that as long as the child remains on set, she will find another way to claim her prize. Looking back, Choo-Choo lets out a triumphant smirk, fully aware of the wicked plot and determined to guard her secrets at all costs. Later that afternoon, Manxi entrusts Choo-Choo to the reliable care of Zhang Qi while she heads off to film her next major scene. Zhang Qi kindly offers to fetch her some of the vanilla ice cream sent over by Song Chen to keep her happy during the long wait. As Zhang Qi departs, warning her not to wander off, a predatory shadow steps out from the nearby corridor. Trapping Choo-Choo in the secluded corner, Cao Yaozi corners her once again with a sickeningly sweet smile. Instantly reaching for her hat, the relentless woman uses any excuse to get close enough to snatch a strand of the girl's hair. But Choo-Choo slips out of her reach yet again, firmly stating that the hat is pinned securely to her head and cannot be removed. Pushing past all boundaries, Yueji relentlessly demands to examine the hat, but Choo-Choo stubbornly refuses to let her touch it. Fury boils inside Yueji as she realizes the brat is actively avoiding her, cursing the humiliation of having to coax a mere child on this miserable set. Losing her patience entirely, Yeji lunges forward with clawed fingers, forcing Choo-Choo to brace herself as she prepares for a physical struggle. Stealing her resolve, Choo-Choo's eyes flash with a dangerous adult intensity, fully prepared to strike back and teach this desperate woman a lesson she will never forget. Just as tension reaches its absolute breaking point, a sharp, mocking voice echoes through the alleyway, catching the movie queen completely off guard. Standing there with sassy confidence is the popular female idol, Yi Chan-Chan, ready to intervene in the conflict. Desperately trying to save face, Yeji stammers a pathetic lie about a bug, but Chan-Chan steps directly between them, shielding Choo-Choo from her grasp. Laughing mockingly in her face, Chen-Chen ruthlessly exposes her terrible acting and even worse character. Watching the confrontation, Choo-Choo struggles to stifle a laugh, deeply impressed by the idol's razor-sharp tongue. Screaming in pure, unbridled rage, Yueji strikes back, accusing Chen-Chen of being a pathetic failure desperately trying to cling to Director Lu's project. With a triumphant wink, Chen-Chen smugly reveals she has already signed a multi-project contract to sing the official promotional songs, destroying Yueji's leverage. Humiliated and trembling, Yueji's face contorts in absolute defeat as her authority is completely shattered. Storming off in a huff, Yuezi flees the scene while Chen-Chen continues to hurl mocking barbs about her pristine, fake public image after her retreating back. Looking up at her savior, Choo-Choo remembers Chen-Chen's reputation as one of the rare, genuinely kind souls in this cutthroat industry. But a dark cloud of memory washes over Choo-Choo as she recalls how this girl's noble personality eventually led her to a tragic, heartbreaking end. She recalls how Qianqian defended Zhang Qi during a ruthless online frame-up, only to see her own career destroyed and her beautiful singing voice permanently ruined by Cao Yuezi's cruel retaliation. Following that merciless attack, she was completely erased from the industry, disappearing forever into the shadows of obscurity. Left broken, isolated, and silenced by the industry's dark underbelly, her tragic fate seemed entirely sealed. But staring at the smiling girl before her, Choo-Choo feels a sudden fiery resolve ignite in her chest, realizing she now has the power to change history and rewrite this innocent idol's destiny before the tragedy can ever begin. Adopting a polite mask, Choo-Choo introduces herself to the pop idol, only to receive a hushed, urgent warning to stay far away from Cao Yueji. Flashing an innocent smile, the clever girl plays along, sweetly asking the pop star if she is searching for someone on set. A visible blush creeps onto Yi Chan-Chan's face as she nervously admits she is looking for the veteran action star Jung Ki.
Choo-Choo cheerfully reveals he is fetching her ice cream, but secretly, her brilliant mind races as she questions why a young, famous idol would be chasing an ordinary, married stuntman. The mystery deepens as Zhang-Chi suddenly returns with the treats, catching the flustered idol completely off guard. Politely handing over the ice cream, Zhang-Chi prepares to head to the main stage, urging Choo-Choo to return to her mother's side.
Seizing her chance, Qian eagerly begs to tag along and watch him perform, her enthusiasm masking a hidden desperation.
But nothing slips past Choo-Choo's hyper-observant gaze as she senses a dark, unspoken tension brewing beneath their cheerful exchange. Arriving at the set, they watch as the crew coordinates a dangerous high-altitude wire jump for Zhang-Chi's next major action sequence. A jolt of panic strikes Choo-Choo as she recalls the original novel's timeline. This is the exact moment Zhang-Chi's horrific onset accident is supposed to occur. Determined to intervene, she quickly bids her mother farewell and rushes toward the staging area under the guise of an excited spectator. Her innocent expression vanishes, replaced by cold steel as she realizes a saboteur must have already targeted the equipment.
Slipping past the busy crew, Choo-Choo immediately approaches Zhang-Chi, pointing curiously at the thick metal harness being secured around him.
The crew members chuckle, explaining the mechanics of the wire rig while Chin praises the actor's brave refusal to ever use a stunt double. Pretending to be worried, Choo-Choo touches the cold metal cable, her sharp eyes scanning every millimeter of the surface for any microscopic signs of damage. Patting her head, a seasoned technician reassures the little girl that their rigorous safety checks make an accident virtually impossible. A cold, knowing smirk plays on Choo-Choo's lips as she silently mocks their naive confidence, knowing she is the only one who holds the ultimate script. Lurking in the shadows, she applies a sharp, calculated tug to the critical anchor points to test their underlying structural strength. Relieved to find the initial connections holding firm, she flashes a sweet smile, though her instincts scream that the danger is far from over. The director's booming voice echoes across the courtyard, ordering all actors into position as the high-stakes test run officially begins. With a heavy mechanical whir, the massive winch begins to spin, pulling the thick wire taut as it prepares to hoist the actor. Zhang-Chi is slowly lifted into the air, ascending toward the high platform while the anxious crowd watches from below. But mid-rise, the veteran actor's face suddenly contorts into a mask of pure, agonizing embarrassment. He screams for the crew to lower him immediately, realizing his loose belt is causing his pants to slip off in front of the entire crew. The lighthearted laughter of the staff is instantly silenced by a horrific metallic snap as the steel wire suddenly splinters apart. Gravity claims its victim with terrifying speed as Zhang-Chi plummets downward, crashing violently onto the safety mat below. Screams of terror erupt across the set as a panicked Qian rushes headlong toward the motionless fallen actor. Staring up at the severed cable swaying in the wind, Choo-Choo's blood runs cold as her worst fears are officially confirmed. The crew frantically swarms the safety mat, desperately trying to assess the extent of Zhang-Chi's injuries as he groans in agony. Stepping up to control the chaos, a furious director Liu roars orders to secure the area, summon medics, and seize all equipment. Shaken to his core, the lead technician stammers that the safety lines were perfectly intact during the morning inspection. But the mystery is shattered as an assistant runs over with the severed cable, pointing out the chillingly clean edges of the cut. Inspecting the metal closely, the director realizes with absolute horror that someone deliberately sliced the cable so it would slowly snap under tension. Trembling with rage, he demands a total blackout on the incident, desperate to find the murderous saboteur hiding among his own crew. Meanwhile, far from the chaotic set, a mysterious shipment is confirmed to be on its way to the filming location, scheduled for a late-night arrival. In his high-rise office, a focused Song Chen prepares to review the massive project documents, completely unaware of the storm brewing elsewhere. His quiet evening is shattered as his formidable grandfather wheels into the room, demanding to know the truth behind his frequent visits to the set. Song Chen calmly defends his actions, claiming his constant presence is merely to oversee the company's massive financial investment. But his grandfather refuses to be fooled, his sharp eyes cutting through his grandson's corporate excuses with ease. The old man ruthlessly exposes his fake engagement to Cheng Ching-yun, demanding to know what he is truly hiding from the family.
Silence fills the room as Song Chen internally admits his grandfather is right. The engagement was merely a desperate shield to escape endless blind dates. Misinterpreting his grandson's silence, the elderly patriarch sighs deeply, claiming he has finally come to terms with the truth. But in a shocking twist, the old man announces he fully accepts his grandson's romantic feelings for director Liu Shanhei, leaving Song Chen completely paralyzed with shock. Flushing a deep, chaotic red, the corporate president screams in utter panic, desperately trying to deny the wild, horrifying misunderstanding. But his grandfather is already lost in dramatic despair, lamenting the tragic end of the proud Song family dynasty. Sweat pouring down his face, Song Chen frantically pleads with the old man to listen, swearing he has absolutely no interest in the male director. Waving him off dismissively, his grandfather happily plans to invite the director to his milestone birthday party, while urging him to break off the fake engagement. Backed completely into a corner, a desperate realization strikes Song Chento. To clear his name, he must bring his actual daughter, Choo-Choo, to meet his grandfather at all costs. Back at the hotel, Choo-Choo stares at her laptop screen, deeply frustrated that the cowardly saboteur remains at large while filming resumes. Suddenly, a frantic, persistent pounding on her door breaks the silence, accompanied by a desperate voice begging for brother-in-law to open up and answer their calls. Slowly opening the heavy door, Choo-Choo confronts the uninvited guest standing in the hallway, demanding to know exactly who she is looking for. The stylish woman reveals herself as Xiao Zhu, the sister-in-law of action star Zhang Qi, immediately voicing her toxic suspicions about why a child is occupying his room. A jolt of recognition hits Choo-Choo as she realizes this woman is a ticking time bomb, and Zhang Qi's life is about to take a devastating turn for the worse. Putting on a sweet, helpful act, Choo-Choo points out that the woman has the wrong room entirely, calmly directing her down the hall while mentioning the actor is still busy filming. Disappointed that her cheap attempt to dig up scandalous dirt has failed, Xiaoxi scoffs and wanders off, completely unaware she has been outsmarted by a clever little girl. Staring after the retreating figure, Choo-Choo's memory flashes back to the original novel where this very woman orchestrated a horrific trap that ruined Zhang Qi's life and drove him to an early grave. Choo-Choo recalls the details of the trap, where Xiao Shui, pretending to seek guidance, tried to lure the honest, hard-working actor into her clutches during a private dinner. During that meal, the villainous sister-in-law showered him with fake praise, while the naive actor spoke warmly about supporting his family and the hard sacrifices his wife made back home. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, the manipulative woman reached out, attempting to manufacture an intimate touch under the guise of being comfortingly close. Leaning in with a sly smile, she offered to wipe a trace of sauce from his face, trying to force a compromising pose that would seal his doom. Though the unromantic actor brushed her off and cleaned his own face, Xiao Shui did not care, confident that the hidden cameras she installed would capture the perfect, career-ruining headlines anyway. Back in the present, Choo-Choo sits on her bed, her digital security system sounding a silent alarm as she monitors the hotel and uncovers the active spy cameras. Springing into action, Choo-Choo boots up her laptop to message her trusted contact, only to freeze in sheer disbelief as they mention an invitation from a legendary hacker group named Poker. Urgently instructing her contact to complete their active surveillance tasks and steer completely clear of the mysterious organization, Choo-Choo tries to process this earth-shattering revelation. It makes absolutely no sense. How could an elite hacker group like Poker exist in this fictional universe without her ever hearing of them in her 2 years here? In her past life, Poker was the elite syndicate she co-founded alongside her brilliant partner Mo, expanding it into a global power before his sudden, unexplained disappearance. She remembers how Mo was obsessively searching for a legendary, mystical gemstone right before he vanished into thin air. It was that very same stone that somehow dragged her soul into this novel's world, meaning a trip to America is now vital if she ever wants to uncover the truth behind her reincarnation. Her deep thoughts are shattered as her mother, Gu Manxi, walks into the room, gently asking why her precious daughter is still awake at this late hour. Instantly melting, Choo-Choo leaps into her mother's warm embrace, while Manxi apologizes for her hectic filming schedule keeping them apart. Beaming with pride, Choo-Choo reminds her mother that she is a rising star now, though the humble actress just laughs it off with a sweet maternal smile.
But the warm atmosphere vanishes in an instant as Manxi reveals that Song Chen is coming tomorrow to personally tutor Choo-Choo on her dreaded summer homework. The next morning, a highly smug Song Chen arrives at the suite, adjusting his glasses with the arrogant confidence of a man appointed to conquer a classroom.
Sitting down with crossed arms, the strict billionaire insists that there will be absolutely no playtime until all the math and language exercises are fully complete. Clutching her hands together, Choo-Choo unleashes her ultimate weapon, a devastating, teary-eyed puppy face as she begs for a quick trip downstairs to get a drink. The adorable attack strikes Song Chen's heart like a physical bullet, completely shattering his stern parental resolve in a single chaotic second. Jumping to his feet and tossing his lesson plans into the air, the whipped billionaire enthusiastically declares that getting juice is a perfectly reasonable and urgent request. Walking hand in hand down the hallway, Choo-Choo smirks internally, highly satisfied with how easily her cold, corporate father is turning into a soft, easily manipulated, doting parent. Her cute behavior is merely a cover. She is using this outing as a perfect excuse to hunt down Xiaoxi and stop her devious schemes before they can begin. With her targets locked, Choo-Choo notes that Xiaoxi skipped her afternoon filming call, confirming the woman is actively moving her malicious plans forward today. Scanning the bustling hotel restaurant, Choo-Choo's sharp eyes instantly lock onto the target sitting alone at a corner table. Dragging her father along, the clever girl cheerfully points to a table situated directly next to the unsuspecting schemer. As the flustered waiter rushes over to serve the powerful CEO, Song Chen warmly encourages Choo-Choo to order whatever her heart desires. Seizing the golden opportunity to indulge, Choo-Choo goes completely wild, pointing at every decadent, sugary dessert on the menu with reckless abandon. While the waiter scrambles to fulfill the massive order, Song Chen sits back, completely oblivious to his daughter's hidden agenda. Sneaking a text to Manxi to brag about his tutoring success, the corporate titan blushes like a schoolboy when she sends back a warm message of appreciation. Watching his sappy, lovesick expression, Choo-Choo sighs in quiet disbelief, silently concluding that even the most formidable men turn into absolute fools when they fall in love. With her father completely distracted, Choo-Choo slips her wireless receiver into her ear, successfully connecting to the bug she planted nearby. Through the static, she overhears Xiaoshui whispering furiously on the phone about a child who looks nothing like Zhang Qi, plotting to steal all of the actor's assets. The plot thickens as the wicked sister-in-law Evil laughs, revealing her plan to drug Zhang Qi's chicken soup tonight once he finishes his filming shift. Sipping her dessert, Choo-Choo's blood boils as she confirms the vile woman is setting up a ruthless honey trap to utterly destroy the innocent actor's reputation tonight. Suddenly, Song Chen breaks her concentration, staring in shock at the towering mountain of colorful ice cream cups dominating their table. Citing her mother's strict health rules, the stern father ruthlessly confiscates the sweets, leaving Choo-Choo utterly devastated. Fuming with silent rage, Choo-Choo mentally curses her overprotective father, highly annoyed that a literal billionaire can't even let her enjoy a simple dessert. Trying to smooth things over, Song Chen gently asks Choo-Choo if she would like to attend his grandfather's grand 80-year birthday celebration this August. A wave of dread washes over Choo-Choo as she recalls the novel's plot, where the kind, perceptive old master Song met a tragic end at that very banquet. She recalls how the villainous Cheng Qing-Yun secretly sabotaged the old man's wheelchair, causing a horrific, fatal crash that was ruled a tragic accident. Realizing she must attend to prevent this murder, Choo-Choo eagerly agrees to meet his grandfather, making Song Chen beam with genuine happiness. But their peaceful moment is shattered as Xiao Zhu suddenly spots Song Chen, sashaying over to their table to shamelessly flirt with the powerful billionaire. Disgusted by the woman's shameless brown-nosing, Choo-Choo slides off her chair, loudly announcing she is leaving to call her mommy, leaving her panicked father to face the gold digger alone. Choo-Choo coolly bids her panicked father farewell, announcing she's calling her mother so she doesn't disturb his cozy company, leaving Song Chen completely paralyzed in sheer terror. As Choo-Choo slips away, Song Chen frantically calls after her, only for Xiaoshui to latch onto his arm like a parasite, desperation dripping from her fig voice as she begs for a moment of his time. But she has horribly miscalculated. With a cold glare of pure disgust, the germophobic CEO violently slaps her hand away, his furious roar sending shockwaves through her fragile confidence. Ignoring her entirely, Song Chen bolts down the hallway after his daughter, leaving a trembling Xiao Shu standing in the cold ruins of her failed seduction. A cold sweat breaks across her face as she remembers the ruthless billionaire's infamous germophobia, yet a terrifying question lingers in her mind. How could that child get so close to him? Her spiraling thoughts are instantly shattered by a ringing phone. Wiping away her panic, she answers her naive brother-in-law in a sweet, dripping wet voice. Propose a private dinner tonight. Luring him into her carefully prepared web, she coyly suggests a quiet, secluded restaurant famous for its nourishing chicken soup, the perfect, unsuspecting weapon for her trap. Meanwhile, in a warm dining suite, Song Chen gently serves Gu Manxi, desperately trying to play the role of a sweet, doting partner after the day's absolute chaos. But the peaceful family dinner is instantly shattered when Choo-Choo looks up innocently from her soup, asking her mother a question that freezes the air in the room. Hearing the heavy words catching a cheater escape their daughter's lips, both parents choke on their food, their eyes bulging in absolute horrified disbelief. Terrified of losing the precious progress he's made, Song Chen frantically waves his hands, desperately swearing to an icy Manxi that he is completely innocent. Narrowing her eyes, a serious Manxi gently coaxes her daughter to reveal exactly where a young child would ever hear such scandalous gossip. With flawless dramatic timing, Choo-Choo recounts overhearing a woman's frantic bathroom conversation about the paparazzi, a honey trap, and a plan to ruin Zhongqi tonight for a massive payout. The gravity of the situation hits the room like a physical blow, as the little girl asks if the popular actor's career is truly about to be utterly destroyed forever. Fueled by righteous fury, Manxi instantly bolts upright to warn her co-author, but Song Chen grips her wrist tightly, urging her to stop before she makes a reckless move. The corporate mastermind warns her that a child's word is not legally binding. Rushing in without cold, hard evidence will only ruin their own credibility and play into the enemy's hands. Quickly formulating a tactical counterstrike, Song Chen gently reassures a smirking Choo-Choo before wrapping his hand around Manxi's, pulling her along into the battle. Leading her with absolute confidence, the billionaire outlines his plan to strike at the hotel's security room first, where the true evidence of this vile conspiracy lies waiting to be uncovered. Staring at his resolute, protective silhouette, Manxi's heart flutters with a deep warmth, nodding in silent agreement as they prepare to tear the trap apart. Meanwhile, inside Zhongqi's dim hotel room, Xiao Shui pours the heavily drugged soup from her thermos, pressing the warm cup into the exhausted actor's hands with a serpent's grin. Just as he is about to drink, Zhongqi's phone buzzes. Stepping away to take the urgent call from Manxi, he leaves a frustrated Xiao Shu seething in the shadows. Staring at the laced broth, the wicked sister-in-law mentally counts down the minutes. Once he drinks, he will pass out, allowing her to stage a horrific scene that will bleed his fortune dry. Hanging up the phone with a tight expression, Zhang Qi lies that the call was merely about tomorrow's schedule, trying to keep his composure intact. Seeing her target waver, Xiao Shui aggressively pushes the red thermos back into his hands, demanding he drink it immediately to respect his family's loving sacrifices. She dramatically guilt-trips him, shouting that ignoring his health is a betrayal of his hard-working wife back home, pushing him to the absolute limit. Unable to withstand the emotional blackmail, the honest actor finally raises the thermos to his lips, gulping down the dark, bitter liquid under her watchful eyes. Confident that victory is hers, a triumphant Xiao Shui snatches the empty container and slinks out of the room, her lips curling into a deeply sinister smile. Believing the fish has swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker, the malicious schemer prepares to launch the final stage of her career-ruining plot. But the moment the door clicks shut, Zhang Qi violently retches, spitting every single drop of the drugged soup into the toilet before whispering into his hidden phone. Back in the security room, Manxi and Song Chen stare intensely at the monitor, having successfully intercepted the paparazzi's digital communications just in time. The grim evidence triggers a dark, painful memory for Manxio the night she herself was drugged, prompting a furious Song Chen to take the phone and order Zhang Qi to escape immediately. Understanding the mortal danger he is in, the sweaty actor tightens his grip on the phone, steeling himself to play along for just a little bit longer. Hours later, a soft beep echoes in the dark hallway as a card key unlocks the door, and a shadow slips silently into the quiet, occupied bedroom.
Believing the drugged victim is fast asleep, Xiaoxi sheds her dress, crawling onto the bed with a sneer of pure contempt for the stupid rich fool she is about to destroy. Right on cue, a furious storm of heavy footsteps thunders down the hallway as Xiaonan, a horde of relatives, and eager paparazzi burst through the door, screaming for blood. The cameras flash ruthlessly as they catch a half-naked Xiaoshui wrapping herself in a towel, crying out in mock horror to seal the actor's fate. Squeezing out fake tears, the deceitful woman sob-screams to her sister, falsely claiming her powerful brother-in-law forced himself upon her. Righteous indignation explodes through the room as the angry cousins brandish their phones, roaring to expose the superstar's supposedly vile deeds to the entire world. Marching to the bed, they violently rip the heavy blanket away to expose the sleeping beast, only for a completely unfamiliar, disheveled face to blink back at them. The furious atmosphere instantly turns to absolute comedic horror as the bewildered stranger grunts in confusion, leaving the entire raiding party screaming in utter shock. Pale as a ghost, Xiaonan demands to know where her husband is, while a trembling Xiaoshu shrieks in panic, swearing she laid in this very bed with Zhang Qi. Before they can process the terrifying twist, a small voice calls out from the doorway, instantly turning every head in the room. Standing tall and entirely unharmed, Zhang Qi steps into the light, gently handing his young child over to Song Chen's waiting security team. Turning back to face the frozen sisters, the actor's eyes burn with a cold, devastating fury that suffocates the room. Looming over his treacherous wife, Zhang Qi's voice drops to a chilling, razor-sharp whisper, asking her exactly where she expected him to be. Desperately trying to salvage the ruined trap, Xiaonan plasters on a horrifying, sweaty smile, desperately praying he hasn't realized the truth. With a brutal, disgust-filled push, the actor shoves her hand away, warning her to never call him husband again after the monstrous betrayal she orchestrated. Pointing a heavy finger at a weeping Xiaoxi, his booming voice demands to know how they could ever repay his years of endless generosity with such a vile, coordinated honey trap. Realizing their golden ticket is about to slip away forever, a suffocating panic grips Xiao Shui's chest as her mind races to find a lie big enough to save them. In a desperate, pathetic last-ditch effort, the cornered snake falls to her knees, screaming that it was all born from her toxic, uncontrollable jealousy of their perfect marriage. Desperate to save themselves, the toxic sisters put on a pathetic show, with Xiaonan sobbing about acting on pure, mindless impulse, while Xiao Shui begs her brother-in-law to spare her sister. But the facade is already crumbling under his chilling gaze. Sensing the danger, the greedy cousins quickly chime in, sweating profusely as they try to brush off the massive scandal as mere stress and urge him to drop the matter for the sake of his career. Yet their cheap excuses only stoke the flames of his burning rage. Unable to hold back years of repressed resentment, Zhang Qi unloads a devastating torrent of truth, violently listing every single luxury, car, and massive sum of money the shameless leeches have bled from him under the guise of family. But the worst betrayal is still waiting to be dragged into the light. With a roaring voice that shakes the very walls of the room, he grabs his deceitful wife, throwing her vile secret right in her face, revealing that the son he has lovingly raised for 5 long years isn't even his. A suffocating silence grips the room as Xiaonan frantically tries to deny the monstrous truth, while a trembling Xiao Shui is consumed by sheer terror, unable to comprehend how the gullible actor could have possibly uncovered their dark secret. But his retaliation is absolute. With a cold sneer, Zhang Qi pulls out his phone and hits play, letting their own voices echo through the room as they boast about cuckolding him and splitting his hard-earned fortune with a secret lover. Standing tall in his absolute triumph, the broken but resolute actor cold-bloodedly demands an immediate divorce, swearing that his lawyers will strip their greedy family of every single cent they ever stole from him. Hysteria explodes through Xiaonan's chest as she screeches in defiance, desperately clinging to her golden ticket and vowing that she will never let him walk away from their marriage. But her desperate screeches are completely ignored as Zhang Qi icily orders his team to throw the trash out, leaving his ex-wife howling vile curses down the hallway as the door slams shut forever on her luxurious life.
Standing alone in the quiet aftermath of the storm, a wave of profound relief washes over Zhang-Chi as he silently thanks Gu-Man-Chi and Song-Chen, knowing that without their swift warning, his life would have been utterly ruined tonight. Meanwhile, back in her cozy bedroom, Choo-Choo watches the fallout unfold on her laptop with a smug smile, receiving high praise from her secret digital assistant for a tactical mission flawlessly executed. Happily sucking on a lollipop, the brilliant little mastermind reviews the viral news of the couple's explosive divorce, knowing that her careful backup of the evidence has successfully sealed their public downfall. Looking out the window, she recalls the tragic fate Zhang-Chi suffered in the original novel, where he lost his career and worked himself to death, and vows that she will never let good people be bullied to ruin on her watch. But while one crisis is solved, a fresh storm is brewing on a rainy movie set, where the furious director suddenly screams a halt to the scene, his explosive anger targeted directly at his leading lady. He ruthlessly berates the trembling Cao Yo-ji in front of the entire crew, demanding to know if she even has a shred of acting ability left after ruining a crucial scene in the pouring rain. Thoroughly disgusted by her pathetic performance, the director calls off the shoot for the day, mockingly telling the best actress to go home and rest until she actually learns how to act. As the humiliated actress stands alone in her shame, a warm, dry towel is gently wrapped around her shoulders by none other than a genuinely caring Gu-Man-Chi, who softly coaxes her to dry off before she catches a cold. Smiling gently despite her own exhaustion, Manxi advises her rival to get some proper rest so they can tackle the difficult shoot tomorrow, before turning to walk back to her trailer. But the peaceful gesture backfires instantly. As Manxi walks away, the crew's loud whispers mock Yuizi's terrible acting while praising Manxi's superior talent and angelic attitude, causing Yuizi's face to distort with pure, murderous rage. Seething in the shadows, the jealous diva claws at her own skin, convinced that Manxi is deliberately using her superior acting skills to publicly humiliate her, and vows to make the sweet actress pay a terrible price. Just as her hatred peaks, her phone buzzes with a high-pressure text from the powerful president of Wang Entertainment, demanding to know if she has finally made up her mind to jump ship. Despite her desperate situation, Yuezi scowls in disgust at the creepy executive's relentless advances, firmly resolving to reject his greasy offer and stay with Song-Chen's prestigious agency. Little does she know her rejection has pushed her stalker to the brink. In a lavish office, a cigar-chomping Wang Tiancheng curses her arrogance, refusing to let a mere actress defy his absolute authority. With a sinister grin, the ruthless tycoon commands his subordinates to secretly infiltrate the movie set and plant saboteurs to systematically drag Cao Yeji's career down into the mud. Staring into the distance, the wicked corporate predator whispers his ultimate trap, confident that once she is utterly ruined, she will have no choice but to come crawling back to him for mercy. Meanwhile, in a magnificent moonlit villa, the chaotic events of the day finally quiet down, though a stern fatherly voice echoes through the halls, telling his daughter to put down her device and eat. Sitting around a delicious dinner table, Choo-Choo innocently reveals she is busy chatting with young Cheng-Chi, instantly causing Gu-Man-Chi to look up in surprise while Song-Chen's face darkens with immediate suspicion. The little girl happily gushes about how nice Cheng-Chi is and how he always solves her troubles, secretly meaning her pile of arts and crafts homework, unwittingly driving her protective father into a state of pure hysterical jealousy. Leaning in close to an amused Manxi, the overprotective CEO frantically whispers that the cunning young master of the venomous Cheng family must have wicked designs on their precious daughter. With intense, pleading eyes, Song-Chen grabs his partner's hand, desperately insisting that they must keep a constant hawk-like eye on Choo-Choo to protect her from any sneaky predators. But before Manxi can tease him further, a sudden, violent fit of coughing racks her chest, instantly shattering the playful atmosphere and sending a wave of panic through the room. Steadying her, a deeply worried Song-Chen begs her to let him call a doctor, but Manxi weakly dismisses it as a simple cold caught from working in the pouring rain yesterday. Tucking her safely into bed, both father and daughter watch over her with anxious eyes as she drinks warm water, Choo-Choo pleading for her mother to recover quickly. Looking up at the two worried faces, Manxi softly requests Song-Chen to take good care of Choo-Choo tonight, prompting the doting CEO to gently lean in and promise her that she is his only priority right now. Leading their daughter quietly out of the dark room to let his partner rest, Song Chen feels a profound, quiet warmth in his chest as he prepares to play the role of a devoted family man. Snuggling under her warm blankets, Manxi looks up at the ceiling, her heart swelling as she remembers how, just 6 short months ago, she was working grueling odd jobs and enduring sickness all alone in the cold. Closing her eyes, she feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude that Choo-Choo is finally safe, her beloved Song Chen has returned to her side, and her acting career is finally soaring once again. As a sweet smile plays on her lips, she drifts off to sleep, deeply believing that the wheels of fate have finally aligned to bring her a lifetime of true, unyielding happiness. The next afternoon, the bustling movie set is alive with energy as the director gathers his cast, pleased to see that a fully recovered Manxi is ready to shoot her scenes alongside a tense Yueji. Stepping up with her signature kindness, Manxi warmly asks her co-star if she managed to avoid catching a cold yesterday. But a prideful Yuji defensively boasts about her superior physical fitness. Behind her fake smile, Yueji's mind violently twists the innocent question, fueling her toxic belief that Manxi is mocking her bad acting from yesterday's delayed shoot. To make matters worse, the director loudly instructs Yiji to study and copy Manxi's relaxed, effortless acting style, aiming to get the scene finished in a single take today. Red-hot humiliation flares in Yuji's chest as she glares at the floor, cursing both the director and Manxi for constantly making her look like an amateur on her own set. But her intense nighttime preparation finally pays off. After a flawless take, the director praises her warmly, sending a rare wave of validation through her insecure heart. As the director calls a successful wrap for the day under a beautiful, clear sky, Yueji finally lets out a sigh of relief, believing she has reclaimed her rightful spotlight. But her fragile ego is instantly shattered in the dressing room when her nervous stylist praises her by saying she almost managed to outshine the brilliant Gu Manxi. Blinded by sudden, toxic fury, Yeji violently sweeps everything off her vanity, screaming at her terrified assistant and accusing everyone on the set of secretly favoring her rival. As her sobbing staff flees the dressing room in terror, the bitter actress sits alone in the ruins of her tantrum, her hands trembling with a dark, uncontrolled resentment. Outside, the crew's harsh murmurs drift through the door, openly ridiculing her terrible attitude and noting that her character and acting are miles behind the graceful Gu Manxi. Clutching her head as silent tears of absolute frustration stream down her face, the broken diva whispers that she has finally had enough, setting the stage for a desperate, dangerous retaliation. In the quiet gardens of the movie set, Song Chen gently feeds warm porridge to a weary Gu Manxi, his voice dripping with tender care as he urges her to eat and recover. But their intimate moment is shattered in secret as a hiding Yueji watches from behind the pillars, her heart sinking as she overhears the powerful CEO arranging special recovery soup for her rival. Cold panic grips Yueji as the terrifying truth hits her. Song Chen is Manxi's secret sponsor, meaning every prime role and resource will go to her rival, leaving Yueji with no choice but to jump ship to survive. Recalling that Choo-Choo is waiting at the hotel, Yechi sneers, plotting her exit from Song Entertainment, but her bitter thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the voices continuing nearby. Standing in the shadows, she listens intently as Song Chen warmly declares that taking care of his own daughter is nothing but an absolute pleasure. A malicious realization flashes in Yuzi's eyes. If Song Chen thinks Choo-Choo belongs to the nanny, it means Manxi has lied to him, hiding the child's true identity to worm her way into his heart. Armed with this explosive secret, Yuezi's face twists into a wicked grin as she vows to leave a devastating parting gift for Manxi before she finally walks away from the agency. Retreating to her dressing room, she immediately contacts the creepy president of Wang Entertainment, eager to finalize her contract while secretly planning her next strike on set. On the other end of the line, a smug Wang Tiancheng demands a high-stakes tribute first, expressing his greedy desire to steal director Lu's highly anticipated movie script. Yedzi hesitates at the brazen demand, knowing a leaked script would completely ruin director Lu, but the prospect of instantly destroying Manxi's comeback and securing her own crown is far too tempting to resist. Meanwhile, back in her room, a high-priority alert flashes on Choo-Choo's laptop screen, instantly signaling that Yuezi's real-time location has suddenly shifted to a highly suspicious area. Staring at the map, the brilliant little mastermind narrows her eyes in confusion, wondering why on earth her mother's desperate rival would sneak into Director Liu's private studio in the dead of night. Wild, hilarious scenarios of Yuiji capturing and tying up the director flash through Chuchu's head, prompting her to take immediate action before something truly bizarre happens. Snatching her sleek digital tracking device, the determined little girl prepares to personally infiltrate the studio and unmask the villainous' dark plot before it's too late. Inside the dark, silent archive room, a pair of nervous hands frantically rifles through rows of top-secret folders, searching desperately for the movie's crown jewel. Hidden beneath a heavy disguise, Yuizi's eyes light up with corrupt triumph as her fingers lock onto the master script of Dreams in the Spring Breeze, confident that her ultimate betrayal is complete. But just as she prepares to slip away, a sweet, chillingly innocent voice pierces the darkness behind her, freezing the actress solid as she realizes she is no longer alone. Turning around in sheer panic, Yuizi is met by Chuchu's beaming face, the little girl cheerfully pointing out that Director Liu is still on set and won't return until very late. Forcing a fake, nervous laugh, Yezi desperately fabricates a lie about retrieving a forgotten item before mockingly questioning why a 5-year-old child is wandering around without her mother. But her condescending attitude is completely ignored as Chuchu's smile turns ice cold, the little girl delivering a sharp, unwavering warning that stealing is a terrible sin. Sweating profusely, the cornered actress frantically waves her hands, desperately pleading with Chuchu to keep the secret quiet while hiding her sheer embarrassment. But as she stares at the defenseless little girl, a sinister new plan forms in Yuzi's mind. She will steal a strand of Chuchu's hair right now to run a DNA test and expose Manxi's lies to Song Chen. She reaches out like a predator, but Chuchu brilliantly dodges her grasp with lightning-fast agility, cheerfully announcing she is leaving to eat some ice cream. Cursing her missed opportunity, Yezi forces herself to focus on the immediate prize, whipping out her phone to take rapid, illegal photos of the secret script. Peeking from behind the door while licking her ice cream, Chuchu's brilliant mind analyzes the scene, realizing Yeji is trying to paralyze the entire movie production to destroy her mother's career. With a tactical grin, the little mastermind quickly dials Song Chen's private number, sweetly asking him to come pick her up from Director Liu's studio to set her trap in motion. Unaware that her doom is already sealed, Yuezi slips the stolen script back onto the shelf, her eyes locking onto the exit as she prepares to claim her prize. Creeping up behind Chuchu, Yeji sweetly coaxes her to stay still, lying that there is something dirty stuck in her pink hair as her fingers reach for a strand. But with a playful giggle, Chuchu effortlessly slips out of her reach once more, brightly declaring she will just wash her hair when she gets home. Losing her mind, Yeji lunges forward, shouting threats at the child, but Chuchu only mocks her scary behavior, proudly boasting that her mother would never raise her voice. A high-stakes chase erupts through the cluttered studio as Chuchu darts between the desks, loudly threatening to expose Yuzi's theft directly to Director Liu. Running ahead with effortless grace, the little girl casually drops a massive "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Before the stunned actress can process the shock, Chuchu rattles off even more buried secrets, from Yuzi sleeping with a producer for a lead role to her heavily denied plastic surgery. Horror and sweat drench Yichi as she realizes this terrifying child knows secrets that were banned from the internet years ago, completely shattering her composure. Pointing her finger with absolute authority, Chuchu delivers a devastating psychological blow, declaring that Director Liu will never, ever love a wicked woman like her. Trapped, exposed, and utterly humiliated by a 5-year-old child, the superstar's eyes glaze over with a murderous, unhinged rage. Screaming in absolute hysteria, Yechi violently hurls a stack of papers into the air, completely losing her sanity as she lunges to silence her tiny tormentor. But just as the documents rain down, the studio door is violently kicked open with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves through the chaotic room. Standing in the doorway amidst the falling papers is none other than a towering, deathly silent Song Chen, his imposing figure radiating pure fury. Instantly seizing her cue, Chuchu collapses to the floor, sobbing hysterically as she frantically accuses the evil actress of trying to twist her head off. Snatching Choo-Choo into his protective arms, the powerful CEO's eyes flash with a deadly, murderous glare as he icily demands a reasonable explanation from the trembling actress. Stammering in absolute terror, Yezi tries to spin a pathetic lie, claiming she was merely trying to teach an insolent, misbehaved child a gentle lesson. But Song Chen's thunderous voice cuts her off, warning her that no matter what, no one touches his precious daughter as he holds Choo-Choo close. Wiping away fake tears, Choo-Choo whimpers to her father, revealing that Yuezi was aggressively trying to rip her hair out to perform a mysterious DNA test. And before Yeji can defend herself, Choo-Choo points directly at the camera, exposing the final nail in her coffin, that the actress just photographed Director Liu's classified papers. Blinded by pure panic, Yuji completely loses her mind, raising a hand to viciously strike the child right in front of the powerful tycoon. But her hand is caught midair with bone-crushing force as Song Chen grips her wrist, his eyes burning with an icy, unforgiving wrath. With a brutal, effortless shove, the powerful CEO throws the humiliated diva onto the cold floor, cold-bloodedly banishing her from the movie set forever. Screaming from the floor in dirty, unhinged desperation, Yuezi screechingly reveals the ultimate truth, accusing Manxi of lying about her daughter to protect a fatherless bastard. But as her wild insults echo through the silent room, Song Chen gently cradles Choo-Choo close, his dark eyes locking onto the ruined actress as he delivers a chilling promise to make her pay the ultimate price. Slamming her hand down in the silent office, a humiliated Cao Yeji shrieks in pure desperation, fiercely demanding to know why she is being cast aside after 6 years of bringing in massive profits for the agency. Tears of bitter resentment spill from her eyes as the cruel reality hits home. She is being ruthlessly discarded, forced out of the spotlight, all because of Gu Manxi and a mere child. Trembling with venomous envy, the fallen diva directly sneers at the stoic CEO, mockingly declaring that a pretty face like Manxi's makes it far too easy to play the victim and ride on the coattails of powerful men. But her cruel insults are instantly shattered as Choo-Choo pipes up, her sharp, defensive voice passionately detailing how hard her mother actually worked, staying up countless nights rehearsing until the floor was buried under discarded script drafts. Completely silenced by the child's undeniable truth, Yuezi tries to save face, coldly sneering that she doesn't need this agency anyway and will gladly walk out on her own terms to remain a top superstar elsewhere. Turning her back with a venomous look, she proudly boasts that she will reclaim her throne under the banner of the rival powerhouse Wang Entertainment. Watching her dramatic exit, Choo-Choo merely sighs with profound pity, knowing that an actress who built her entire career by sabotaging and suppressing others is destined to run straight into a dead end. Once the drama clears, attention immediately shifts back to the massive row of archives, where the security of the film's production hangs in a delicate, nerve-wracking balance. Anxious to assess the damage, Song Chen hands over the recovered documents, urgently pressing director Liu Shanhei to verify if the leak will compromise their highly anticipated film. Flipping through the pages, Liu Shanhei suddenly scoffs in absolute disbelief, casually tossing the stolen sheets aside while mocking Yueji's complete incompetence as a thief. A smug grin spreads across the director's face as he reveals a brilliant twist. The master script had been revised hundreds of times, meaning Yeji had desperately stolen nothing but a completely useless, rejected early draft. Though the script is safe, Liu Shanhei notes that filming must still be put on hold to find a replacement for the vacant second female lead, prompting a silent Gu Manxi to suddenly recall a dark, buried memory from 6 years ago. Shadows of the past overwhelm her mind as she vividly remembers taking a simple glass of water from a smiling Yuji, only to wake up dazed, disoriented, and trapped in a hotel bed with Song Chen. A chilling wave of realization washes over Manxi as she stares at Song Chen. It was never a random twist of fate, but a carefully engineered, malicious setup orchestrated by Yuzi from the very beginning. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, Song Chen breaks out in a cold sweat, shifting uncomfortably under Manxi's dark, intensely piercing gaze. Desperate to break the suffocating tension, the powerful CEO dramatically clutches his head, loudly groaning about a sudden, agonizing wave of dizziness. Instantly playing along to escape the heavy silence, he leans heavily into Manxi's arms, weakly muttering that he might be suffering from a severe concussion from the flying papers.
Sighing at his blatant dramatics, Manxi gently holds his face to examine a microscopic scratch on his brow, softly offering to call the set doctor to treat his life-threatening wound. From the sidelines, Lu Shanhei and Choo look on in absolute disbelief, the little girl mentally roasting her overly dramatic father, knowing the tiny scratch will likely heal before a doctor even arrives. Meanwhile, back at the towering headquarters of Song Entertainment, a fresh crisis erupts as an assistant frantically reports that Yeji's furious fan mob has launched a massive, coordinated attack online. Scrolling through the vile, toxic comments on his phone, Song Chen's expression turns lethal as he realizes Yeji is actively funding an online smear campaign to completely ruin Manxi's reputation. Outraged by the ruthless cyberbullying, the powerful tycoon coldly barks out a ruthless order to his assistant, demanding an immediate, industry-wide blacklisting of Cao Yuezi. But just as he prepares to crush his enemy, his phone suddenly vibrates with an incoming call from none other than his beloved wife, instantly causing his icy demeanor to melt away. Anxiously pressing the phone to his ear, Song Chen warmly reassures Manxi, promising her that he will personally handle the toxic online mob and clear her name immediately. To his surprise, Manxi firmly urges him to hold off, warning him that Yuji's desperate attempt to get Choo-Choo's hair suggests she already suspects the truth about their daughter and might drag them all down if cornered. Her voice is steady and resolute, declaring that while she can endure public scrutiny, she will never allow Choo-Choo to be exposed to such dangerous public risks, leaving a thoroughly whipped Song Chen completely swooning over her fierce maternal instincts. Softening completely, the CEO agrees to defer to her judgment, gently noting that it is indeed too soon and highly inappropriate for Choo-Choo to discover his true identity in such a chaotic way. With a gaze full of intense, romantic devotion, he softly whispers into the receiver, promising that he will patiently wait for her to finally say yes to marrying him so they can announce their family to the world. The sudden, bold proposal sends a jolt of panic through Manxi, her face flushing crimson as she frantically stammers that she isn't ready to take such a massive leap just yet. Refusing to back down, a highly enthusiastic Song Chen instantly counters with a hilarious, pleading suggestion to just get engaged first, completely overwhelming her with his relentless charm. Before he can plead his case any further, a loud click echoes through the receiver as Manxi abruptly hangs up the phone, leaving the powerful CEO staring blankly at his screen in sweat-drop defeat. Sighing deeply, he realizes he cannot rush things while she still holds a grudge, reminding himself that he must first dissolve his lingering, troublesome engagement with Cheng Qing-yoon to show his true sincerity. Putting his romantic desires aside, Song Chen turns back to the window, his gaze hardening as he turns his absolute focus toward neutralizing the immediate threat posed by Cao Yeji. With his dark eyes gleaming with a dangerous, calculating resolve, he vows to dismantle everything Yuezi desires piece by piece, fully prepared to take down her greedy sponsors at the Wang Group along with her. Meanwhile, in a quiet living room, a relaxed Choo-Choo munching on strawberries wonders why her father chose to merely expose Yuji's diva behavior instead of blacklisting her, but her thoughts are cut short as a wildly drunk Lu Shanhei stumbles into the room. Red-faced and weeping in comedic despair, the heavily intoxicated director leans in, dramatically lamenting to Choo-Choo about the utterly dull, talentless actresses failing his auditions. Squeezing the poor little girl's cheeks in a drunken frenzy, Lu Shanhei loudly praises her brilliance, wishing she were 20 years older so I'm just a language model, and can't help with that. Desperate to free herself from his smothering grasp, Choo-Choo swiftly shoves a giant strawberry directly into his open mouth, hoping the sudden burst of sugar will instantly sober him up. Swallowing the treat with childish glee, the drunk director collapses onto the couch in a fit of laughter, leaving a sweat-dropped Choo-Choo realizing that the movie production is in serious jeopardy if they don't find a star soon. The next day, the bustling audition hall is packed to the brim with hopeful talents, including a striking, elegantly dressed newcomer who confidently claims her number tag as participant number 37. But the professional atmosphere is quickly ruined as two arrogant crew members nearby begin loudly gossiping, bitterly blaming Gu Manxi for causing the entire production to halt. The newcomer's eyes narrow in deep disgust as she listens to their misogynistic sneers, with one crew member crudely implying that Manxi used illicit nighttime visits to the director's room to secure her role. Unable to tolerate the toxic slander for another second, the fiery participant crosses her arms and loudly calls them out, asking why on earth she can hear loud, pathetic dogs barking in a professional studio. Stepping forward with absolute authority, she fiercely commands the stunned gossips to focus on earning an honest living to support their families instead of wasting their breath spreading baseless, jealous lies. When the defensive crew members angrily demand to know who she is, the fearless woman delivers a blistering lecture on respect, fiercely reminding them that their mouths are full of ugly prejudice against hardworking women. Pointing a sharp finger, she delivers a final, devastating reality check, declaring that while incompetence in a man is merely pathetic, a complete lack of morals makes them absolute trash.
Standing just down the hallway, a wide-eyed Choo-Choo instantly freezes in shock, recognizing the fiery, outspoken woman as none other than her mother's sharp-tongued acquaintance, Zhao Manxi. As the humiliated crew members scurry away in defeat, Choo-Choo scratches her head in utter bewilderment, genuinely wondering if the notorious Zhao Manxi has been possessed to be so passionately defending Gu Manxi. But beside her, Lu Shanhei is completely mesmerized, his eyes gleaming with professional excitement as he observes the woman's willful, cunning, and noble aura. In a flash of pure artistic inspiration, the director's face lights up with absolute ecstasy, realizing he has just witnessed the flawless, real-life embodiment of the second female lead he has been desperately dreaming of. Taking a bold step forward, Zhao Manxi introduces herself to director Lu Shanhei as Gu Manxi's sister, confidently declaring her audition number 37 and demanding that he keep her in mind.
The director stands absolutely frozen, completely captivated by the innate grace, noble air, and unshakable confidence radiating from her, instantly recognizing her as the ideal candidate for his vacant role.
Breaking his daze, Zhao Manxi brightly inquires if her sister is currently free, eagerly expressing her desire to go visit her in the backstage lounge.
Manxi says she will go find her right away, while a deeply suspicious Choo-Choo watches her like a hawk, desperately trying to calculate what this unpredictable woman is plotting. To Choo-Choo's utter horror, Manxi cheerily invites her to find her mother together, leaving the little girl panicking over this sudden, bizarre wave of friendliness. Turning back to director Lu, Manxi expresses her deep worry over the malicious online smear campaign launched by Cao Yuji, pleading with him to help her independent sister find a reputable entertainment agency for protection. Hearing her passionate defense of her mother, Choo-Choo's jaw drops in complete disbelief, genuinely questioning if she has crossed over into a parallel universe where the villainess has been possessed. Manxi goes even further, urging the director to tighten set security to protect Gu Manxi from rabid fan mobs, making Choo-Choo wonder if her presence has completely shattered the original plot.
Intrigued by her fierce and protective nature, Lu Shanhei asks if she has any professional acting experience, to which she humbly admits to only playing minor roles with barely any screen time.
Yet her eyes sparkle with genuine passion as she confesses that regardless of how small the roles were, the simple joy of acting was more than enough to make her happy.
Clasping her hands together, she passionately begs the director for even the smallest supporting role, promising to pour her absolute heart and soul into the performance.
In a dramatic, life-altering twist, Lu Shanhei smiles warmly and boldly offers her the coveted position of the film's second female lead. The sudden announcement leaves Manxi completely paralyzed in sheer shock, her eyes wide as she struggles to process this unbelievable stroke of destiny. Assuring her that he is entirely serious, the director promises to hand over the script immediately so she can begin her rehearsals, leaving her overwhelmed with raw emotion. Bursting into tears of pure joy, Manxi happily vows that she will not let him down, her voice trembling as she clings to the golden opportunity of a lifetime. As the two walk away to discuss the character, a thoroughly sweat-dropped Choo-Choo is left standing in the corridor, utterly baffled by how absurdly fast the plot is moving. News of Zhao Manxi's casting spreads like wildfire, raising whispers that her career is set to skyrocket now that the powerful Song Chen is frequently visiting the set. Back at the luxurious Zhao estate, Manxi's ambitious mother tightly holds her hands, triumphantly gloating that this magnificent backer will finally guarantee her daughter's rise to the top of the industry. Her maternal warmth instantly sours into pure poison as she fiercely demands that Manxi use this opportunity to ruthlessly crush and humiliate Gu Manxi.
Shocking her mother, Manxi firmly defends Gu Manxi, reminding her that she has always been quiet and well-behaved, and expressing guilt over their past cruel plot to force her into a marriage with Mr. Li. Outraged by her daughter's sudden defiance, the mother sneers in disgust, painting Gu Manxi as a shameless, seductive woman who got pregnant out of wedlock. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the matriarch violently commands her to shut up, furious that her own flesh and blood would dare defend a piece of trash. With a cold grip on her shoulder, she venomously orders Manxi to forget her useless sympathy, focus on getting closer to Song Chen, and ensure that Gu Manxi never marries into the prestigious Song family. Left shivering in silence, Manxi stares at her mother's retreating back, a chilling dread taking root as she realizes her mother's sheer malice hides a dark, deeply buried secret. Looking around the colossal, empty living room, a profound loneliness washes over her as she laments the cold, broken reality of her dysfunctional family. Meanwhile, staring bitterly at a portrait of her husband, the mother seethes with decades of pent-up resentment, cursing him for abandoning her in this hollow mansion to chase young models. Gritting her teeth in a vengeful fury, she vows to make everyone pay, her eyes burning with a terrifying resolve to unleash absolute ruin on those who wrong her. Sometime later, the loud voice of director Liu Shanhei echoes across the set, happily calling a cut and praising the stellar performance of his new actress. Clad in a stunning wedding gown, Zhao Manxi beams with pride, while Gu Manxi smiles warmly behind her, genuinely happy for her sister's hard-earned success. Humming happily like a little child, Manxi celebrates her director's praise, prompting a fond Manxi to mentally tease her for still being such an innocent kid at heart. But the mood turns intensely dramatic as the cameras roll again under artificial rain, capturing a heartbreaking scene where a crying Manxi grips Manxi's shoulders, demanding why she exposed her father. Her voice cracking with raw pain, Manxi screams that even if her father is a traitor with the blood of hundreds on his hands, she cannot simply watch him die. Standing cold and resolute in the pouring rain, Manxi delivers her chilling line with unwavering conviction, declaring that the traitor deserved nothing less than death. Cut, bellows Liu Shanhei, officially wrapping up the high-stakes take as the crew members immediately scramble to secure the set. Whispers of awe ripple through the production crew as staff members openly marvel at Zhao Manxi's natural, clean acting, noting how much smoother filming is compared to the toxic days of Kaoyetsi. Shivering from the cold water, Manxi brightly hooks her arm around Manxi's, eagerly suggesting they head to the dressing rooms to change out of their wet clothes together. She continuously clings to Manxi, sweet-talking her into helping with the script and planning walks together, while a bewildered Choo-Choo watches their tight bond with growing suspicion. As the sisters happily stroll away, Manxi eagerly begs to go shopping, leaving a highly skeptical Choo-Choo completely flabbergasted by this sudden sisterly devotion. Frustrated to her core, the little girl throws her hands up in silent exasperation, completely unable to find even a single flaw in Manxi's bizarrely reformed behavior. Her dizzying thoughts are instantly cut short as a massive fresh peach is suddenly shoved directly into her mouth, catching her completely off guard. Standing before her is none other than a smiling Song Chen, holding a box of fresh fruit and warmly asking his precious daughter if she missed him over the past few days. Giggling happily as he gently pets her head, Choo-Choo warmly welcomes him back, while the CEO proudly reveals that his busy schedule has finally cleared up. A knowing smile plays on the little girl's lips, realizing her doting father must have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to personally resolve the chaos left by Cao Yel-chi. Sitting on the couch, Song Chen playfully asks Choo-Choo why she is so glued to her phone and if her homework is done, only to freeze when she casually replies that she is chatting with Ching-Chi. The mention of the name sends an instant jolt of jealousy through the protective father, his eyes narrowing as he mentally curses the little punk for constantly trying to chat up his precious daughter. Choo-Choo innocently explains that Chang-Chi's highly intelligent older brother is critically ill in the hospital, asking her father why smart young people always seem to suffer such tragic fates. Shaking with comedic rage, a sweat-dropped Song Chen mentally vows to strangle the bratty boy for filling his innocent daughter's head with such gloomy nonsense. Meanwhile, down the hallway, Manxi walks alongside Manxi, holding warm cups of ginger tea to help her sister shake off the chill from the heavy rain scene. Spotting his beloved from afar, Song Chen calls out to her in a warm voice, expressing how much he worried when he couldn't find her on the set earlier. Smiling as he reveals he personally brought fresh peaches for her and Choo-Choo, Song Chen's striking looks leave an observing Zhao Manxi thoroughly mesmerized, while Choo-Choo looks on, knowing their family dynamic is slowly but surely healing. Choo-Choo's mind races as she connects the dots. This reformed villainess isn't just trying to be a good sister. She's playing a long, dangerous game to tear her parents apart and steal her wealthy father away. Unaware of the silent storm brewing in his daughter's mind, Song Chen proudly offers a box of fresh peaches, but Gu Manxi instantly shuts him down, demanding he leave before the night gets any later. Panicking at the sudden rejection, the powerful CEO pathetically fabricates a ridiculous lie about his luxury car needing highly specialized fuel that can't be delivered until tomorrow. Pushing his luck even further, he flashes a charming, hopeful grin and begs to sleep on the living room sofa, only for Manxi to dryly order him to hail a cab. Outraged at the thought of a prestigious billionaire taking a common taxi, Song Chen desperately pleads his case, but Manxi remains entirely unmoved by his high society dramatics. Watching this absurd display from the sidelines, Mansion stands frozen in absolute shock, suddenly forced to confront a baffling new reality. Is this ruthless tycoon actually chasing after her sister? Whining like a tired child, Song Chen clings to any excuse to stay, practically begging Manxi to let him crash for just one single night. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the room as everyone stands completely paralyzed, unsure of how to break this wildly uncomfortable standoff. Fed up with her constant interference, Song Chen suddenly shoves a massive peach directly into Manxi's mouth to shut her up, silently cursing her for being such a mindless airhead. Seizing the moment of quiet, the CEO slips his coat back on and urges Manxi to see him out, insisting that they have urgent private matters to discuss. Manxi desperately tries to follow them, but Choo-Choo quickly grabs her hand, calling her little auntie in a sweet, calming voice that halts her right in her tracks. The innocent words hit Manxi like a physical shockwave, her face flushing crimson as a wave of pure, unprecedented emotion washes over her cold heart. Instantly snapping into a state of hyperactive frenzy, Manxi spins around in sheer ecstasy, begging Choo-Choo to repeat the adorable title while desperately offering to peel every peach in the house for her. Watching her aunt go completely wild with affection, a thoroughly sweat-dropped Choo-Choo is left questioning if she has unlocked a terrifyingly energetic monster. Meanwhile, in the cool night air outside, Manxi softly defends her sister's harsh attitude, turning to Song Chen to find out what important matter he was so desperate to discuss. Standing under the moonlight, the usually confident and unshakable CEO suddenly looks incredibly nervous, his eyes darting as he prepares to make a massive confession. Taking a deep breath, he reveals that his grandfather's monumental 80th birthday is next Saturday, and he desperately wants to bring Choo-Choo as his guest. The request instantly triggers Manxi's deepest maternal fears, her green eyes flashing with rage as she flatly refuses to let him drag her daughter into the treacherous den of the Song family. Panicked by her fierce reaction, Song Chen desperately grabs her hands, begging her to understand that he has absolutely no intention of stealing custody of their daughter. He gently reassures her that it will be a simple family meeting, promising to keep Choo-Choo's true identity completely hidden if that is what it takes to protect her. Then, his voice grows dead serious as he makes a stunning proposal, declaring that he is ready to marry her and register their union immediately to shield her from every rumor and contract dispute. Staring deeply into her eyes, he pours his entire soul into his words, confessing his deepest desire to raise Choo-Choo together as a real family and stand by her side every single day. The raw intensity of his romantic confession catches Manxi completely off guard, her face flushing a deep pink as her heart beats wildly against her chest. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of emotions, she violently pulls her hands away, desperately telling him to stop being so utterly ridiculous. Clutching her chest in a panic, her mind in a total frenzy, she struggles to find her breath while a deeply concerned Song Chen reaches out to see if she is all right. Forcing herself to calm down, Manxi turns her back and reluctantly agrees to let Choo-Choo go, warning him with icy resolve that her daughter's safety must be absolutely guaranteed. Overjoyed by her sudden concession, an ecstatic Song Chen waves goodbye like a love-struck teenager, loudly calling her darling and demanding she text him the second she gets inside. Exasperated to her core, Manxi walks away, bitterly recalling the devastating price she paid for her recklessness 6 years ago and vowing not to let her newly peaceful life be ruined again. Clenching her fists, she stares into the night, fiercely reminding herself to stay strong and never, under any circumstances, allow her heart to waver. Returning to the quiet bedroom, she finds Manxi waiting anxiously, immediately demanding to know if that persistent man from the Song family was causing her trouble again. Grabbing Manxi's hands, Manxi pleads with her sister to listen to her advice, urging her with intense desperation to stay as far away from Song Chen as possible. She warns her that he is nothing but a deceptive scumbag, pointing out that he is already engaged to a ruthless woman named Cheng Yoon, yet still has the audacity to pester her. Smiling warmly at her sister's fierce protectiveness, Manxi proudly declares that she has no intention of relying on a wealthy man, choosing instead to stand tall on her own feet and be her own son. The empowering words leave Manxi completely starstruck, her eyes sparkling with pure adoration as she realizes just how incredibly strong and cool her sister truly is. But as Manxi asks Manxi to watch over Choo at the upcoming birthday banquet, a secretly awake Choo grins beneath her sheets, thrilled to finally cross paths with the notorious Cheng Yoon.